Who do I give what I brought? I need to give.
Who do you want? Sorry.
Give what I brought for you.
You brought another one.
Yeah.
You're always bringing it.
Yeah. It's my
Not
next
that I mind.
No,
Actually,
that's how it has to.
I know.
And it's your favorite one, I'm sure.
There was, and what?
Your favorite one.
Favorite one.
Yeah.
Well, it all depends. Hello, how are you? It all depends on mood and also time of day. Generally in the daytime, I prefer white or rosé. in the evening, robust red. Robust red. So you cannot go wrong.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right, sir.
Hello. South Sudan has arrested 6 journalists who worked for the state-owned South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation for publishing a video of the president of the country wetting himself in public. The video that came out in December went viral on social media. The state's TV station did not air the video. The Committee for the Protection of Journalists is calling for the release of the journalists. In Kenya, police are investigating the death of fashion designer and LGBTQ activist Edwin Chiloba. His body was found dumped in a metal box by the roadside near the town of Eldoret. A friend of the victim has been arrested for the crime. A possible motive is unknown. In Kenya, gay sex is illegal, and there have been several attacks on gay people in the country. Human rights organizations in Kenya are calling for a serious investigation, and they have linked the killings to his sexuality. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment.
I don't listen to teachers. I don't do assignments in class. So when she sent it to me, I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to try to find a way to do this for her and please her, because I'm very anti-intellectual. Very, very. I don't like intellectual discussion. I don't like it bothers me. That's why I didn't finish university. It's a lifestyle that is not good for me. Seriously. But what can we do?
What can we do? In a 2016 Premium Times interview, he said that Chinua Achebe's classic novel, Things Fall Apart, should be buried and never made to resurrect, because Achebe's writing, Things Fall Apart, at that age was not intelligent and he was not exposed. Recently, he weighed in again on what he called the Adichie Akweke Obanje matter, saying that Chimamanda Adichie created Akweke Emezie monster, and that Akweke was not an Obanje, and that Akweke needed to check into a mental home. If Oscar Wilde had reincarnated in Africa, he must have come back as Onyeka Nwelue. Professor Onyeka Nwelue is an academic visitor at the African Studies Center at the University of Oxford and a visiting scholar at the Center for African Studies at the University of Cambridge. He has written over 21 award-winning books. Professor Onyeka, welcome to the show. Onyeka, can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. Okay, good. Yeah, you're unmuted now. Can you hear me? Wow, okay. Your connection is not good. Hello? All right. While we wait for his connection.
I ran away from UNN, and I ran away because of a lecturer who was abusing me verbally.
Also, I wanted to run away, because the teaching methodology was very, very boring. This lecturer, her name is Dr. Ezekwesili. UNN students are here, they know her, GS 101. So she will come, she will be walking like this, like she's pregnant. And you know why I like to mention names, so that you don't think I'm lying. So she will come and walk up, and I'm not trying to spite her as well, but she's the reason why I left. So I need to tell her the truth.
Mommy, I know
She
more
walk
life
up and
call.
abuse people. Oh, you know, my child is doing this thing in
Mommy,
this foreign university. Why are you telling us? We are here, you're teaching us here, and you're telling us rubbish. And you're actually teaching from a textbook that we have. So what is the essence of you calling yourself a teacher when you can't teach from your heart? You need to teach what you know. And this is why I found the question the writers asked me very ridiculous. Because I'm teaching African studies. I've traveled to 45 countries at the age of 27. I'm very arrogant, but this is what I learned as a child. Pride and honesty can only take you to where you want to go to. I've been privileged, very, very privileged, not by any connections from any family, but still, there is a way you can ride on the glory of your background. I'm related to Charlie Boy. No, I'm not joking.
Onyeka, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It's an honor to have you. It's an honor to have you here today.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think we can hear you.
Okay.
So, let me confess something. I mean, I met you in New York, and I know you. I thought I knew you until I said overnight, just let me do a little research, see where you are and things going on. I was so amazed. I felt like you are probably our own Oscar Wilde. No, seriously. I went through your tweets for the last 2 days. Amazing. We have a lot to talk about. Let me start by a lot. So it's amazing, and I hope our guests, our audience, will watch. And I think you have something special. Let's start by looking at the political environment in Nigeria. That's where we normally start. What is going on? I see some of the tweets you sent out. It appears you have a candidate you are supporting for president. Do you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I have.
And who is that?
And his name is Mr. Peter Obi.
Why?
Before Peter Obi, there was Kingsley Mohale. And I remember being contracted by someone, not Kingsley Mohale himself. And the contract was not moneyed. It had no monetary value to it, but it was Professor Wole Soyinka sending me an email and saying that he was going to put me on a team to work for Mohale. And Mohale didn't know me at all. In fact, I met him for the first time in Oxford when he came for my film premiere of a biopic of Ojukwu that I made, Other Side of History. So he came. That was my first time of meeting him. But before then, Professor Soyinka had urged me to be on a team to work with him. And before Professor Mohale, there was Showore, whom I was part of the team that organized this town hall meeting in Pretoria when I was living in South Africa. I had the privilege of having access to him. So the people that I support are people that I know genuinely will bring some sort of change to Nigeria. When Professor Mohale didn't win the primaries in his party, and I thought, looking at what Mr. Peter Obi has done, and the way he's consistent with his narrative, the way he shows himself up where he's necessarily needed. I thought he's better placed at the moment, and also it could be a tribal thing, right? It could be a tribal thing. I don't have to deny that. I've tweeted about it that I'm supporting him because he's an Igbo man, and it's okay if other people support their own people because they come from different tribes. But I also think it's time to have a president from the Igbo land, as the other party presidential candidate of APC has said, is his turn. I think every tribe should say it's also their turn. Every tribe has the right to say it's their turn, but the other guy is saying it's his own turn. But I'm saying is the turn of this tribe, not this person. Now, another statesman that I admire a lot, President Obasanjo, has said he's endorsing him. So Peter B is my choice, and I think every young person should go with me.
Very good. Are you part of the campaign in any way?
No, I am not. I even tried to volunteer, but I think they are too busy to consider people like us who are not important. So I'm running my own thing individually. I chatted with Mr. Val Ezibo. I don't think they want. I said I want to volunteer, but no positive response. But I said, okay, let me go to Twitter and show my support in my own way.
Yeah, I saw some of your tweets, and one of them you were responding to this People's Gazette story where it says Igbos overcrowding Lagos because Obi refused to develop Anambra State by Tinubu.
Yeah,
you retweeted a tweet along that. What do you think about such headlines?
No, I think I like to call him Baba because we need to respect our elders. I think Baba Tinubu is very old, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but old age can be a disease. No, I'm not aspiring to get to that age really, because this world is full of stress, and I don't know how. That's why when I see old people like Wole Soyinka, James Corey, and the rest of them, I really want to understand how they're able to live up to 80. They have seen the world go round like this. They are not bored, or they are bored. Maybe they are bored, but then I'm not aspiring to get to that age. That's why I live my life like a speed train, so I can finish the things that I want to do right now and then move on to the great beyond. So I think what some of the things he says, I mean, Tinubu himself, he says them because he's no longer here. He's no longer here. He's already an ancestor. Yeah.
So we are going to get into your views about literature, and we are going to get our audience involved. But let me ask you: you are currently at Oxford, is it?
Yeah, Oxford and Cambridge.
And Cambridge. Okay, what are you doing there?
I'm an academic visitor at the African Studies Center, University of Oxford, where I have established fellowships in the name of James Corey. I just went to see him this morning before I came online. James Corey, as we know, co-founded the African Writer Series with our great Chino Achebe, whom people sort of attacked me when I said something about Things Fall Apart long time ago. And when I said that thing about Things Fall Apart, in the same vein, I also mentioned that Antilles of the Savannah is one of the best novels ever written in this world, right? But people say, oh, why would you say that about Things Fall Apart? Without understanding that people have taste. So let's get back to African Writer Series. Chino Achebe was a founding editor of African Writer Series. So he published his own book. He got support from people like James Corey, Alan Hill, Hugo, and the rest of them. It's the same thing that I am doing right now by setting up my own publishing house. I'm publishing myself because you can't really arrogate power to people. Because if he did, Things Fall Apart would not have been published. And it was published when he was young. So there could have been mistakes. Yeah. And you say words like enmity being written as an enmity in the book. And I mentioned this and people got angry because it's apparently the most powerful novel ever written by an African. I wasn't trying to insult Chinua or Things Fall Apart. Nowhere at all. Because if I was, I would be an ungrateful bastard because it was Chinua Achebe who made sure that Efuru was published. But what I do is I light the fire and it keeps burning. I don't go back to put it off so that Nigerians will feel good with themselves. So I let the fire burn then. And at the end of the day, I own African Writer Series now.
Let me play a video of you meeting James Cowrie.
This is Joanna here.
Hello, Joanna.
Hello. Nice
My name is Onyeka.
Hello, Onyeka.
Yeah.
Hello.
I set up the James Cowrie Prize for African Literature.
Oh, sorry.
I set up the James Cowrie Prize for African Literature.
James told me. I understand. How beautiful you look.
Oh,
Well.
thank you. Okay.
Oh, good Lord.
This is for you. This is for you for everything you've been doing for us. Yeah. So you can hold it.
This is oh, my goodness. James Mountbatten.
Right away. So,
Oh,
yes, we'll have to have it close.
oh, how
Yeah, somewhere.
So let's take a picture.
All right. So, yeah, continue. So you are publishing African
A writer's series is being handed over to me by James.
Okay.
So it's been published under Abibi Man Publishing. And now on March 29th, we'll be releasing Florent Wapa's last novel in Oxford. And her first daughter will come to speak about the process of getting the manuscript to us and the rest of them. So it is something that I proposed to some universities in Africa, and they refused to approve it. But when I wrote to James Cowrie about it, what he did was to put me in touch with Professor Wale Adebanwi, who was the director of the African Studies Center, and he quickly approved this within a week that, hey, you can come to Oxford and settle here and do all these projects. And then, like I said, I had already proposed that to other African universities, which I don't want to mention because I don't want us to have a bad relationship. They might need me. I might need them tomorrow. So they invited me as an academic visitor, and it's been renewed. My tenure has been renewed. One of the days we were doing the James Cowrie Open Day at Oxford, some directors of African Studies Centers in British universities came to the place. They said they didn't know James Cowrie was alive. So they came and then they saw James Cowrie sitting at one corner of the place. And that was how I met the director of the Center for African Studies, University of Cambridge. I told her, you guys travel all the way from Cambridge to Oxford to see the works of James Cowrie. How come we can't collaborate? Knowing that Oxford and Cambridge are rival universities, Cambridge said, okay, you can come as a visiting scholar and teach us about James Cowrie. At February 23rd of this month, which happens to be, I think, the election day, right? I will be doing my trial as the first James Cowrie Studies professor at the University of Oxford. So it might just be a score and a glorious day for me and Peter Rupi. So it might just be that. But the work I'm doing in the United Kingdom is based on the works of James Cowrie. He does not know the impact he made on young people graduating from secondary schools in Africa who were reading books published on the African Writers Series. He does not even know at all. Every day I have to try to remind him, but he feels like, oh, he tries to be modest, you know. But it's a huge honor. I remember on his 85th birthday, which I organized here in Oxford, I threw an invitation to Dr. Margaret Busby, who does not go anywhere, who is like the biggest African publisher in Britain. And she accepted to come. Alexander Pringle of Bloomsbury, that published Harry Potter, came to that party, spent the night because of James Corey. And he was telling me today he was shocked to see the lady come there. I said, because she told me you inspired her. So many things he doesn't know, but I'm digging them up. I've made a documentary on him already. There is David Hunde is going to be the first Distinguished James Corey Fellow at Cambridge. There is Mitra and the Corey. They're all arriving the end of this month to the UK. And the idea is to have them develop works on James Corey, visit him, speak to him, interview him, and write up, publish books on James Corey, and then the connection he has had with Africa for a long time.
Mm. That's fascinating, you know, and I'm glad you are doing that work, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Let's look at other things that you've done. You've written several books. You've traveled to several countries. As of last count, was it 40-something countries in the world?
81.
81 countries in the world. How do you do that?
How? In what way?
What I mean is, how do you just wake up and pick any country and say you are going there?
Oh yes, I do that sometimes. I remember early last year in April, I think, I saw that some of my favorite Indian authors were meeting somewhere in Maldives. Shobadi, Dr. Shashi Tharu, some of the writers that I love so much in India, they were meeting in an intimate place in Maldives Island, in a big resort. So I bought a flight ticket and then I went there. And when I got in, Shoba was shocked. They were screaming, what are you doing here? I said, I read somewhere that you guys will be here. So I said, let me join you. And that's how I do it too. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. When I first met Wole Soyinka, I was in Imo State. I was 16 years old. I went to a cyber cafe where I read online that he was going to be doing. He will be at an event they were organizing for him by Mr. German and Professor Femi Oshovisa. So I read it and I got on the bus and I went. And also 2010. Professor Soyinka was going to Jaipur in India. I read it. I told my publisher, I said, publisher, they say Wole Soyinka will be so place. And you know, the best place to catch a big Nigerian is abroad. So can we go? And he agreed. And me and his wife, we went. And we had a good time with Wole Soyinka. So whenever I can wake up and say, I'm done from here, and I move. Yeah. But I think Oxford has humbled me and sort of put me in a place. Johannesburg almost did it to me. I stayed in Johannesburg. I still have a home there in Johannesburg. But it sort of confined me to a place. I was going crazy. I had to seek for the help of a psychiatrist. It being put in one place, because in South Africa, there is a problem with the South African government has with Nigerians and other foreigners, that every year you have to renew your visa and you have to pay a lot of money to renew it. And sometimes these visa applications stay in there for 6 months. So you have to find someone to bribe to be able to get it renewed and go out and come in. So it was, South Africans love bribery more than Nigerians. So I have to say it here. Yeah.
So what's your relationship with Wole Soyinka?
It's the love I have for Wole Soyinka actually started with The Lion and the Jewel. So Lakunle is a character that, if you really want Nigerians not to argue with you, you have to speak like Lakunle. Once you speak that way, Nigerians will have no issues with you. They will never abuse you. They will never argue at all with you online. If you start tweeting that way, nobody will argue with you. Even if you try to insult them in that language, that the verbosity of that character, Nigerians will never argue with you because they don't like stressing themselves mentally. So I realized that, I said to myself, this character could be Soyinka, and he would be very interesting in real life. So I started reading more of his works. I was very young, but I was reading them, and I developed keen interest. His hair, his voice, his beard. And then when I finally met him, I figured this is God on earth. So, so I sort of live like, even till now, it's someone you offend, and when you say sorry, he said, no problem, and it's gone. And easygoing.
What have you done that offended him? I saw where you were offering him wine, I think, and what have you done that offended him?
Not really. So there was a film screening. He invited me to come and screen my film privately for him in his office, and so there was miscommunication between me and his PA about timing. So he came late. We've been waiting. He came late, and it was maybe 20 minutes late, but he apologized to everyone. He was driving from Abeokuta. I've never really had to. No, I've never. I don't think I've offended him at all. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you read his work, the novel, The Interpreters?
I've read Interpreters long time ago. I was young, so I didn't really grasp it, but I reread it when the new one came out, because I read this new novel in manuscript. He sent me the manuscript to read.
Okay. So what do you think about his work?
Genuinely, I think he's on a different level. He's in a different world altogether. And so when I read some of his books, now that is the problem. It's his voice that I hear. So when I'm reading a Soyinka book, it's his voice that is reading it to me. It's a problem. So whether it's written in a simplistic language or not, I always hear Prof's voice. And I learn new words every time I'm with him. Every single time. So I think highly of him. I don't think there is anybody greater than Wole Soyinka on earth. No human being. Yeah, no human.
Did you meet Chinua Achebe when he was alive?
No, I didn't meet him.
Did you try to?
But my mother did.
Okay. What do you think about his works, other than the Tinsel Apart? What do you think about his work?
No, like I said, Aunties of the Savannah is one of the greatest novels ever written. I think Chinua Achebe deserves monuments and everything all over the world. But I've picked on James Corey, so it sort of connects to him as well. But I don't want to be accused of using people's names to climb the ladder of success. I remember Professor Soyinka sending me an email and saying, all these fellowships and prizes you are instituting, remember they cost a lot of money. You need to slow down. So I have people that I want to honor, but I had to just choose a few. I want to honor people like Mama Mabeshegu, Chinua Achebe, Flora Nwapa, Cypriel Ekwensi, people like what's her name? She lived with Buche Mecheta, God bless you. She lived with Flora, so there is a connection as well. So I want to honor these people, but then I realized I've been subtly accused. It was in an email thread of Floramapa's son, saying that I'm using the mother's name to become successful. So I got angry for a while. Then my aunties came and said, Onyeka, you can't be this stupid. Forget about what he said. So I went back to the project again. After the daughter said, oh, go on with mama's stuff, don't mind him. So I'm back to the Floramapa project because it is what gave me the wings to fly, actually, with the documentary I made on her, which got a lot of attention, got AMA nomination, which happens to be the biggest award honor in Nigeria for filmmakers. So I think her story is important. Whether or not the son likes it or not, Floramapa is no longer a private property. She's no longer a private property. Universities like University of Edinburgh would have set up fellowships and other things in her honor, but who is going to do all that? I already have a full-time job at the James Corey Society, full-time. So I may not be able to do the kind of stuff I have to do. But then there is also Professor Akachi Zibo, who is the woman after my own heart. And I've been doing everything that I can to honor her while she's here. So when she's gone, I don't have to come on Twitter to cry and say, oh, she was the best thing that happened to Nigerian literature. I think that's the hypocrisy we've had to face for a long time. And I'm trying to sway them away. You know, like my own father, I didn't even attend his funeral because I kept telling him when he was alive, say, I'll take care of you when you're alive. Then when you die, I will not go and entertain mom in the name that I'm paying final respect. So most people went for my father's funeral thinking I would be there so they can come and take pictures with me. But I wasn't there. I didn't go. So now my mother is here with me in Oxford after the funeral to sort of, I make sure people have to get their flowers.
Now, did you read There Was a Country by Chinua Achebe, the last book?
I did read a few pages, to be honest with you, and I stopped because there was frenzy, brouhaha everywhere, as our presidential candidate would say. there was about the book, and I thought, okay, I can let it steam down, and then I can get on it, but I wasn't able to go back. I think it was because I did read a few pages, so I stopped. I'm sorry for those who.
Why did you stop?
I don't like joining trends, so I didn't want to contribute to any of the conversations when it was happening.
It's been a while now.
I know, but when I lose interest in something, I just go away. And I think I tried so hard to get to Achebe for some things for a documentary, but the wife, Dr. She wouldn't let it happen because, you know, the Achebe family, they're close to my maternal family in a way. So I tried to use my aunties to get to them. She lived at 40 Owide Road in Uguta with Flora. So I wanted to hear some of those things personally. So it wasn't possible. Dr. Christie was protective.
Now, what about contemporary, your colleagues, writers of Africa, or let's say Nigeria today? Who do you think is doing wonderful work?
Oh, many of them are doing so well. They're doing so well. But I don't want to be like them, and I don't envy them. Because because I feel like I've done the things that I really want. I love power, and it's one of the reasons why money is important. Because if you have the money to set up fellowships, prizes, why would you have to envy anyone who is a writer struggling to enter his book for a prize that you sponsor? So I'm cocky and arrogant simply because I understand strategically how I can place myself in the literary world. So I don't have to. I have been mocked in the past. I no longer want to be mocked because of money. So I don't want a situation where a review in New York Times or whatever will make one feel that he's more important than one who sets off a prize and gives him money.
So someone like Chigozie Obioma, I know he's your friend.
Chigozie is one of my closest friends.
Yeah. So if I should ask you now, between Chigozie Obioma and Chimamanda Adichie, who do you think will win the Nobel Prize first?
I will win it before them.
No. Okay. You win it before them, but the two of them, who do you think will win it?
I don't know. I'll just win it before them. I'm after myself.
But how do you weigh the writing of Chigozie when you compare that to that of Adichie?
You are trying to set me on a ball, but
no. No
worries. I will play well. You know, I organized Chigozie's Nigeria book tour when he did a Nigeria book tour. So we went to Port Harcourt, Abuja, Lagos. I organized all of them. Dinners at the Embassy of Norway and the rest of them. Were ambassadors who loved Chigozie's writing were bothering me that they wanted to be part of the dinner. And I told Chigozie, look, this ambassador, that ambassador loves your writing. And one of them, actually, her daughter was doing a PhD on Chigozie's writing. Chigozie didn't believe any of this. The thing about Chigozie is he's very modest. He doesn't even know how big he is. So he tries to doubt anything I tell him about who he is, really, in the right frame. And I'll tell him, this ambassador wants to meet you. Chigozie will argue with me. And then the ambassador will get his email and then write to him. And I'll tell him, Chigozie, person, he doesn't know all these things. His writing is solid. And when you are reading Chigozie's writing, you're reading the writing of an old mind. He takes his time to construct a sentence, which I know, because he's edited one of my works before. So for Chief Adichie, she's already there. And I remember being envious of her writing in Purple Hibiscus when I was young. I read it in Ma's house, Mr. Tony Akinosho's house. I read it in 2 days. And Purple Hibiscus to me then was a book I could carry everywhere with me. So someone asking me this kind of question is trying to confuse me, because these two are great, but what I know is that I will win the Nobel Prize before them if it will come through. But they are better than me in writing, way better than me. But I'm sure that in social capitalism I can beat them anytime, any day. I can beat them anytime, any day when it comes to social capitalism. I know Dr. Chief Adichie has met everybody.
Now you call her chief, and it comes out so easy from your mouth. I know she was given a chieftaincy title recently, but it comes out so easy. But I know that you had an issue with Akweke Emeze and the Obanje.
I didn't have any issue with Akweke. I only had issue with what she was telling us. Sorry.
Yeah, about Igbo Cosmo.
They said we should have to use they. Sorry. So what they were telling us, I didn't agree with that. And because I'm an Omenala person, right? I practice traditional religion. I think I found whatever they were doing very amusing. So I like to bear my mind, though not on everything, but I thought that was important. I wasn't after them. I thought, and I know that an Obanje cannot come and put mark on their face by themselves. So
that's the wrong themselves. Okay.
Yeah. They went to Trinidad and Tobago. They used something and put mark on their faces. Meanwhile, that is never done. And Abanje is born, and that mark comes from the day they were born, or maybe a few weeks after they were given. Like when I was born, my grandmother took us to a Dibia in Umota who would tell us who we reincarnated as. Every child went through this process. They may not know, but because as a writer, and it runs both in my family, both the paternal and maternal, we were able to narrate, tell ourselves stories. So I had that story as well. And I was very close to my maternal grandmother. So she told me many things as a child. She had one particular name for me then. I've forgotten what it is. But if someone could just change the narrative for the Western audience to sensationalize it through their publicists, then I had to write something, and then they called me Rat or something like that on Twitter. Yeah, Kweke called me Rat, some name, and it's not today they started calling me Rat. So
you wrote that Akweke is a chronic liar,
yeah,
who seems to believe their own lies.
Yes.
So I didn't know you're a traditionalist, so that worries you in terms of.
I am. I practice what they call Vadu in French, Santeria in Spanish. I go to the Vadu temples in Benin Republic. I have in my room, I have all my things, my candles, incense, everything. So I pray to Obi, the lake goddess of Uguta.
Okay, now let's stay on Akweke because I'm interested in you said that Adichie should learn not to bring people who are not successful close to her. You think that was a problem?
Yeah. So there is something about young Nigerians, which I was thinking when you came up with this topic. Nobody wants to know your beginning, but they want to be part of the end or the middle. Adichie may not come out. Sorry, Chief Adichie may not come out. No, I'm not mocking her at all.
No, I understand. I understand. I have to learn to do that too.
Okay, so Chief Adichie has worked so hard. And when you are successful, you become a magnet. Everybody wants to be a part of you. I'm not sure you remember, but you were one of the people who were publishing my things in 2006. There was an online magazine called Nathaniel Turner. Who runs it?
I don't remember.
Okay. You were publishing my stuff, Uche Nwora, and the rest of them. I was very young. And I see young people endeared to me at this moment, thinking there is something magical about me. So they want to get into my life, either to find out that thing that makes Onyeka look colorful, or that thing that makes him have that strong relationship with Wole Soyinka, right? But they wouldn't know how much effort I've put in there. So people are rushing to Chief Adichie to be a part of her life, to use her to climb the ladder of success. And she's trying to be compassionate so she can be called a good person. It may not be conscious, but that is the idea. So she accepts everyone, she smiles, she takes pictures with everyone. No, I'm moving gradually in life, and I'm outgrowing people. I'm not opening my garden to a lot of people. I'm being tactical, and I have to say it publicly so they leave me alone. Because I've had times where I went to prison, nobody came to swap time with me, right? So what is the point of coming out and pretending like people love you? So Dr. Adichie should be very careful, because once these people don't get what they want, or get that key to the door that opens where the real Chief Adichie is, where the way she's getting successful, they don't get it at all. They get mad and then they throw tantrums, and everywhere was scattered. So I think that's
Now,
the mistake she made. She was quite accessible to people.
Now, you also know that she was the one that first told Akweke that she was a Obanje.
Maybe
Akweke
she was
didn't
joking.
know.
Maybe she was joking.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. Yeah, it
maybe
could
she
be.
was joking, and they just now internalized it. They internalized it that, oh, I'm Obanje. Adichie has said I'm Obanje, so I'm Obanje. Let me go and finish work. So they read up where they said Obanje have marks, so they went and gave themselves mark. Is someone who is troubled that does all that, who wasn't raised well, who was not raised in a superior family, that would think that way. How do I become famous? How do I do that? You become strategic about how people have to see you. Where will it end?
Yeah, but do you think it's fair to say that she needed, that they needed to go to the mental hospital, mental home?
Yeah. People say that to me. They'd say it to me. So I have to say it to other people too. Many people need mental help. Yes. I remember going to the psychiatry and I was told that my brain moves faster than normal. So I was placed on medications, lithium carbonate and respirator. And those medications will slow you down. You just sit like a zombie. So for a while I took them. I had to stop because I wasn't thinking about anything again when I was taking them. But it sort of slowed me down because I was in a car with a friend going to Pretoria from Johannesburg. And I tried to open the door of the car to jump out. So Chinedu quickly locked the door of the car, and then he drove me straight to Helen Joseph Hospital. So it's a matter of having someone tell you what you have to do. You need a psychologist, you need a psychiatrist. The only problem is that country, Nigeria, is not where all these people will function, because you can't have a psychiatrist who's a born again. It's going to judge the living hell out of you. An NDLA officer told me at Lagos Airport when they saw my medications in the back, he said, because you don't worship Jesus Christ, that's why you are mad. That's the way he said it to me. So I said what I said, and I'm not apologetic, because even that article you just read now, I've put it in a book form. So it's already in a book that has been published as part of the real owners of Britain. So anybody can get angry with me. Right now in my life, I don't care. I don't care.
Now you mentioned in passing that you were locked up. Can you tell us what happened?
I was locked up in Rwanda.
Why?
By Rwandan Investigative Bureau. So I tweeted out President Kagame and called him a hypocrite when Rwanda Air, when I lost my luggage on Rwanda Air from Johannesburg to Nairobi. So I lost a lot of things. I wrote to the airline. I know the CEO of Rwanda. I said, what's that her name again? I've forgotten her name. I told her, please, how can you people compensate me for losing my luggage? They said they can put me on business class. I said business class for losing money, for losing cameras, everything. So I got really angry and I said, well, can I see the footage from the CCTV at Johannesburg Airport? Because I don't really trust that region from Southern Africa to Eastern Africa. I don't trust them at all. I know somebody, because it was opened and everything was scattered. So I said, can we find? They said they have seen the CCTV, but they can't let me see it. So I went online and I thought it's important to let their president know, because I was a volunteer teacher at Kwetu Film Institute in Kigali. And I've been serving that country for a long time with all my heart, teaching their students, right? Free. But this is what happened. I arrived in Rwanda for African Movie Academy Awards 9th, I was in my hotel room after the award ceremony. Nigerians had started leaving. And then 8 men in suits came and said their chief of staff wanted to see me. You will not believe that Kagame screen grabbed all my tweets and gave it to the chief of staff to have me arrested if I arrived in Rwanda. And they made me write an apologetic letter, which they said, once you write this letter, we'll release you, because so person has spoken to us and blah, blah, blah. As Dr. Obi Ezekwesili came to my rescue, President Obasanjo, Olusegun was calling even the ambassador in Abuja to release me because of my health issue. I have an atopic kidney. So they took me to the hospital to confirm as well if I was telling the truth about my kidney. And they confirmed it. They gave me the reports. Then, so they said, okay, we wouldn't want him to die here, so let him write this letter. Before I would leave Rwanda, they already posted that letter they forced me to write online to say I was the cause of my arrest. So I wrote it, yes, just let me go in peace. So they put me on a plane to Johannesburg, and I went in peace. And I was also threatened in a post online. They said on the post they made with the letter, they said, if you repeat what you said, we will find you anywhere and bring you back to Rwanda. And I know he can do that because he's done it a lot of times. So he has done it to Paul Rosisabigina, kidnapped him from Dubai. And Paul Rosisabigina's children had to come to me to say, oh, how did you get out of Rwandan prison after 2 weeks? How can you help us get our father out? I tried, but it didn't work. He's been sentenced to 25 years in prison. And I've read reports in newspapers everywhere about Kagame going to South Africa to kill his opposition, people who criticize him. So I was worried about myself for a while. I was paranoid. It was leading me to a very bad mental state. So I would just open my window in Johannesburg. I'll be peeping out and say maybe Kagame's people are around. It traumatized me for a long time. And I ended up writing a book called An Angel on the Piano that was published by Griots Lounge in Canada. I have had experiences also in Nigeria where my creditors, because I would take loan to go and do my film projects and stuff like that, I defaulted. My creditors will ask police to arrest me and put me behind bars for days because they say they want to humble me. I'm very arrogant. And unfortunately for them, whenever they arrest me, I would take their phone of the police and call Olusegun. And Olusegun says it's a loan. He didn't kill anybody. People are owing him money too. In fact, at a point, he listed the amount of money people have been owing him. People self. So owing money is not a grant for someone to put me behind bars. So they'll put me there, and by morning, I'm home. And the people get angry because Prof cannot call a DPO or something like that now and then he will disrespect him. They have arrested me at the airport, and I used one of their phones of the DSS people. Tested Prof, said, Prof, DSS, they have picked me. He replied to the phone, he said, Femi Falana is on his way, so don't shake. And the DSS saw it and started shouting, why would you test him? I said, well, he's the only savior I have in this world. So he knows that I did not kill anybody. I did not go to anybody's house to kill them, but wherever they're putting my name on their list, I have to call Prof because he has been through all this his whole life. So he knows how to navigate them. So all those experiences, I have just one friend of mine who will run off and come. He's also a police officer, but he will come to my rescue every time to check. And they will say, oh, so a lot of gist, that have to be discussed privately. But when they arrest me, nobody comes to swap time with me. It's just me. It's always just me fighting my battle. And this is why I've been living my life like this, without a care in the world, that whatever happens, I'm alone.
Now we will get another 3 minutes. We'll get our audience to
Oh,
get
so
involved in this conversation.
we have spoken for up to 18 minutes.
No. What we do is I will speak with you for 1 hour, and then we get them involved after that, and then we continue.
Have we gisted for up to 1 hour?
Almost. It's about 2 more minutes before it's 1 hour. That's why I told you that you have to be here for 3 hours to get a complete feel of what we are talking about. All right. Let me ask you this. This is very important. I know you also had a running battle with the IPOBs, Biafrans at Oxford. What happened?
Okay, so you know that Florent Mapa is from Imo State.
Mm-hmm.
So I was celebrating James Corey's 85th birthday, and I was inviting all the people that I could invite, all the big people, OBJ, everybody, you know. OBJ was one of the writers James Corey published. So I said, okay, I have access to the governor of Imo State, Dr. Hope Uzodinma, Senator Hope Uzodinma, my uncle being his protocol officer. So I said, Your Excellency, would you like to come say a few words to Professor James Corey? Because Florent Mapa is from Imo State, and she was the first woman to be published on the African Writer Series. You are the governor of Imo State. Just come and say a few words. And me, foolishly, I went and put it online. Then the IPOB boys, who are a bunch of illiterates, mostly, because they also told me when we eventually spoke at my event, they came to my event to buy my books and we took pictures. They told me, you know, we are illiterates. We are fighting for Biafra because of people like you. I said, but the way you are fighting is not the way it should be done, fighting your own brother who started Igbo language class in Oxford. And you never came to me to say, thank you. I've premiered a film on Ojukwu before the war in Oxford. They didn't come to say thank you. Then you hear that Hope Uzodinma is coming to Oxford on my invitation. And you set up a tent outside my event venue for 3 days with a big banner. They also put Wole Soyinka's picture on the banner, said he's one of their supporters. I said, okay, so you think that if Soyinka would be supporting you, I'll be against you? That's the question I asked them. They said, no, but I should not bring Hope Uzodinma. I said, do you own the United Kingdom? So all their gra-gra, they ended up buying my books, buying Professor Akachi Ezigbo's book she wrote set in Biafra, which I published. A heavy book, I know they will not read, but it's good that they bought. And Professor Ezigbo took pictures with them. She went out there to take pictures with them and also tell them that I'm not against them. I'm not against Biafra. But before that, with all the threats they were sending to me, they sent email to the VC of the university. They sent email to my the center, my department, and everything. So what I did was to go to the Oxford police close to my house to report. And I eventually...
Your audio is not good anymore. I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you.
No, but I can hear you.
Hold on, let me make sure. You know what? Let me play a video of. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so it must be here at your end.
Really?
Let me play a video of you at
Can you hear me now?
Uguta Lake, and then we will be back.
Okay.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah. Okay. Anytime you're ready. Well, next half hour.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Who do
All
I
right.
give what
Very
I
good. So you were saying that, okay, so they came and they tried to disrupt the event.
Yeah. So when they eventually didn't see Hope Uzodinma, they went home. But I had already reported to the British police, and I saw somehow I used the word terrorist group. which was captured on a video, and they got really angry. But at the end, when they took pictures with me and they bought my books and I signed for them, and it was so strange that most of their members, their name is Onyeka. So we were laughing over it, and they posted it in their WhatsApp groups that I have apologized to them, that we have reconciled. Meanwhile, I never apologized to IPOB. I would never apologize to IPOB. For what, Kwane, exactly?
What do you think about there are different groups of the Biafran movements? One of them led by Simon Ekpa. I don't know if you know.
Simon Ekpa in Finland.
Yeah, where he's saying that there shouldn't be election in the Southeast. What do you think?
He's in Finland saying all these things, right? And I have seen people tweeting on there. You say, yes, in 53 days we'll have our freedom. And I've been trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. Where is Biafra situated? Where is Biafra? Is it Imo State? Is it Enugu? Is it Anambra? I have nothing against people seeking for sovereignty, right? But you can't ask for Biafra when you are in Finland. You can come and join the others in Abuja, seek for fight for others, not giving orders to people. I remember during that time, somebody threatened me on Twitter that they're going to kill my mother and my father. I screen grabbed it. I sent to the CIA and the rest of the American embassy, and I was laughing because my father was being buried the next week, and this person was saying he knows my house, that he knows my mother. My mother was his teacher in school, and that he would take all IPOB people to my house to go and kill them. Meanwhile, my father is to be buried. The day they started threatening me was the day after my father died. So out of anger, I said, you know what? I'm going to take care of all of you in my own special way. Now I had to report IPOB as a terrorist group to the British government. And I'm sure they have dissolved that organization in the UK because it's online already. It's been dissolved. So I always tell people who threaten me to take it easy. Yeah, you can threaten me when I'm trying to bury my own father. You want to kill him again. So I found that very disrespectful to my father. So I had to act in his honor, in my own special way. In fact, the university gave me about 7 policemen who were even talking to them that day, with guns, who were talking to them at the place. They took it seriously because the university received loads of threats. Like every day, they were trying to jam their cause, So they took it seriously. Security men were placed everywhere, cars everywhere in Oxford, to show you how much the British people could protect anything they value. So I know I'm of importance to the British people. So if they like, let them go and burn my village. But do not touch my family. Yeah. So I sent out all their letters of threat to all the contacts. We have the FBI at the US embassy, because these tweets were very serious. Illiterate, saying they will go to my house. They said, oh, he's from Ezo Kembano. We'll go to his house. We know his family. We'll go and kill all of them. Meanwhile, you're going to kill my father, who's already dead. So I didn't understand the authenticity of the whole thing. And somebody giving an order from Finland to kill the infidels.
Now, all right, let me, there's something that also I want to know. You've traveled, and most places you go and you teach for free, in India and other places. Have you done something like that in Nigeria?
Oh, yes. I was, the first teaching job I ever got was Professor Ezigbo made me her assistant to teach sandwich students at University of Lagos. I was 21. Then I taught at Ememe Song's Royal Arts Academy for a long, long time, that she even wanted to make me associate director of Royal Arts Academy. Most of the actors you see on TV were my students. I started teaching quite early. So I have done that. I've done that a lot, but
at Oxford, I hope you are not teaching for free. Are you?
I am.
For free?
Yes.
No, no. What I mean by for free, yeah, that means you're not being paid.
Cambridge doesn't pay me. Oxford doesn't pay me.
So how do you survive?
I have the support of the British Council. I have the support of the British Embassy, Home Office. I have people who donate money to me. I think teaching should be free.
I watched your talk, TED Talk.
And I meant it in that TEDx talk, because I want to live like that till I die. Because another thing is, if Oxford and Cambridge were to pay me, they will control my time. They'll control where I go to. They'll control what I tweet. They'll control the things that I write. My freedom will be taken away. Once people give you money, they take away your mind. So I don't get paid by Oxford. And they have tried in many ways to support me. The venue that I use for my events, they could cost maybe £8,000. They'll give it to me free. So because I'm not getting paid.
What about where you live? Did they give you accommodation?
Some things they take care of. When I needed to get accommodation, they were the ones that wrote to the rental company, this is what you have to do, and blah, blah. So it was easy. But I see people struggling to get accommodation. They won't get it because a university like Oxford is not behind them. So I see it. I don't think I would take it for granted, because people just don't understand. I'm here leaking all my secrets, right, with you, because that's Dr. Damages. But this is one thing I want to let them know. If I was to be paid by Oxford and Cambridge, I would not be there. Your service to humanity takes you up to these stairs very fast and quickly if it's done free. What is my CV to bring me to Oxford? What is my CV to take me to Cambridge? So it's important to be strategic and understand this part. And how much can they really pay me? How much do they have to pay me, really? So that they cannot tell me, Onyeka, you cannot write that tweet.
Oh yeah, because I read your tweets. They were amazing, wonderful, and I was wondering, you wrote. I mean, do you have any? Let me frame this very well. You seem to be disgusted by poor people.
Yeah.
What happened? How did that become an issue for you?
I remember when I had a car accident and somebody advised me to seek for financial support online. And Nigerians made mockery of me. They wrote, oh, this one, why can't he go and ask all his rich friends for money? Why can't he call Ezekwesili to give him money? Why can't he call Olusegun to give him money? So they equate popularity to fortune. They equate fame to fortune. So they believe that these celebrities who are my friends have money to pay. But eventually, one of my friends came to Johannesburg and paid all the bills. And he asked me to put down all the posts. He's a wealthy guy. He didn't go lambasting me online and not offering help. He came with his wife to South Africa and paid off the bill. I don't want to mention his name so Nigerians will not go and kill him. But that young man is a young man that I can die for. Believe me. Because he said to me, don't mind them. Let's settle this. After that, he had a wedding in Silicon Valley. I went to that wedding in wheelchair because of him. And I tell people, do not associate with poor people, because what my poor friends did were to hide. Then when they saw that I was now in New York in snow, they started messaging me. Oh, I'm so happy you're on your feet now. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, I cut off all those people because they are of no use, really. So it was an experiment that I did. I'm not saying me, I'm rich, yo. I'm only saying that I know why some people are poor, because they always use this excuse, my son, my daughter, my daughter. Why you go they born children when you dey poor.
Oh yeah, you said that. I mean, let me read some of your tweets that I just couldn't believe it. Now you said that Africa is backward. We know this, but why do you have to throw it in our faces? You know, like Africa. You said that poor people get angry easily. You know, this is one I like. Anyone who asks, "Where can I buy your book?" does not buy books and does not read. Don't respond to them.
Yeah, I know that because when I see an author's book out, I don't go asking them, "Where can I get your book?" I go to Amazon. I go to where they buy books. I go to Waterstones. I go to Blackwell's. I say, "Oh, I'm looking for this book. I'm looking for this book." I buy it and then I take a picture. That's in fact it happened with Uwem Akpan. I think his book just got released that day, and the next day I sent him a video of the book. It was already delivered to me. I didn't go asking him, "Sir, where can I get your book?" All this, they just want to get your attention. They want to chat with you. They want to show people their message. "Oh, I just started with this writer. I just started with Onyeka Nwelue. Yeah, I'm into myself. I feel myself." So some of them want to show off to their friends that, "Oh, I know him, we chat." And then I have some people who say we are friends because we are friends on Facebook. So it's also part of that thing. They message you, "Where can I get your book?" I think it's stupid.
Yeah, I know that Okendibe also gets that, and he's not. I think most writers maybe they feel that way, but they won't be bold enough to write the kind of thing you.
Oh no! Professor Ndibe is like the most diplomatic person in the world, so he wouldn't sound like me.
And you said I'm in this world to enrich people.
Yes, I am the nemesis, the tormentor of many people.
I don't need to tweet what you want to read and feel good.
Yes.
Your happiness is not my business
At all.
Now, in a way, I now see why you invited Ikide to come to London and receive the prize. Because you sound like Ikide in some way.
Okay, I would tell you when I invited Ikide, there were protests in my inbox from different people.
Oh, why?
I don't want to mention them, but I mentioned some names to him. People were against it.
Why?
They said you shouldn't honor that man and blah blah blah. I said, well, I know what it means to be cancelled. And this man is coming here. It's my money. Is my entity that I'm using to invite him. And as long as this entity exists with Oxford University, which this is the only university I've been to. I know some others in America where I left. They will control everything I tweeted. If I tweet anything at Oxford, what Oxford professors will do is to go out for dinner and laugh at the people who said they must cancel you. This is the university that gives you freedom of the mind, of your understanding. You say what you want to say. So I said, this is the right place to honor Mr. Ikide. He has reviewed my own film. And if you read the reviews online, you will see where he trashed me. And I told one of the writers who said I shouldn't invite him, I said, but go to the review of my film he did now, see what he said there. So I should now cancel him because you people are canceling him. No, it's not me, Onyeka. I'm going to use my platform to invite everyone who has been rejected. I'm going to use my platform to uncancel the cancelled. I'm going to use my platform to bring the ones that they don't want to take. I'm going to use my platform to create a legion of people who will trouble this world.
All right. One last. There are so many of your tweets I had to write down. They're amazing. but there's this one. You said no poor person should be allowed to have children.
Yeah.
I mean, is that not mean? I mean, there are some most great people came from poor families. Why would you now say that no poor person should have children?
Yeah, I understand.
Queen of England, all the kids of Queen of England, none of them is contributing anything to him. As much as children of poor people, you know. So why will you?
Yeah, but it's a struggle that ends up in trauma. So why put people in trauma because you want to prove something? You know, someone said, "Oh, I'm having children, so I'll have people who take care of me." And all the children died before him. Didn't he take care of himself?
All right. So let me. I've talked too much. Let me bring our people. To,
No, you were right about this thing ending up at 3 hours.
oh yeah. I know what I'm saying. Yeah, our people are going to weigh in. And then we'll continue the conversation.
Yeah, but nobody should abuse me, because once
No,
they
of
abuse
course.
me, I leave.
No. They know that we don't abuse our guests. We
No, but
welcome.
anybody that abuses me, I'll just go. I'll
No,
leave
you don't. No,
immediately.
you
I don't
don't
have
go.
time.
No, you are not going to go. But nobody
No,
will.
nobody will abuse you.
These are smart people, intelligent people, and just like you, they are very very smart people. So welcome to the show.
Sorry, what if you abuse us? What should be your punishment if you abuse us?
I'm having a conversation with Dr. Damages. So if anybody else comes in to abuse me, I will leave. That's all.
Nobody
It's
will
my,
abuse
it's my own rule.
Yeah, nobody will abuse you, Prof. Okay. Mr. Murray, you are the first. Question for him or comment?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, having us once again. Thank you for the great job you do. Thank you for choosing to be different. And good morning to our guests. You know, I've been laughing. He has been cracking my ribs here. People may think he's cocky. People may think he's arrogant. I think I've benefited immensely from where I started listening to him. Sometimes the truth is bitter, but you don't have to compromise the truth because of what people think about you. You know, I was so much, happy because of what you said about IPOB. And how do you think we can deal with this problem? Because as you're saying that one man's hero is another man's terrorist. It's a way you could be fighting a very genuine cause, a very genuine, laudable cause. But using the wrong methodology. If this thing is not properly handled the way we are going, we could have another Bonono in our hand. And it's a saying in my village. My mother told me the madman says during Hamatan he knows where he set the fire, but he doesn't know for how long it will burn and how much damage it could cause. We have to be very careful. Somebody threatening your father that was already in the grave. I mean, your father was late already, and they were busy threatening you to kill your father. I mean, these are dangerous situations where, I mean, we might laugh over it, we might want to think, we have a opportunity to say whatever we like, but then referendum is a popular agenda. Injustice is in our land, no doubt. But then the way we go about dealing with this situation should not be counterproductive by killing our own people. The Samolekpa and his cohort should be called to order. Thank you, our guests, for having the courage to speak truth to power. I don't have any question for you. I like your sense of, I salute your courage. Kudos. Keep it up.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Murray. One man, you're next.
Oh, all right, thank you. So I have to first acknowledge the elegance of Professor Onyeka. So the construct is just is a sight to behold. I like that sort of thing. I'm more for the bohemian side, and this more of a Liberace sort of elegance, but an elegance nevertheless, which I have to first acknowledge and applaud. You must always, highlight as you are. So good to meet you. But I have just 3 questions. I'll ask them in snapshots, and then, sorry, it'll be very quick at Rudolph. I want to ask you, Professor, there was a spark going on between Soyinka and Achebe about a decade or so ago. And I think really that spark between those two gentlemen, those colossus of the African literary scene, was to really see who was the champion. At the height of that spat, Achebe made an acerbic remark that Soyinka considered himself the Bashorun of African literature, and then Soyinka made a quick retort to say that no, I am the Igwe of African literature. So the spat between Soyinka and Achebe, were you present? Not present in actual physical thing, but present to that conversation. So were you in that space at that time, and what is your take on that? And then I also wanted to ask you about the Obi phenomenon vis-a-vis the Nnamdi Kanu positioning. So how do you square the two? You've been a senior voice from the Southeast. And then I also wanted to ask you what the present contemporaneous state of both Nigerian and African literature is, and who you are reading at the moment. So who are you reading at the moment? I can represent those questions if you like. But Soyinka versus Achebe, I'm curious to see what you made of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a brilliant one. I thought you were going to attack me.
No,
Anyway,
never.
yeah, such a brilliant man. The Achebe and Soyinka, let me go straight to that. The Achebe and Soyinka narrative has been taken far, far away. I think it's the idea that the Yoruba and the Igbo are siblings. So we always want to compare and contrast. In reality, Wole Soyinka told me he never had any problem with Achebe. He was always visiting them in the US when he was there. And I don't know how they come up with those narratives, right? But from what he told me, he had no issue with Achebe, none at all. And some of those things you just read that they said, they are still writing. You see quotes. They say Soyinka said, a goat that went to bed in the morning cannot come out, and then they put Soyinka's name. He has told me several times to start looking for the people that generate those quotes and attach his name to it. Soyinka, for me, is more of an Igbo man than a Yoruba. I've seen instances. In fact,
you did ask me not to attack you, but you are getting to dangerous territory there. But carry on.
No. I'm coming. If you're a student of Wole Soyinka, you will understand where I'm coming from. I know many of you know Frederick Fawcett. I spent time with him recently, and he told me, because some of us don't know he's alive, he told me that his last night in Biafra was with Wole Soyinka. We don't know, right? So Soyinka has been trying so hard to make these siblings work together. And you will see it from their time in Ibadan in these 60s, 50s. They have always been together. So the narrative that, oh, there was a war. No. In fact, I have a film which definitely will go onto Netflix soon. It's on Ojukwu before the war. I made Ojukwu's story into a film before the war. I've shown his son. Soyinka has seen it. Frederick Fawcett has seen it. These are their relationship before the war. Chris Okibo, all of them. It's the young people who are coming up with those quotes. Let it be like there is war between Yoruba people and Igbo people. I'm sorry, my uncle. There is nothing like that. So it's better when you see those quotes, ignore them. There is no war. Siwaji of literature. There is never a time Soyinka will use such language or Chinua. These are educated men. They don't come and start comparing themselves. They never did that at all. At all. I'm sorry. Sometimes you see those quotes, you just skip them.
Can I put you on the spot and ask who was greater?
Who was greater?
Yeah, can I put you on the spot? And don't give a political answer.
Before we started, I already told Dr. Damages that Soyinka is the greatest man on earth, even greater than my own father. I said it before now.
Yeah, he did.
He's a man, when you meet him for the first time, I'm sure if you meet him one-on-one, spend 5 minutes with him, you cannot leave Soyinka again from your memory. It's not possible. It's not possible.
And the conflict between the Nnamdi Kanu and Obi narrative coming out of the Southeast, how do we square that? The Biafran narrative and running for the Nigerian presidency, how do the two fit in together?
I don't see how Biafra is a problem to electing Obi. I don't see it. Because you have freedom fighters in every region. It's only Obi's own they are mentioning. Let him go and talk to his Biafra people. How is Biafra a problem to his political ambition? They call him Biafra president. So what? So what? If he's Biafra's president, so what? What about the headsman president? Where about the other groups that are fighting for freedom? I'm sorry, but the only reason why I ended up now comparing the headsmen to this group is because of the attitude they displayed towards me recently. Of course, I've always had respect for Biafra, but this attitude, you are threatening me to go and kill somebody that is dead already. You will kill them, and then I will come from him. They will deport me from the UK and blah, blah, blah. They were just threatening me, you know, thinking, oh, this one is a small boy. So when we tell him something, he would go and shit on his trousers. No, I have fought battles. I've been to prisons. So you cannot come. If you have been to prison, it's the most traumatizing place to be, where you live isolated, abandoned. You are eating beans, and you come out and somebody threatens you, and you start cowering. They should better go and reach him because the man died. Then they can come and we will talk.
All
but
right.
you see,
and lastly, finally, who are you reading at the moment? Who in Africa, though? So limit it to Africa. Who are you reading and enjoying at the moment out of the Nigerian African space?
Hey, that's a difficult question. So you know, I run a publishing house myself, Abibi Man Publishing in the UK, and we are publishing African authors only. So you're going to put me on a bad pedestal if you ask me this question, because I'm the one editing some of the books, arranging the book covers, the pages. So it's a bad question for me. I'm sorry, I can't.
Onyeka, is there any manuscript that you received recently that is amazing that we will maybe shake the world? Is there anything?
All of them. That is what I'm saying now. All of them. So how are you going to now pick one of your children as a favorite?
Okay. All right. All right. One man. Thank you. We tried. Oliver, you're next. May I leave, Omori, I may have to get people who are already asked questions to leave, because some people are telling me they want to come in and we don't have space anymore for them to come in, okay? So you can, if you have more time, you can come back, but let me make room for them. Oliver, you're next. Unmute yourself and ask a question.
Dr. Damages, I'm just glad about the work you are doing yourself. I know it's not easy to coordinate these things. And my brother Onyeka, I see a lot of me in you. That is not being arrogant. It's just complimenting some of the things you've said. The only difference is that you are very outspoken, more than I am. You know, I am one of those who choose my own way of saying my own things. So I give you kudos. It's not easy to say those things, and because when you say those things, you bring the challenge, you bring the game, and it comes back with a lot of things on your side to do to protect yourself and to also continue to fight the battle. So I thank you for what you are doing. I don't have a question. I enjoyed listening to you, and I say more kudos and God bless.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. Igbo Basic, welcome to the show. I'll mute yourself, please. You are muted still. All right, let me try and see if I can. Okay, okay, you're free now. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Onyeka.
Sir?
Chigozie. I'm blessed to be in the presence of great men like you, Rudolph Okonkwo. I'm very pleased and happy to have showed up today.
Thank you.
I have been around the block for quite some time. Let me take it from when you mentioned the issue of Biafra. And I will say that nobody will claim to be more Biafra than I am. Let me be very blunt. I'm an Igbo person. I'm Igbo. Onye gasị na ya bụ more Nwafọ than Ibe ya, as long as I'm Igbo. My Biafran experience in Afia attack is all I can always refer to, and it teaches me and carries me forward. I don't have much to contribute or say as far as that one is concerned for now. But I'll just do a 1-2 punch. When you talked about Wole Soyinka, I have never met the man in person. But I have written at least a book that has him participating in that book. One of such books is this book here, Mazi Okono, Journey from Medicine to Theater Arts, in which Wole Soyinka's comment was, he described Mazi Okono as a seasoned broadcaster, a comic performer. Those are our forefathers that came before us. I have met Chinua Achebe on several occasions, and it was indeed a pleasure and a privilege to have been with him. Now, there is another giant that is still out there. Mazi Okono died a couple of years ago. Until his death, people were asking, people were thinking he's been dead for a long, long time. But the Mazi Okono finally died at the age of 90-something. Chief Zebediah Okorigwe Nwobe, alias 430. I'm sure that a lot of us who are here will know that name. He's out there, and as it stands right now, we are doing a book, the Book of Zebediah, on that great man. Dr. Cyril Anyoke, Okpane, Dr. Seli Okogu, these are some of the people who are in this project with me. And I'm going to drag my brother here, Rudolph Okonkwo, into it at this stage because we have given ourselves a task that this has to be done within the next 90 days. So you can imagine the stage we are in now on that book. In a nutshell, Onyechukwu goziri ogoziele ya, destiny, I'm talking about Onyeka Nwelue. The path you are walking in life is the path Chineke dunyere gị ga-eme. Akara aka bụ akara aka. Nobody will take it away from you. We fear nothing. We fulfill our part and we move on. Having said that, I think I'm just going to sum it up by saying I'm not too much of a reader, but my children read. They read and they read and they read. I think I have said the much I have to say, and I'm going to ask a question. One, Onyeka Nwelue, which you know the name Chief Zebediah Okorigwe Nwobe.
I know him.
I think a lot of us have been impacted by the special spoken language of that man. And about 3 or 4 of them now remaining alive, in fact, 3 on that stage. Ovularia, we've interviewed her, she's in Port Harcourt. Claudius Mbojikwe is in Aba, we've also interviewed him. And then Chief Zebediah Okorigwe Nwobe, alias 430, we'll be meeting with him tomorrow, anyway, for the stage where we are now. So I'm using this opportunity to ask. I'm using this opportunity to ask, by the gift that God has given you, Onyeka and Rudolph, the rest of the gentlemen here, I'm not quite sure that we've met, that the part that we play, I published a book called IPOB Basics. It wasn't by that I wanted to do that, but since 1995, I published one small book, IPOB Basics for Beginners in America. And what brought about me publishing IPOB Basics for Beginners in America was when my daughter, who is now, by the way, a lawyer and a prosecutor, when she was being born, my son was asked, what are you going to name your sister when she's born? And he says, I know, Pinocchio. Pinocchio. That word Pinocchio was what resulted into this humble book, IPOB Basics for Beginners in America. which we are simply giving to anybody. We just give it away. Please learn Igbo language. So it's a wake-up call. Having said that, I am not much of a speaker, but I've observed a great blessing this morning by the combination of the people we have here. 3 things that I said that will happen this year, and I dare say it again. Nkembo, that Peter Gregory Obi will be elected president of Nigeria. Mark it. Our brothers, no law. We will go out and vote because if you are not in the center, so we will all participate. Obi will be elected president of Nigeria. Nke abụọ, the book of Zebrudaya will be published for posterity's sake. Nke atọ, my humble self, I will join my people in Ibere. I'm from Ibere, where Mazi Okono is from, where Commodore Amadi Ikweche was from. I will join my people to do my traditional Ebotomma retirement from active service. I'm 68 plus. And if I can drag Dr. Damages, who by the way I ran into the other day in New York, I'm like, my brother, where have you been? So in whatever corner where we are, let us, for heaven's sake, realize that so my question to you is, what can you do to make sure that those giants like Chief Zebrudaya Okorinwowobe, they are not forgotten? I didn't choose to do this. It fell on my head. And the name is larger than life. It's larger than me. So it's an appeal I'm making to you and Rudolph. What can you do to make sure that it's taken to the level where it should be?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Let me respond quickly. What I can do is to liaise with you when the book is done, to have a UK edition of it, published in the UK and sold here and distributed and celebrated. Because, like I said, I have other projects that I have established on other legends. Akache Zibo, Flora Wapa, and the rest of them. So, so my contribution to this could be the UK publisher for this project when it's ready. And we can also develop films on them. Because I don't know if you know about Area Scatter. Have you heard of Area Scatter?
Yes, I have.
So I'm making a film on Area Scatter as well. How did she disappear or he disappear? Whatever happened to that character? What is where could we find a solution to some problems? So I am making a biopic of Flora Mapa as well, when she was visited by Hele Celestia in Enugu, when Kwabiasika was there. So all these are some of the contributions that I'm doing, but it will not hurt to work with you on your projects.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Onyeka. Thank you, Mazi. We will talk off camera.
Oh, by the way, my name is not Igbo Basics.
How are he then now?
My name is Chief Alexander Iheke. Alexander Iheke.
All right. So like I said, we talk off camera. Zebrudaya happens to be from my hometown, so I know him well. CM, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Rudolph, and then good afternoon. Please, I'm an apprentice. I'm not sir.
Okay,
and good afternoon, Onyeka. Onyeka Nwelue, our guest. And thank you to those that have spoken before. Actually, Onyeka, I wanted to take you on 2 basic things, but I felt that I should regard one as an opinion because opinions are free. When you say you do not, poor people should not get married, maybe they bring out children, put them into trauma, in that probably.
Me saying it, I'm not a rich man. I didn't come from a rich family.
No, exactly.
So
But
it's my
because
personal
when you say
opinion.
that, I know that's why I said it's a personal. I mean, I've already. I've said that up front. So there's no point in engaging you because I know if we do, I can cite example. I'm a scientist. I can bring examples here to tell you that if those people weren't born by poor people, probably the society we live today wouldn't have been for the better, including what we are benefiting. But that's a story for another day. Now, what I want to be particular about is this IPOB and terrorism. In 2017, just by way of historical background, the government of Buhari proscribed IPOB, saying they are a terrorist organization. As far as I know, there are about 195 countries in the world, and it's only in Nigeria they regard IPOB as a terrorist. They said they've gone through the court process to procure a pronouncement by way of making it legal. And IPOB quickly went back to that same court to file an appeal. Up to today, that appeal have never been heard. That's one. Now, what I'm trying to say is that I want you, in answering this question, I want to know where you stand. If I say Onyeka Nwelue today, being January 8, 2023, is a thief, it means that I have evidence since you were born up to today to call you a thief today. Not because I feel that maybe in the next 50 years, you are going to steal a tuber of yam. So as at September 2017, when IPOB was called a terrorist, was there enough evidence by your own listing to justify it? I can point to the report of Amnesty.
It's your business you're talking. Let me tell you why I had a problem. I have a problem with IPOB. For coming for me, I have never in my life I have opposed anybody for fighting for their freedom. Till they came for me, a long letter issued, addressed to the VC of University of Oxford, blah, blah, blah. Stop this thing. Remove Onyeka. They even made the letter public. So they came for the wrong person. I've never in my life.
Onyeka, it's not a traverse. It's not what you went through them. Of course, I'm sorry. Even if it's to me they come to, I will be more annoyed than you are. No. Your annoyance is quite understood.
I don't have any opinion.
No, I'm not that. You have every right. Even if it's me, I'm speaking today. Somebody should come and maybe sort of, obstruct what I'm going to do, or for any reason whatsoever. You have the right to
even. Let me even tell you.
I support
you. Tell you why.
Listen, I support you to even go beyond. To even, in fact, if I'm in your shoes, I will do more than you did. But what I'm saying is that as at 2017, the tag IPOB, I want you to look at it in a neutral.
No, you can't want me to look at it because I have never been interested in disrupting anybody's program or projection for their lives or sovereignty. I'm not interested in any group. I've never been interested. And I don't waste my mental energy looking for what to analyze. All right? Yeah. So when they came for me, I came for them. That's all. When we reconcile, have you seen me write about them? Have you seen me tweet about them? So what they did was to come to show themselves. And when we took pictures and they posted in all their groups, say, I apologize to them. Me, I went quiet too, but that was the end of the drama. I rested my case. If they come back for me again, I go for them again. So
Onyeka, you are not answering. You are not relating it to. My own question is about a federal government of Nigeria calling people carrying flag, calling them terrorists, and justifying it on the basis that
I have no interest to intervene in whatever they are doing. I don't have any business.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to answer. I don't have any business to analyze them.
All right.
Okay, thank
I'm
you,
trying
thank
to
you, thank you.
face my personal life. Everybody should fight their own battle. Like
Yeah.
nobody
Okay,
came to protest when they arrest me. Nobody comes to
okay.
protest. Yeah,
I
so
understood you.
all man for
I
themselves.
understood you.
All right.
I
Spinner,
understood
you're
you.
next. CM, thank you. Spinner, you're next.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. What's his name? Onyeka. I
What is
will apologize on behalf of all the Igbo people what they did to you. Don't worry about this thing I'm wearing. I wear it because
I'm not worried. You people
okay.
so don't understand. IPOB is not a threat to me. I'm talking about the people who came to terrorize my own life here.
Okay.
I don't
Listen,
have any problem with IPOB.
let me tell you something. You see, Nnamdi Kanu is not looking for Biafra. That man is looking for money, to spend on women, to spend on expensive clothes.
Please
That
don't
man is not.
insult anybody here. Don't do that. Don't go
Let
there.
me talk.
Please.
Let me talk.
Don't go there.
Let me talk. I know you guys are.
man.
Who are this? Do you know?
Don't go
Listen.
there, please.
Do you know how we are?
Okay. So before you continue, let me
Don't go
add
there.
something.
No.
Let me add something. There were two factions that came from my book event at Oxford. Biafra factions. Sorry, IPOB factions. Two. One came to tell me to make sure I report this group as a terrorist
don't
group.
have a faction.
Huh?
IPOB don't have a faction.
No, I'm telling you, I have their names. I could go through my email now, right now. This one
Let's
said
go.
he was former vice of Nnamdi. There were two groups that came. One came with just carrying his bag to tell me these ones are outside. So there is confusion. There is confusion.
All right.
But I'm not interested in the politics being played anywhere. What I'm saying is there is no need to call anybody money monger or anything.
Yeah.
Right? There is no need for that.
Okay, can I finish?
No.
Yeah,
You
started on a bad
On a bad note.
Onyeka, hold on. Everybody, hold on, guys. For you, Spinner, I want this to be about whatever Onyeka presented, and if you have any question about his work and what he said here, not about Biafra. So by talking about Nnamdi, whether Nnamdi is whatever, it's not connected to what we're talking about. Onyeka didn't talk about Nnamdi. So I wouldn't. If you do that again, I will have to let you go out, take you out from the studio. All right, go ahead.
Okay, you take me out whenever you want to take me out. It's okay. Whenever you feel like taking me out, take me out. Let me tell you something. See these people running around causing all this problem. They say they will kill your parents. That's why I wear this mask. Listen to me. That's why I wear this mask, because these people, they've done this to a lot of other people. No, you're not alone. Okay? My concern is my people in the village in Igbo land. If not for my people in Igbo land, I will take this off, say something, let them come in here. I'm ready, 100%. I can take them on. I can take 2 million of them, take them on. I'm not scared of them, but it's because they will harm somebody in my village. That's why I hide myself. So don't worry about them. I apologize to you. They're not looking for Biafra. They're looking for money.
Okay, sir.
All right, thank you, Spinner. RBL, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Onyeka Nwelue, I have two questions for you. One is, there was a time it was reported that you went to a police station in London. I think it was in Oxford, to report something against IPOB. What's the latest on that? My second question is what motivated you to invite that man in Imo?
I can't even remember the name of the governor of Imo.
Okay, the administrator of Imo. What motivated you to invite him to this thing in Oxford? Did he pay you a lot of money, or what is it? And also there was a post that I think it was a Twitter or somebody posted that you had written that you are motivated by money. If anybody wants to get you to do anything,
But
you have to pay money.
You have been here all this while. I've been saying that I do not get paid by Cambridge and Oxford. And I've given a TED talk where I don't give a damn about money. And I said during my interview with Dr. Damages that Hope Uzodinma is the governor of Imo State. My aunt, who was the first woman to be published on the African Writers series by James Corey, is from Imo State. And these people, Obasanjo, all of them that I invited, did they give me a lot of money? I invited them because that is the right thing I have to do. To come and say, thank you, Mr. James Corey. So now, since Hope Uzodinma had to go to Chief Iwanyanwu's birthday, did I refund him the money he gave me? Why is everything about money? Nobody has paid me any money. And I wanted to invite Hope Uzodinma. I had no idea he had issue with anybody until they started threatening my life. And his commissioner told me, oh, you shouldn't have put this online. I said, well, I had no idea Hope and anybody was fighting. I don't know what is happening. I live my life for myself. And then you come, did he give me a lot of money? How much can you give me, really?
All right, thank you, Onyeka. Jonaba, you're next.
Thank you, Onyeka, and thank you, Dr. Rudy, for all you do. And your work is like a teacher. Your reward is in heaven waiting for you.
Unlike Onyeka, I want to be paid right here. Go ahead.
So thank you so very much. One of the things that I'm interested in what you say, Dr. Onyeka, is use yourself as a good example for people to get psychiatric evaluation when it's needed. It's nothing wrong. And just like we take medication when we have pain relief. And I think it's educative, and I hope CM hear me. It's been a long time. So thank you. In a serious note, I know I joke a lot sometimes, but Dr. Rudy, I'm very proud of you and all the people you bring to talk to us, and have a good Sunday. I think I'm backslide now because I attend your program every Sunday. I'm supposed to be in church.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, Onyeka, let me continue. I mean, if we have more time, depending on how much time you have. But I see him before you.
Yes.
See him before you answer.
Go ahead, please.
Hold on.
Please,
hold
please.
on. Hold on. There's a question I have. So, Onyeka, on your birthday is on January 31st. You turn 35.
Wow.
So and you wrote in a tweet that person will not get time. Person will get time. So you're talking about relationship. So you said that you don't get time for relationship, that you don't have time to cuddle, and so you're not thinking about relationships. And I'm thinking, someone that with your kind of gene, don't you think you want the gene to continue? You're not thinking about that?
No. I already established my mental illness.
Okay.
So I have an agreement with my family. I'm not going to have children or marry.
Oh.
Yeah, that my father knew before he passed away. So we've had that understanding. There is no need to, it's genetic. So there is no need to move it from me to another person, all because I want to be like everyone else on earth that has a child. So if my works do not speak for me when I'm gone, forget it. Because here I say, oh, I want to have a child that will answer my legacy. What is really the legacy of a poor person and all those people? What is really their legacy? So the idea of bringing in people into the world to struggle and suffer just because you want a legacy is not part of what I think. That is why I'm working so hard, establishing entities. Okay, when I'm gone, I will be remembered for the James Corey Society. I'll be remembered for my work at Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, and the rest of them. That's all I want. Okay. Let's come to the reality now. What is it that I've taken from my father? Is it his genius that he didn't use? Is it his money? What is it really? So it's a matter of understanding, and people say, oh, you're young, you will change your mind later. No. In fact, I always write, and which is very annoying. I say, I love children from afar. I don't like them coming close to me. So I imagine having, and I get tired of people easily. I could stay with you for 2 weeks now, and I'll run away. I get bored easily. So I just run, carry my bag. I'll leave my partner in 1 week. So there's no.
Now you said that you are related to Charlie Boy. How? What is the relationship?
Charlie Boy is my mother's cousin now. Onomono Oputa Obiora. My mom is from Uguta. She's from the same family. She's from the same family.
What does he think about you are writing, or
Charlie Boy loves me, everything. In fact, if you lock me up now, he's the first person to show up. And he will confuse you. You just release me, because he will be smiling at you, and then you say, I can now see these similarities in behavior and everything, and they'll let me go. So most times you have to use people that are Dr. Alban, Charlie Boy. It's the people I can count on. Charlie Boy is a great human being.
All right. Okay, Ralph, you're next. I'll come back to you, CM. CM, I'll come back.
I think CM wanted to say something.
Okay, CM, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Sorry, it's not. It's something that will benefit all of us. So I'm being a bit selfish now. So because when you were one name, Onyeka, obviously, you're a talent. There's no need to. There's no way I can say it. It's not to insult you or maybe just to flatter you. You are. So I'm thinking in this direction. Probably you must have thought about it too. You, Adimorezi Igbo, Chigozie Obioma, Chimamanda Adichie, Chiku Nigwe, Rudolph here, okay, Ndibe, all of you, you know your cast. Have you thought about organizing, call it an annual event, either where or at Yoka, to encourage upcoming writers? Because I know among you, you can easily syndicate all this. It's easy for you people to organize.
You see, the thing is, I'm doing that.
Good.
There is Akache Zibo Literary Day at Unizik. I'm organizing February 11th.
Hallelujah.
Chiko Onigwe is doing her own. Chief Adichie is doing her own. They're all trying. The problem is, we don't have money. These things require money. And not how United Kingdom and
No. This is what you do. Better teach you how to fish than giving you fish.
No, but you need to pay for hotel for these kids. You need to pay for the hall to use. You need to feed them. All these things now.
See, everything is at your beck and call. You are a name that can open all doors. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No. You know, because I insult people a lot. I cause controversy. I don't get any sponsorship from my Africans I insult. It's only the British Council that will ignore what I write. So onion parties are like this online.
Okay. Finally, Onyeka, charities. Let me give you this. All those, like for instance, Hope Uzodinma came to your distance because
he didn't come.
I mean, he didn't come, but assuming he had come. So assuming he came, Hope Uzodinma coming to you it's like he's elevating his status where you are.
But this is a public forum. I cannot come and start asking Hope Uzodinma to give me money because it will belittle
I've not made my point.
My status now.
You are being defensive too much, Onyeka. Hold on.
No, but if you know me personally, right? Once I take money from somebody, I become their slave.
Hallelujah. He said it all.
So I try not to. Once I take money from somebody, they've become my love. There is nothing they say again that is wrong.
The noble idea I'm proposing, which we've agreed, we transcend all these things. Some of these people, you are even helping.
But you can also start these things and invite us.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Crucify.
I'm not a writer. I'm
No,
of the
no, you
science
can
world.
start it. You can
I'm a
start it. You have the
scientist.
power. You have the money. You start it. You say, Onyeka, bia, ma bia immediately.
All right, all right. CM, I know you've tried this question with other writers, and you got the same. The fact is that what Onyeka is getting at is actually the solution. Sometimes, because of the kind of activism that some people get involved in, they can't actually go to people and say, "Give me money so that I can do this." Because you understand that if you do that, any day you do that, you are destroyed because you can no longer criticize that person.
Never.
So
you can't write anything
I
against
can't walk
them.
up to any politician or any businessman and say, "Give me money because of this." Then I'll come on the show and they mess up. I won't be able to say anything about them anymore because, you know, so that's the reason. And I think you don't have to be a doctor to start a hospital. So you also can start a festival and then invite the writers to come and teach. I can teach anywhere if you want me to.
I will come and teach free.
Yeah. Onyeka will teach free. I won't teach free. But anyway.
I'll come free. I'll even pay for my own transportation and come.
So anyway, but that's the idea. All right. Omori, I can see you. I can see it. But let me go to Ralph first because Ralph has not said anything. Ralph, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Rudolph. Greetings, Onyeka. I've been listening to the conversation. Not all the way, but for the most part. So I got two questions for you. And when you talked about not being paid, I think it gave me an epiphany. And I was like, oh, I didn't think of it from that point of view. But I understand where you were going. And it made sense. So my first question will be, is it possible to have a world, and I'm looking at Nigeria specifically, where your ideology of that non-payment is possible when it comes to our teachers, like our education? Because that's one thing I always worry about, the Nigerian educational field. Like, is it possible to improve our education with your ideology of not being paid, but improving the lives of our teachers, which needs to be improved drastically? And then number two, my second question, I want to touch on your creative process. So how do you begin? How does the creative process begins? How do you pick a title, and how do you know when to end? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. You know about the teaching free thing is not possible for the world or for Nigeria, because sometimes if I break down and start crying because no money to eat. I mean then, not now. So, but everything has stages in life. When I present my CV, you see list of universities where I've taught free. So Oxford was really amazed. Why is it teaching free? What do you really want to achieve? So I told them, it's easier to get to that place that paid professor will work for maybe 100 years to get to. So I get there in 10 minutes because they're looking for people who will volunteer their knowledge free to them. But these guys that charge them, they have to say, oh, bring your CV, bring a transcript, bring recommendation, bring reference, and blah, blah, blah. And may I also remind you, I'm the honorary consul of Haiti to Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, and Sierra Leone. So it's a free work that I'm doing for the country of Haiti as well. And how is it possible to get it? Is by saying you're doing it free. This idea I'm sharing free as well, I shouldn't have. But how many people can say boldly, I would like to volunteer and teach at the University of Lagos free? And to tell you the truth, if you go to the school management and say this, they will take you immediately. And before you know it, you'll be made a professor before that professor who has had PhD for 100 years. But people don't look at it from this angle. Yeah, you'll be suffering, getting money for transport to come. Sometimes you need to use your money to arrange things in the university. But the good thing is that you will end up running faster than a speed train. because everybody will start looking for you, wanting you to come. Now, not everybody in Nigeria can do that because people need to survive. And even anywhere, even in the UK, people, in fact, in the UK, they love more money more than anybody. The second one, most of the titles of the books that I write or inspiration behind my writing, I find them in my dreams when I sleep. In fact, I dream a lot. And I mean this going into the subconscious world. So the stories, and I always remember my dreams. So when I dream, I remember them, and I come out, and then I have a title, I have a story already, as I develop them. So I could say I'm from the supernatural world.
All right, thank you. I know that. Raf, you want?
I'm also a believer in universal basic income. I just want to throw that there. And do you think that will help if we were to practice that in Nigeria? Would that be helpful with achieving something like that?
Yeah, very helpful, because you are teaching what you know. Most of the teachers that we've had through the years, they read from textbooks to us. So they don't know what they are teaching. They are teaching what people have written for them. It's not from their heart. So it's not. But if you volunteer to do something, you know it's from your heart, right? You are doing it because you are good at it. So then we can develop a society of people who will graduate and go through the paths they read in university. If you read anthropology in university, you come out proudly as an anthropologist. Do proper research, because this is what you went to read. But what we have a generation of young people who just I just go university, get this degree now. Then you not go and do Yahoo.
All right, thank you. I'll come to you, the people that want follow-up questions. But let me go to Henry and Alexi. Henry, go. You're next. Unmute yourself, please. Henry, can you hear
I think he thinks that we are hearing him.
Oh, okay.
Henry. Can you hear me?
Okay, Henry.
Yeah,
okay,
we can now.
Okay, I'm using my iPhone, sorry. What I'm trying to say is this. Have you ever thought of transforming your knowledge to build up your region? That's where you come from, the states, where you come from, the area you come from. I can see a lot of intellectuals from the East. Then America, Canada, UK, they are doing well. Are we not tired of we running to the Western country or down to build our own country to look better? Are we not sometimes thinking about it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me answer you.
Yeah, okay.
My records are out there. In 2005, 2006, I was 17 years old, I think. Yes. I organized an event at Royal Arts Theatre in Owerri. Do you know the number of people that came? 4.
Oh, there you go.
For 3 days. I'm coming. I was 17. Now, which 17-year-old will have the courage? What also sort of gave me guts was then my uncle, Sir Bright Melo, was the chief press secretary to the governor, Uzodinma, right? I think Uzodinma, yes. And my father was a local government executive. So I thought, okay, the money so people will show up. I was 17. After that 4-day event, 3-day event that 4 people came, which is my elder brother, my cousin, and 2 of my classmates from secondary school then. It was a festival in honor of Flora Wampa. So it's not today that I started a project on Flora. And I have one of the invites that I printed still now in my WhatsApp. So each time I go back to it and I laugh, I say, look now. And I went into depression for a long time. 17-year-old. Everybody was laughing at me. My students in Mount Olive Seminary, they were laughing at me how my event flopped. But I had a very supportive father. You know, my father will would drive me to Cyber Cafe then and drop me, come and pick me later after using the internet. So he was really in support of it, but the people we invited, nobody showed up, all the government officials and blah, nobody even sent a representative. But I did not die. So I marched on, I soldiered on. And the only thing that saved me from shame was that trip I made to Wole Soyinka Festival in 2004. So it sort of gave me courage that, Onyeka, don't worry, one day it will happen. So leaving Nigeria at 18 to India to write a book, because my dad said, they said I must go to university. And I told them 18 years, I didn't want to go to university at 18. I was too young. From secondary to university, no difference. You just go and start behaving the same way. So I said I wanted to live a life. For 6 months, I was in India writing my first book, Abisnyambo, at 18. My father was sending me money from Nigeria to survive. Now, I did not get any support from the society, and I'm not going to be forced to give back, to give something to a society that never supported me.
Yeah, okay.
So anybody who will try to blackmail me, say, oh, support this young. No, I know their house at all. Every young person should try and get the same guts that I have been holding on to for a long time, because that's the only way to survive. So I returned from India. They were still laughing at me. I did not return with car. He did not return with money, blah, blah, blah. I said, what is it with these people and all these material projects? So he who laughs best or
last. Okay, Onyeka, let me before we come to Alexi, what issue do you have with skinny people? In one of your tweets, you said skinny people are vindictive.
I used to be skinny before.
No, you said skinny people are vindictive, always nagging. They always think
everyone that some of my posts are on spot. Like a skinny person actually got me angry that time. So I'll just tweet. It's not if I tweet about poor people, just know that a poor person has just angered me. If I tweet against rich people, just know a rich person has angered me. So it's not it's a matter of mood swings. Yeah. I don't have anything against. I have a lot of skinny people in my house. Almost all my siblings are skinny. But so
all right.
Somebody must have gotten me angry.
Alex, you're next.
Why are they laughing?
It's a case of a changa and a norma.
All right, Alex, go ahead. You're muted, I think. We can't hear you. Oh, no, you're not muted. Maybe your connection is not good. Alexi, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you, sir.
All right. While we wait for him, who has a follow-up question? Alexander. Okay, Alexander, go ahead.
Mr. Oliver has a question.
Okay, let's start with. Okay, Oliver, you go first.
Yes. Actually, yeah. Initially, like I said before, I enjoyed what I heard from my brother Onyeka, and I didn't have a question. But as we continue to interact, a few things came to mind that I wanted to bring up, which is basically I'm interested more in the artistic aspect, your writer, filmmaker aspect, and the Africa Writer series that you're doing. Rudolph here, I know you mentioned something about Rudolph publishing in 2006. Rudolph and I go a long way back in the 90s.
Oliver, stop. It's just now that I know who Oliver is. No, you guys, I didn't know who was there. Sometimes people on the show and I don't remember. But now I just look at him. Let me tell you guys a story. I was in Kenya on an assignment to cover the election in Kenya in 2017. And my driver was telling me about Nollywood and Nollywood actors, African actors, and he said, do I know them? I said, well, I know some of them. He said, do you know this slave trader? What is the name of the movie? Slave
Warrior.
Slave Warrior. Do I know Oliver? I said, what do you mean, Oliver? I know Oliver. He said, do you know him? I said, let me call him. I called Oliver from Kenya. And the guy spoke to Oliver on the phone, and he felt like I'm the biggest person in this world. So I didn't know that it's the Oliver. Oliver, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that it was you. But now that you said, I said, oh my goodness. Okay. Oliver is a great movie maker here in, I think it's in New Jersey now. And
Oliver Mbama.
Yeah.
Yes, Mbamara, yes.
The great man. I came to interview Zebudaya in your place.
Yes.
Yes, yes. So
you
when you
did.
were talking about Zebediah, I was thinking he had a culture in TV series with Zebediah.
Yes.
Oliver.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
Yes, it was.
So much
Yes, it was the same thing you were thinking. I was thinking of people like Zebediah. They've given much to the society, and with Nollywood going the places Nollywood was going, people were not hearing much about Zebediah. There were people like Jagede was sick. Gregory was having eye problem, was blind, and
it's Claudius that is blind.
Sorry, Claudius was blind. Gregory also had issues later, and I was like, how is it that these are people that are of value to the society, and we just let them just fade away, you know, and they die of things and suffer from things that can be easily taken care of by the society. And I was like, if we have if we're in a place where the government or maybe the institutions are set to protect this asset, you look at Pele. Pele is a Brazilian asset. And if you look at what people like Zebediah did to us and what they brought, how they entertained us, there are values that we should protect. But we don't do that. And like Onyeka was saying, when they die, we come and with them we tweet and we say, oh, they were great. But when they were alive and they had issues and suffering, we're not helping them. You know, as Rudolph knows, I'm a civil servant. Even though I like films, I do films with what I say from my civil service work. But I was able to bring Zebediah here because my idea was to resuscitate that value and that importance he had. And that was why I brought Zebediah here. And we did the culture series, which my brother Ibu Basic was talking about. He came to my house here and interviewed Zebediah. And I continue to be in touch with Zebediah. And let me just say it here, Zebediah, if you can call him and give any support, please call him and give some support because he had some issues he was going to health-wise. And that's why I said, let me just come back again and say my brother Onyeka, because as I said, I see a lot of you in me because I have things I'm doing here and there and there and there, but the challenge of money is there, but that doesn't stop you. And I also believe that you don't have to take money to give away your freedom. And that's one of the things that I believe strongly on. If it's a question of give money and then limit my expression of my artistic talent or my opinions, then I don't take the money. And I see those things and I agree with it. But what I wanted to say so that others can come in is I wanted to say, Onyeka, you mentioned about writing books. Most of my films, like Rudolph had mentioned, they are meant to bring up some of these issues that are ignored. I'm actually working on something now about our Nigerian Igbo nation, and I'm saying I would like to know how we can, how you accept content. Do you have a way of submitting it? Do we have a way where we go to submit it? So that we can know, and if any other writer or content creator in the forum can know how you source your material so that we can know how to submit, whether you have to go through some process to look at them and then consider them. Because I've published a few works here and there, and but something about yours seems to click for me because it's coming from somebody who understands what I have gone through, where I am and where I'm coming from. And I hear you say you're from Ezok, I'm from Mbano too, so there's a lot of connection there. You know, so not to take away time. So when you and Dr. Damages, Rudolph, how do you share this information so that we can know how to bring our content to be considered for the Africa Writer Series, which from what I've heard, you've done a lot of great work, and thank you for that, because those things are very important. People interested in money let me just do money. But the substance that supports the roots of that money, we ignore. You know, there are a lot of institutions like Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, Zebediah, all these people we're talking about. They are great pillars that we can learn from. Imagine Zebediah teaching comedy in a university.
Thank you.
You know, imagine people like Wole Soyinka who has been there. You know, and so let me just stop there. But please, when you have the chance, let us know how we can. Because what I think it was CM that said something about what can we do to create these things. And Onyeka rightly pointed out that we are doing things on our individual basis.
In fact, let me invite CM. We have a workshop at the University of Oxford, writing and publishing workshop from January to February ending. And we have writers coming from different countries, from Zimbabwe, to teach. It doesn't matter. You can come if you're 80 years, 15, 18. So it's at the university. It's free. We're not charging any money. It's free. Also about the publishing, there is www.abibimanpublishing.com. Sorry.
Okay, you can put it on the chat, on the private chat. So anybody.
No, I'm reading a lot of negative stuff on the chat. So
not the public one, the private one. The private one.
I saw some negative stuff there.
The private. Oh, I have not seen anything. Okay, maybe.
Don't worry about the public. Don't worry about private chat.
Just the private, and don't worry about what people are writing.
I saw Arugia calling me a floof because I did not tell him that I took money from That's what he wanted to hear.
Onyeka, you know how long I've been in this business. Forget about what people are saying.
But most of these things trigger my psychiatric wahala. So I don't like hearing.
I got that.
I don't like hearing people's opinion about me. Let them keep it to their
text it to me. I will text it to me WhatsApp. I will share it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
All right. Okay. So
So that.
Let me see. Okay, Omore. I'll come to you next. Omore, go. Yeah.
Yeah, Rudolph, once again, I thank you. I told you last time, I've learned, you have given me opportunity to learn a lot of things which I could not find in any book. And I thank our guest, Professor, for coming aboard and bearing his mind. I thank you for his courage and sense of practicality. I've never seen such a practical Nigerian, like this. He doesn't pretend. From his head, from everywhere. And one thing I want to draw a line from what late Mandela told an American journalist. An enemy of your enemy must not be my enemy, or your enemy must not be my enemy. You must not conclude that because of Uzodinma is a bad person, he's a governor from the Supreme Court or whatever tag you may have for him, does not limit professor. Whatever professor want to do, he has his own. We should not accuse people when we don't have facts. That he invited the Governor Uzodinma to his show does not necessarily mean he must have collected money. If we could teach free of charge, if we could teach people pro bono without collecting a dime, I don't know what gives people the impression that he must have collected money from people. This in Africa, this Nigerian mentality of money, our way or the highway must stop. And again, I also benefited immensely when he was trying to draw a relationship between Wole Soyinka and the great Chinwe Achebe. That reminds me of one show we had one day where CM was, he tried a lot to show us how bad. I don't want to go into there because if we start there, that's a story for another day. We will not live here today. What we need is love. I want in Nigeria. This is something that's not working for us. Trying to hit Professor Wole Soyinka against Chinwe Achebe is not what we want. Don't see me and a Edo man as your problem. Don't see the Yoruba man as your problem. Don't see the Igbo man as your problem. We all this tribal bigotry should stop if we must make headway in Nigeria. I want a Nigeria where a Yoruba man refuse to see.
No, sorry for cutting you in. I needed to remind us that it was a Yoruba man that brought me to Oxford, Professor Wale Adebanwi. I mentioned that earlier. It was a Yoruba man who brought me here. And he refused to meet me because I said I wanted to bring gifts to him. He ran away. He has not met me till today.
You've not met Wale?
No, I've never met him. Yeah, I have. He ran away the week I came here.
Wow. All right. I've been trying to get Wale on the show, but he doesn't want to talk to us yet. All right. So, Alexander, go ahead.
All right. Now you're calling me Alexander, which is great.
Okay.
What do you want me to call you? He said you don't want to be called
It's
Igbo.
Omori. It's Omori was one man that said it, not me. Not me. It's one man show that came here and
Professor, I
was
know.
playing people,
Yes,
not
Ian,
me.
I wish I could have a one-on-one engagement with you. Sometimes you have a brilliant ideas. Sometimes you are biased.
No.
You
It's
say
not
it the
me
way
that
you
said
want
that.
people to hear
It's
you.
not me.
No.
I
Actually,
didn't
there
say
was
I
something
didn't say
about it
Wole
what you said.
Soyinka and the Achebe. It's not
No.
me. It's not me.
Okay, hold
No.
on.
I'm not accusing you. I'm not
Yeah.
accusing you. I'm not accusing you. There was something you said before.
Co-wives. They've been on this platform for many months. They know each other. They have wars. But let's continue on what we're discussing first. So I know we can talk about this later.
Yeah, because my point here is that because I've heard about money. Money is great. I'm from an area in Igbo land where they say Madiche, Opoiche. Onye nwe mmadụ ka onye nwe ego. In 1999, I had an experience. I couldn't get visa to pass UK to come back to the United States. I ended up going to the British Embassy, just a transit visa. And instead of giving me visa that day, they said I should come back on Monday. I came back on Monday. Anyway, I ran out of money, period. So when I came back on Tuesday now, they gave me the visa. I rode Keke from there to Surulere. So I'm trying to get closer to the airport. I couldn't have money in my pocket, but I was dressed in my suit and had my working equipment. I walked into a computer store and sold my laptop for 7,000 naira.
No.
It was selling for 35,000 naira. They asked me how much. I said 7,000. I asked the guy, I'm just trying to get to the airport. The guy took the computer, gave to his Oga. Oga said, what does he look like? He said, he looks well. Give him the money. Guy came, gave me the money. I thanked him. I wrote a receipt. On top of it, I said, okay, here is the printer that came with it. You guys can also have it. The guy kept on going to his Oga. So when I finally walked behind him to go to see the Oga, I walked in. He said, but I didn't tell you to bring the Oga here. I said, no, he didn't bring me. I brought myself. I wanted to see who was behind the desk. End of story is that by the time I talked to the guy, he went to University of Ife. He had done very well in Lagos and blah, blah, blah. And the computer that I sold to him, he asked his boy to pack it up and give back to me. He gave it back to me. So I gave him back the money. I said, here is the money. He said, no, you keep the money. What do you need? If you need more money, I have made so much money here in Lagos. I'll give you. Why was he giving me money? Because I handed him over a copy of Igbo Basics for Beginners in America. And he said that his children couldn't even speak Igbo in Lagos. And for anybody who is doing this, whatever I need, I said, anyway, that's about that side of money. The man gave me that money. I said, if you need more, I'll give you. In Uzodinma Lounge in Central Avenue, when Uzodinma Lounge was still open, a gentleman came in from Lagos. He wanted us to write something about him, positive. He gave me a whiff of money. I don't know how much money it was. I gave it back to him and I looked at him and said, look at my face. Do I look like a cockroach? And the guy said, what do you mean a cockroach? I said, because if you go to any bottle of palm wine and you see a dead insect, it's a cockroach because he doesn't know the size of the stomach. The guy will never forget that till his dying day. What does it mean? For me to tell lies because you gave me money, that's not going to happen. And on the other hand, we talk about Igbo Basics, one of the longest Igbo publications in the United States since 1995. We have come this far because nobody has been allowed to come in and defecate the floor with their monies. We are online, igbobasics.com. It's the same Igbo Basics that led us to meet with Oliver, our brother here. And to my brothers who fight the cause of Biafra, there's a book I have here. It says, Ofia became home. Because we ended up in the bush for almost 3 years. We lived in the bush where all kinds of things happen. Onye ajụjụ anaghị efu ụzọ. I think I'm about 68, if that age is accurate. I don't know. Because there was no date recorded when I was born. Okay. My mother said, come on now. So that's some of us. And I'll live to be as old as possible because I come Diocha. We've talked about the issue of Zerudea here, for instance. Just this weekend, the man was coming back from his village and his vehicle broke down. The clutch bumped. These are giants, which if you go to PDF mentioned by, these people they are the shoulders on which we stand. So I'm bringing that issue right back to the fore because what do? I mean, as a matter of fact, we're meeting tomorrow, both online and all whatnot with him in advancing the book. Here is the reason why we must make Gwangwa. Oliver mentioned his illness a little while ago. When we had, on the 5th of January last year, I was with him at Banike. We concluded everything about the book. What led to that was because I sent him to Ibere to go and represent at the burial of Mazi Okono, one of their last ones. And that brought about the book we're doing now. In that case, he wrote a lot, and I couldn't hear from him. About 2 months, he was in the hospital. When the man came out from the hospital, the next thing he did, he went to a business center and asked them to please find a way to get this information to me. I had to talk to the business center to establish a link. What am I saying? After some time, we didn't do much. A couple of months ago, he was like, Alex, where are we now? And I told him that the obedient thing has really taken a lot of my time. But nonetheless, that we have fast-forwarded things and we are still on course. We gave ourselves 90 days from the 22nd of December.
All right.
Here is what happened. Why I'm saying that, he came back to me and he said something which should prick all our minds. About So that is what I am trying to bring back to the table.
All right, let's
I will connect with you, sir.
Let's talk about this offline, yeah. Who else has question or comments before? Sorry, let me welcome Rohan. Rohan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me.
All right. So, do you have a question for our guest, Professor Onyeka? A comment?
I would like to have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damages, for availing us this opportunity. And our honorable guest, Professor Onyeka. In fact, I'm very much delighted. I've been in the background listening to you all this while with the kind of principle and the lifestyle you adopted and some of the works you've been doing. Thank you very much. If we'll have people like you, I believe our society will be much more better than it is. Secondly, I would like to speak to Mr. Oliver with respect to some of our legends that have entertained us so much well, like Grigory's and the rest of them. Not that we have something much, but I would like if they can avail a medium in which we can contribute, no matter how little, so that to help them in terms of their health situation. I think it's worth it. Please, I would like Mr. Rudolph to connect me with Mr. Oliver so that we work on that. And lastly, Prof, you were trying to, I think you were speaking to Mr. CM about the workshop on writing. I don't know, because we are not in the other part of the world. How do we get connected? Because I'm interested, even though my profession is quite, I'm from the engineering perspective. So talking about literary writing and what have you, I picked interest, so I don't know how to connect.
Okay, we'll connect.
All right. Okay.
All right. Who else has a question? Let me just say that in terms of, I like sometimes we have this, people think it's a talk shop. You know, we just come every weekend and talk, but some things do come out. People get connections and connect with people. And I like the direction that some of these conversations are going. And my commitment is always that people like Onyeka will go and bring them from whatever university where they're hiding, and I'll bring them out here and they'll have to talk to us. Next Sunday, for instance, I have Professor Mobalaji Aluko coming on the show. Some of
Is she related to TM Aluko?
Oh yeah. He's the only Bolaji. You know, he was.
I won the TM Aluko Prize in 2019.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, he was vice chancellor at University of Otoke. He used to live in Maryland. He was at University of Howard. So, but he's coming to. He's not been seen anywhere in a long time. He used to write every time on Nigeria World, but I found him. So I'll be getting them out from where they're hiding, and they will talk to us. All right, who wants to say something? Okay, go ahead, Ralph.
All right, thank you again, Rudolph. And I was just going to follow up on Oliver's point. And I believe in supporting your creatives. I don't believe in this thing we do online where we like Black excellence, and then there you go. Like, okay, how the Black excellence going to eat? And they're not going to eat. And that's why I always say support Rudolph, make sure you're liking his videos, and then also pay Rudolph. It's not easy to be putting up shows for 10 hours. We all just be jumping online and all that, because I'm also a podcaster.
And he's consistent.
And it's consistent. That's the main thing. He's consistent. And you see, and today even CM's internet even worked too. You see, internet working. I mean, that's amazing. So, but I still, I'm lucky to be part of a community as a podcaster where we share resources. So I put some in the private chat. So Rudolph, you can feel free to share them. This year, some just I think about a week or two ago, the public domain just opened. So a bunch of properties are now available in the public domain. So through Duke University, we have a whole bunch of properties available for the public's use. So since we have a bunch of filmmakers here, you have access to do whatever you want to do with that. And then music is very important, since for your creative, whatever venture you're doing, we have people who do YouTube, people who do all manner of creative work. You have if you can't pay for your music, then you can go to royalty-free websites. Just give credit to the person whose music you're using. So I put a couple of websites there. I haven't used those websites because I have somebody who I pay for my music. So yes, so I put the websites also there. But if anybody needs any help with anything music related, with any of the any more resources, let me know. I don't try to be somebody who holds on to everything. I try to share as much as I can. And I will also be down to participate in the writing workshop, because I have certain things that I'm trying to improve on when it comes to writing. One question I would like to throw to Professor Onyeka, though, is now that we have AI in everything, how do you feel about that? Because I just got put onto AI writing, because I saw the AI picture thing that everybody has been doing with their profile pictures, and I wasn't aware of AI in the writing space. And I belong to the Black Podcasters Association, and the leader of our association, or the founder, he introduced me to an AI writing platform, and they have different platforms where an AI can actually write the you just tell the AI to give the AI the words that you want, and it will write the storyboard of your podcast. Some people even have the AIs writing everything about their podcast, and I feel weird because
can it also write a book for them?
Yeah, if what it has on the website, it says you can write books, and I felt really weird about that, because
I think I need to check it out, because I need to publish 40 books before my 40th birthday.
Oh, right. I was tempted to say, well, maybe that book I've been thinking about writing for
because
since
it's
age 16.
It's difficult writing. So I really wish I would check it out. If it can write a book, then what am I wasting my time?
There's a lot of them. Oh. There's a lot of them. There's a big business now. Apparently.
Please, if you have the links, you can send to me. I'm serious. I'm not even joking.
I will send you.
Writing is the most difficult job in the world. It drains you mentally.
I'm happy. I'm happy you're saying that.
If I can give the job to something else to do it for me, why not?
I will send you.
Onyeka, thank you so much for saying that. I get people who have.
Please,
go ahead.
Please.
Yes. Sam, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. What I want to ask a question to Igbo basics. Because what Igbo basics, what I want to find out is that will it be possible for the pamphlet, publish a pamphlet, given that you want everybody, say every Igbo child group, especially those born abroad, to have access to it? Will you be able to put it online? Maybe go to that ABB, either maybe www.abb something publishing or something like that. Anywhere you can put it online so that we can easily access it.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to him privately because we have Igbo language class at Oxford that we started last year. So I'm going to talk to him. There is a need to revolutionize Igbo language in Europe. I mean, one of the things that I wanted to talk initially with Dr. Damages when I came on, which I didn't remember, thank you for reminding me, was to talk about my experience with Lai Mohammed when I was trying to set up Nigerian cultural centers all over the world in Nigerian embassies. It was going to be an easy stuff. I wanted him to just sign on a sheet of paper, say, authorize this man to set up these things, right? So every other country has a way of colonizing people. Britain colonized us with their language. Now look at all of us here. Now it's easy to know that Britain continues their colonization through British Council. Now, when you go to British Council, you pay them money to write an exam that you use and come to Britain. Why can't Nigeria? That's what I asked Minister Lai Mohammed. Why can't we set up Nigerian Cultural Center where Nigerians who studied Nigerian languages can be sent to go and teach the people our languages? Let's say we have NYSC folks in India at the Nigerian embassy, because every embassy has a cultural attaché. So we go there. These NYSC kids who would have studied linguistics will teach Indians our languages. And we say to them, hey, no Indian can go and work in Nigeria without having a certification for learning one Nigerian language. So you know the number of Indians that go to Nigeria, or the French. Yeah. You tell the French, because they do it with French Cultural Center. You tell them, if you don't have a certificate that you know one Nigerian language, you cannot get a Nigerian visa and you cannot work in Nigeria. So we collect money from them, from the cultural section, and give them a certificate. After maybe 2 weeks of learning one Nigerian language, they pick. All these things I explained to my minister. All they did was to ask them to arrest me for getting angry at them when they did not accept my proposal. I got angry because it was so easy. I didn't ask them for money. I said I would do it myself my own way. Is it not the same thing I'm doing at Oxford and Cambridge? Huh? But you know that a country that does not want to develop would put coconut heads in positions of power. It's an easy thing. I didn't ask them to give me money at all. There was, in my proposal, I did not say give me money. I said, give me a letter. Let me go to Nigerian embassies. I will travel to Mexico. I'll go to Nigerian embassy and meet them. I always do that whenever I go to any country. I go there. I was ready to just go to Nigerian embassies all over the world. I say, I have this letter from the Ministry of Culture. This is what I'm setting up here in your tiny office to generate money for you. But you know now, they thought I had ulterior motive. So if we need to do it tribally, that's what I'm doing now. So I will get the book, republish it in Britain, and give it out free. Yeah. I will pay the writer, but I'll give it out the book free. The Igbo basics, I'll give it out free. I'm also working with some Igbo instructors and tutors, Mazi Obonnaya and Emmanuel, who was here with me in my house. So I'm working with them, teaching. I pay for the classes that I use in Oxford, but the classes are free. I pay to rent the place, but the classes are free. So and when IPOB too, you tell them to give us support. I'm not asking them to give me money. They can support us by sending their children to come and learn the Igbo. Let the class be filled up. I'm not asking them to come and fight me. Let them just send their children there. It's free. Nobody is collecting money from anybody.
All right, thank you, Onyeka. We have new people who joined us, and I'll give them a chance to ask you questions. Onyeka, whenever you are tired and you want to go, let me know.
No, there's no rest for the wicked.
Okay. All right. Osi, welcome to the show. And if you have any question for Onyeka or comment?
Yeah.
Osi, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I'm just joining, so
okay.
I don't even know what
you missed a lot.
Yes, and I can see that.
Yeah.
I watched the video that you sent on
okay,
WhatsApp.
Okay.
And that whetted my appetite to join.
Very good. Ugo, welcome to the show. You have to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate for bringing me in. And for Professor Onyeka, I really appreciate also for what you have been sharing with us so far. What I wanted to just point out is based on, a few things you guys have talked about since the beginning. This is actually something that each and every one of us have to reflect, in your own private time or, anytime you have the chance to reflect it on. Based on what Onyeka said, from the time he went to Owerri to make something like it's free of charge, and at the end of the day, it was only 4 people that came, and that 4 people is just his relation. It's not just like an outsider or people, like what I'm just trying to say is generally the society that we all came out from is not a society that really want to help the citizens or maybe develop to make changes. Also, what he pointed out meeting the minister, the so-called minister of whatever that he is, that he's always lying. All of us knows that anytime he comes out on the television, he's lying. So what I want to point out so that each and every one of us will actually reflect on the people we share our society with are not ready for development. They're not ready to help, to change things that made each and every one of us to run away from there and, start doing well in the Western world, in every part of the world that we find ourselves today. Till tomorrow, whatever that they are doing, they will see a very sound mind and good person. They will corrupt the person to the extent with any chance they have, they will corrupt that person to the extent that the person will forget his moral or maybe his personality or maybe what he believes in, So I want all of us to know that whatever that we do till to
All right. Ugo, we can't hear you anymore. I think you are muted.
Let me make my I can make
Ugo. All right. Okay, Osi, go ahead.
Yeah. So the bit I heard was when Onyeka was talking about what he intended to do to generate revenue at the embassy and the kind of pushback he got. You just have to understand the mindset of our people, and it's a very, very toxic one. To the point that when you come to them and say, "I want to do this to help you," and it's free, you won't pay anything, nobody will believe you. They will think that either you are, maybe at some point you have some political ambition, or that in one way or the other. And I'll give you an example. So in my village, some group of youths decided that, okay, they will come together and raise money and support, some of their members who, maybe finished, learning one trade or the other, but just don't have the money to do it. So they organized this event last year. They couldn't raise any money. Okay. So when I heard it, I was really heartened that these guys are trying to come together to do something. So I said, okay. So I tell them, okay, just send me a list of all those people that you want to help. Tell me how much, then let me see what we can do about it. Now, I wanted to do that. I wanted to help, but I didn't want them to know who I am, because for some personal reasons. So but when I did that, and the person I actually wanted to go through, he went and told them, the proposal I made. They said, why is he is he a politician? That they don't want anybody to sell them. I mean, I didn't ask them to give me anything or even listen to me or anything. Just give me the list. Till today, they vehemently refused to give me the list so I can help them. Because they believe that in some ways there has to be some reason. I can't just be that for that Christmas that out of nowhere give millions and I have nothing to benefit.
Sorry to cut in. I have a motive though. I have something to benefit, which is having my name read out every time they say who started Nigerian Cultural Center. That's all.
So that's all I want. Nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing. All I want. No, one of my happiest moments was the day my name was put on a chair at the Western Library, University of Oxford. I was excited like a baby, So all these are just things that I want. I don't. What will I do with the money if they give me money to go and build a high skyscraper in Britain? So the idea that somebody wants money or a political position is not me. I just want my name on a wall or somewhere on the streets. All those things. I walk past, I see my name. That's all.
But I understand that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that they don't see it like that. They see that. Okay. Another scenario is 2 years ago, I actually came up with this idea of trying to encourage innovation, because I mean when you watch YouTube, you see all these young people doing some marvelous things, manufacturing some things, but that's where it ends. So 2 years ago, I came up with this Enugu Technology and Innovation Center. We built a large complex in Enugu, equipped it, and the idea is to recruit all these guys, try to exactly know what they want and what they're lacking, help them. So we started off with the first Enugu Technology and Innovation Fair. That was 2 years ago. I spent millions, bringing these people, paying for their transport, doing everything, convincing
How come you were not there when I was growing up?
But anyway, but what I'm trying to say is, after spending all this, even the state, Enugu state government, the only thing we were able to convince them to give us Opera Square. That was it. Shishi. They didn't contribute. I spent millions doing all those things. It was successful. The state government, they were all proud. Now, the next time, which was last year, that I wanted to host it again and all those guys were like, how much did you collect from Enugu state government? That you collected a lot of money. And that's so the point I'm trying to make is, you live in Western world where you see a lot of people doing charity just out of the abundance of their heart. Our people don't believe in that. They believe that for you to do something must be for something. That is just the thing. So these are the mindset that I think that we all have to start changing. That everybody is not out there to be this billionaire. Some people just want to change things because they don't like the way things are going. So this is the thing that we need to all be preaching around to people in our place. Thank you.
I also think it's important for like minds to align.
Yeah.
So that we can win the other people. That's what I do. So if I find people who think like me, I join them. I don't go having gist or conversation with people who are against all my ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't go out with people I don't hang out with them at all, because they will demoralize me.
Sorry, I'm sorry, my internet. Can you hear me?
Are you in Nigeria?
Hello?
Ugo, where are you?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in Austria.
Okay.
Okay.
Nigerian people are laughing.
Yeah.
We better start.
So
Go ahead. Please.
yes, of course. What OC said here is also similar to what I am trying to refer to. The mindset of our people has gone very, very far. To any little thing that you do, even if you are doing it with your right mind, you don't have anything bad in your heart. You want to do it from the depth of your heart. They don't believe it because they believe that somehow money has crossed the back. Whatever you'll be fighting to convince them, except there's someone that really knows, as in you are doing that project with, knows that nothing has crossed the back. But any other person out of that particular group, we think that you guys have collected money. So, and now OC talked about how we are going to change. He talked about changing the mindset of our people. The question should be, how are we going to change the mindset of these people? Meanwhile, some group of people in the we are sharing this society with. If you actually looking very, or maybe somehow you have seen it on the social media, some group of people in that society are eradicating innovation. They are eradicating innovation. They don't believe in education whatsoever. If you try as much as possible, you can build any kind of free education or free school for them. They are not interested. And being among the intellectual, the people that really want to go to school, they will still be corrupting few of us, few of our people, few of people that are still interested to study or maybe to listen to what we are talking about. They will still corrupt them. If they don't corrupt them by giving them money, they will corrupt them there are many ways. And that is why you see today a lot of graduates, they don't have anything doing. They are doing Yahoo. We are trying, okay, you want to stop Yahoo.
All right.
So if you talk anything, they will keep abusing you because they feel like this is their right. The government did not provide anything for them, and they have to fight for themselves. If you look at it somehow, you will not still blame them, because their mentality has. Look, I remember when I was growing up, we are the people that love apprentice. I believe Reba boy carrier even ega school. So
There are
those
people who
days,
don't understand Igbo.
you can that time.
Ugo, we have people
Yes,
who
just
don't.
I just want to point out something, for people that will understand Igbo, but
We have
generally, I believe some, like every one of us here. No, okay, what I said in Igbo language is during when I was growing up. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ugo.
Rudolph, I think your network is cracking. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, to translate what I said in Igbo language, when I was growing up, I remember vividly that our people believed in apprentice, even a vulcanizer. We have a vulcanizer apprentice those days, but you can never find it now. Your car will spoil. You will be looking for vulcanizer. You have to do it yourself now. So you can imagine how our society have destroyed, as in scattered. If you are telling anybody to go for apprentice for vulcanizer, he will even fight you now. So this is what I'm saying. The society has corrupted that nobody does anything free of charge. You have to do it with money. And even if you are doing it free of charge, people that are doing it with you will think that you have gone at the back and collected money.
That's true.
All right.
You will see a good player, a football player. He's a very young, talented player. Instead of you to support the person, to make sure that he
Ugo,
hello?
Ugo, thank you. Ugo, thank you so much. Mr. Scribe, question. Let's get questions and comments. We will go ahead.
Yeah. Ugo, please, just for Ugo, Ugo, I share your concerns. Don't vote Labour. It will solve the problem. Vote Labour. Vote P2B.
Okay. I think I
That
know
will
what's
help to
going
solve
on.
the situation.
Go ahead, Rohan. Rohan, go
Onyeka is
ahead.
laughing.
I'm not saying
Okay.
Okay, hold on, Rohan. As Mr. Scribe has not had a chance.
Rohan can go, no problem.
Okay.
Let him go, I'll go after him.
Okay, Rohan.
Now,
All right.
Rohan. Yeah, Jim Daddy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scribe. I just wanted to say something about a point made by Mr. Ugo when he said about people, the issue of mindset. We have great issues about mindset, and it is very difficult. The money you're going to spend in convincing people to rehabilitate their mindset to think as a normal human being, it's quite very, very expensive. 10 times more than what you spend in educating someone. So, and now you look at our educational system, it's going down the drain. So what society do we intend to see in the future? We don't even have the money to build the educational system well. So how do we take care of the mindset? You can see the direction we are heading to. In fact, we have a lot to do.
All right.
Yeah, but I think we can start individually.
Yeah, you have a point. Yeah, we can start individually. It's not going to be easy, but like you rightly said, like minds can put hands together and see how they can build from there.
Yeah, I believe in that one. That's how the only way it will work. Because you can't go into a conversation room and start fighting yourself over ideologies. So it has to be people that align with you, you know? Yeah. I don't have any of my friends that argue with me. Because there's no point being somebody's friend and every day you people are arguing over something.
But if I'm your friend, I will argue with you sometimes because
I will not ever respond to your message or no messages if we become friends and we have to be arguing every day. Now headache now.
Not every day though, but there may be some ideas that I might have that we need to share and debate about before.
All right.
It's like me now. I will not come and argue with Professor Kendibe.
No. I have Professor Kendibe coming in. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
We've been entertained so well by Onyeka, and it's been wonderful. You missed.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I've been running errands. Onyeka, how are you?
I'm fine, my professor. How are you?
Lovely. It's good to see you, and you're doing amazing things. So,
thank you, sir.
Yeah, congratulations.
Bless you. Thank you.
Yes.
Now, okay. Did you know that Onyeka now owns the rights to African Writers Series, which you are both?
Gosh.
Yeah, he was one of the authors. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so, is it a baby man?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wonderful.
In fact, we are releasing Flora Mapa's posthumous work March 30th.
Please. Yeah. I love to. This is work that is unpublished up to now.
Yes.
Whoa.
The late goddess.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we got it from the Flora estate, and we are publishing it.
Wonderful. Oh my gosh. So you're doing amazing things, so it's such a delight. I was quite delighted when I found out that you were showing up today. I hope the conversation has gone well. I just joined.
So far so good.
Yes, he committed to 90 minutes. I told him that no, the standard now is 3 hours, and you set the standard
at the very least. Yes.
Yeah. So
and as a younger man, he should do like 4 or something.
Oh well, I'm ready now.
Yeah.
So so that's very nice. And we talked about, it's very important. You may listen to this. I know when you came here, CM asked you a question about writers and helping the young ones.
Yes.
So it came up again. And CM has been pushing people like you to do something more, to give back, as if you have not given back enough. But So we threw it back to CM that he should start it and invite writers like you to come and give lectures. And you will come.
And he looks like a wealthy man.
Who is that? CM, right?
That's because his internet is working today. If it were the normal day, you won't be saying this. We were about to go fund me for him. Internet. So, but but this is one of the things I like about these conversations. You know, it goes beyond just talking. Eventually, we start doing something practical.
Absolutely.
People coming together, like minds. That's how you change society. You know, there's no other way. You can't wait for the rich people to do it. You can't wait for one person to do it. People come together and go ahead, Omori. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, for another opportunity. There was a point I was trying to make before my beloved friend CM intercepted me. I so much benefited today. I've always benefited from your program, but today was amazing. Because of the kind of guest we have. Your kind is, you're a rare gem. You know, no pretense. You know, you don't pretend about what you do and what you say. And the point I was trying to make was that the spirit you preach today is the spirit we need to move Nigeria forward. It's not the spirit of saying one particular set of people are angels, others are evil. No. There must be spirit of love. We must first of all love ourselves and love our country, Nigeria. The angel of saying, I cannot die for Nigeria because Nigeria has not done anything for me. Nigeria is sick and incapacitated. I cannot do anything for anybody the way it is right now. Nigeria needs medication. Nigeria needs to be treated to make Nigeria okay first. We should not mistake Nigeria as a country for a bad leader like a Buhari, like Obasanjo, like IPOB. They are different. So our mentality about our country should be different. Again, the spirit I need is the spirit my brother, the guest just preached today, where a Yoruba man refused to allow his CNC and an Igbo of Igbo extraction to die under his watch. That is the spirit we need, the spirit of love, not the spirit of hatred, bitterness, and acrimony. It will not lead us anywhere. Thank you very much, and I rest my case.
All right, thank you, Omori. Ralph, go ahead.
Okay, so as a follow-up to the AI points that I made earlier on, so I brought 3 links for Professor Onyeka. One is a free website for you to familiarize yourself with how the AI thing works. The other 2 are paid sites. So if you want to really dive into it, then you can, it's in the private chat. They're all in the private chat. And then, and greetings, Professor Ndibe. We met just before the pandemic when you signed my copy of your book.
Yes.
Foreign Gods. Yes. And
so okay. There's AI. What Ralph was talking about, AI that writes books and novels, and so you might soon retire. You may not have it.
Whoa! this is the best news now.
There are lots of them. I'm not endorsing anyone, but I have one that I'm about to start trying for my. Since I'm a podcaster, so
this is good.
Gosh.
Yeah,
copying
so,
is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you give the AI any
Sorry,
I didn't hear that.
Do you give the AI instructions?
I said my head don't scatter before now.
Sorry, Professor Ndibe, you were asking if you give the AI instructions?
Yeah, so does the AI generate its own story? Or
yes. Okay. How it works? I think all the free version is the most limited one, obviously, because that's why it's free. But from the paid versions, I use PepperType. That's the one I'm going to be using. Actually, I haven't started using it, but my friend uses Creator, which is the 3rd link there, and PepperType. And Creator, they're more similar. So you give the AI the instructions of what exactly you're looking for, and then it does what you tell it to do. So, like, I'm a podcaster, so it's more, I'll speak from the podcaster perspective. So I can say I need a title for a podcast that's going to be, because I interview mostly immigrants. So I want the title for an episode that's for an immigrant talking about that survived war. That's what this episode will be about. And then you generate an episode that anybody who's searching on Google for a podcast about war stories, that kind of thing, that'll be like one of the first things that pops up.
Wow.
Because I'm competing against people who spend tens of millions of dollars. I'm an independent podcaster, so I need something to up me in the game. So that's what it does. But if I want the show notes, what do I want in the show notes that has the action words? I can say, okay, I want this. I put 10 words that must be in the use these 10 words to give me a show note of 500 words. And it will just write brown. And I've seen my boys, he showed me, and I'm like, wow, he actually writes newsletters, and within about a month, he has 600 people already on his brand new newsletter. And I'm like, okay, I haven't started
the
my
word
newsletter.
is going to become easy.
It is. It looks easy. So on the website, they say that it can write books. They say books are there, poems, everything. So I'm like, yeah, I've been postponing writing a book, so maybe I should
send it out to an AI.
I should try it and see and read it.
Onyeka, is it something that you're willing to try out to?
Yeah, not willing. I'm about to try it. Once this is done, I'm over there. Because there is a guy in Brazil who is the most prolific writer in the world, right? He has published over 300 books or so. I don't know if I'm exaggerating, but I want to be able to beat him.
Yes.
and just so you know, just so you know, Onyeka has written 21 books.
Onyeka has been quite prolific.
Yeah.
The last time I checked.
Yeah, he
Amazon,
blogged my novel.
Yes, his latest novel is
Thank
really.
you, Prof.
It's really. I would recommend it to everybody to go and read it. It brings out the story, the immigrant story in South Africa. The love story, the stories of cruelty, of suffering, and ultimately of triumph. So it's I really admired the ingenuity and creativity that went into that story.
Thank you, Prof. And also, it was published by Bookcraft Africa, which means
absolutely
I'm on the list with people like him, Wole Soyinka, Building J4. You can see.
That's right.
It's not a small publishing house.
Yes.
I think it's one of my greatest achievements. That publishing house.
So I don't know if you talked about this, Onyeka. I followed the conference that you did at Oxford, and there was some measure of disruption. I don't know if you've talked about this already. From IPOB people who. Yeah. I guess. Okay, so you've covered that. So let me not drag anybody back. Yeah.
It was a show of shame for me. I thought my own Igbo people would come and bring coolers of rice for my guests. Rather, they set it outside to eat, to protest. It didn't make any sense to me.
Oh, they brought rice?
But they contributed money and cooked Oha soup and the rest of them and came outside there. Yes, now.
Oh my gosh.
And my younger brother was in their WhatsApp group. They didn't know. So every information they had, I already had it before they came. And that's why one of them was calling me a fulefu right here now. So I genuinely think that Igbo people need to support themselves by all means. If you want a sovereign nation, we need to show it first that we can survive together. So I'm not against anybody going their way, but also when I write that all my life has been the support of Yoruba people, they think it's a joke. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Abyssinian Boy, my first book, would not have seen the light of the day if not Ayo Arigbagbu. Editor was Jumoke. Everybody around the project was Yoruba. Even my own state where I organized the event, 4 people came from my house. We're not, but now
and Wole Soyinka has been a great champion of your work.
I don't even want to go there at all. I don't want to go there because I don't think without Wole Soyinka, Bookcraft publisher wouldn't have published my book because he sent me a test. He said, I'm in Prof's house. He's so excited about your book. He's screaming about it. So you have people like that from other places supporting you, and then your own people are trying to run you out of show. It doesn't even make sense. So I'm also grateful to you for having the time to read my book and writing a blog. Not all the time we have our own legends supporting the young. Chiku Nigwe is one of the greatest supporters of Igbo writers or Nigerian writers.
Absolutely, I agree. Chika is phenomenal. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. It's such a delight.
Thank you.
All right.
So please, on this,
we'd love to have you back again, please. We would like to have you back if you don't mind. We'd love to have you back, sir. Prof.
In Nigeria?
No. He's talking about here. No. He's talking about come back on the platform. Yeah. No, he will. He will.
He gave me trauma when he
You're a real gem.
Thank you, sir. Bless you. Thank you.
So on this AI, I have a question on this artificial intelligence. Do you not think that it will afford students the chance to cheat? Because from what I've gathered, you can give somebody a coursework. You can give somebody a coursework, like we say, write an essay on this. Like from what White Label said, you just feed it with some raw materials and then it comes up with something. I mean, I may not be exact, but
I think it depends.
Don't you think there's a loop?
Everything
I
has.
think it depends on the teacher. It depends on the teacher. Whether they copy or not, if I can talk to them face to face and know that they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree on that. I think everything it depends, because I remember when I was taking my one of my exams for my bachelor's, there was the professor couldn't show up to class, and they gave us a website and said you can take the exam from home, and we're like, hey, this means you can do anything, right? And then then at the last minute I read the instructions, and he said, when you open this website,
that's what the professors do here.
Oh, yeah, but wait, I'm coming. At the last minute I finally read the instructions at the last minute. When you open this website, it now says log into this, and then when you log into this, there's a what's it called? I think not a proctor. I've forgotten what the word was, but it meant somebody will be on the other side of the website watching you when you open. So that was when I realized at the last second. So I was like, oh, why are we just? So you mean we just open this website? You see the questions, and so you mean I can open a book and be reading, doing whatever as far as I meet, because she said it was timed. So I was like, well, even so I can just be reading from a textbook and be doing whatever I want to do, even if it's timed. Then I now realized that, so it was one of the most awkward exams I've taken, where somebody, because it's a stranger, it's not a professor. I've never seen this person in my life. Just a brand new person. I don't know if the person is reading, watching, but it's like somebody just there staring at you, and you're like, man, this one is just weird. Seeing somebody I've never seen in my life before, just staring at me, watching me take the exam in my house. Why you even so it depends. I can't tell you whether people will be humans are humans. Humans will do what humans do. But
even if I get to write my new books with that, I'll still tell the world that that's how it was written.
Yeah, but not every author will do that. Some will still say they did it by themselves.
But in passing the exam, if you use it to pass the exam, you can't say it. You can't say, "Oh, I use artificial intelligence to make me write this."
Let me give you one example. Also during my bachelor's, right? I went to class with a lot of foreign students from China, and there was during one of our midterms, I realized that they all like to sit down together during exams, and then they will all be speaking, but they're not speaking English. Some were speaking Mandarin, and you know why? Because they were communicating, and it's like, but the professor is like, I don't know how to separate them. There was only one professor who was like, none of you will sit down together, and broke them up. When it comes to my exams, you are not going. Everybody, you take a number, and that's the number. That's how you sit down, and they look pissed. But you were seeing people who were openly just doing their thing. You put the book next to you, open textbooks. Some professors don't care. Some care, and will go by the you implement the rule book. So at the end of the day, that's what I feel. People will do whatever they do. So AI or no AI, people are cheating.
So I don't know if you let me ask a question of Onyeka.
Go ahead.
Rudolph.
Go ahead.
Yes. So Onyeka, I know that a few years ago you did a TED talk where you spoke about social capitalism and your belief in educating people for free, and that you give what you have, and then you receive from the other person what you need. And I really found that fascinating as a concept. So I don't know, one, if you're still doing that, if that's still your principle, if you're still giving education for free. And so the other thing is that then I'm intrigued by, if we practice that, there are some parts of our social lives that are regulated by finance, right? If we live in an apartment, there'll be a landlord who requires rent. If we go, if we must eat, most shops, there are places where you can get food for free, but most places you'd have to pay for groceries and so on. So I'm wondering, how do you mediate between this social exchange of graces or gifts, and then how do you transact parts of your life where income or cash is absolutely imperative?
Thank you, Prof. First, I want to say it's not for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for a married person. Yeah, so one has to know where to draw the line.
Mm-hmm.
So I still teach free, as you asked. In fact, it will shock you that I also donate money to Oxford. Yes. The VC wrote to me in November to thank me for, with other donors that they have, for the money we've been giving to them for the university to run, because Oxford runs on donations mostly.
But Oxford has a lot of money, though.
Because they are broken into colleges, so these colleges are independently looking for money.
Okay.
Yeah. So every
because
college
I was going to say, I know that you ran away from Nsukka, but I was going to say, if you have money to donate, why not consider a poor Nigerian university? But please go.
Now, let me shock you.
Yes.
I've written to the VC of UNN. He has not responded for the past 2 months to his email.
Boy.
Because I wanted to set up a fellowship in honor of Sabina Jerbasin, one of our anthropologists who lived in Uguta for over 27 years. So Professor Iken Nanzimiro, who is related to me maternally, was the first anthropologist in Nigeria, right? So I said it would be a good idea to set up a fellowship of anthropology at UNN. Nobody has responded to me. The people I sent to go and get his personal phone number, they have not gotten it in. It's 2 months already. So I want to do that for UNN. But I can't, I don't know. You see, I'm working with Professor Zibo, and we're on WhatsApp every day.
Yes.
So she's somebody that is accessible, somebody I can reach. We have even set up Professor Zibo's literary day at Unizik for February 11th. I'm also willing to do the same thing I'm doing for other universities, for Nigerian universities. But how can a VC not be able to, the VC of Oxford, I have access to her. You send her email today, she replies now.
Absolutely.
So I'm not going to start begging any Nigerian universities that I want to do this for you. I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for my name. I want to be remembered to be the guy that set up this thing in UNN. It's not for the university or the VC, but if the VC wouldn't respond, then I can't go.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
So that's to answer that part, that I have tried. And I'll just wait until the day he replies. Then we'll move on. Secondly, I will never encourage anybody that is married to say he wants to go and teach free. His partner will leave him.
Yes.
His partner will leave him. Children will get hungry. If there will be war. So my family understands my madness. Nobody has ever questioned me. Only an in-law once said, why don't you get a proper job and blah, 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 blah. I said, okay, you that have proper job, how is your life? So they just shut them up and they move on. Everybody has their own part to play in this life. I think my own part is to drive differently, drive through another pathway to the stream. It mustn't be like the other ways others become professors in universities. we know the story of Florence Wapa when she was going to the US to become a professor. That week was the week she died.
Yeah.
But she didn't have a PhD or all those things that we need now to become professors. So she found a different way to become a professor. And there are so many people. I met Professor Stephen Fry or something here in Oxford. He didn't even have a GCE, but he's a
is this the Shakespearean scholar or something?
No. This one is into I've forgotten what he's into, but I met him at the Oxford Literary Festival. So he tried to tell me how he doesn't have a school leaving certificate and blah blah, but he's a professor. There are many of them here. But there is what young Nigerians have questioned. They keep, like the IPOB people, when they came, they wrote one long article. They said he's not a professor, he's a fake professor. But they sent the email to my official Oxford email and also sent to my director. But if he's not at Oxford, how come he has an official email? You know, so the mentality of a young Nigerian or some Nigerian who doesn't know what the word is talking about is that you must be 80 years old to be a professor. So it's also possible for them to say Professor Kendibe is not a professor because he's young. Looking young. So I tell them, no, it's a matter of the path that I used. I kept volunteering to institutions, building up my CV, so it would be easy for me to navigate and come here. In fact, I was at University of Johannesburg before I moved here as a research associate. So it was their letter confirming that I was with them that also helped to get here. So most times, and I wasn't getting any money from University of Johannesburg, not even 1 rand. So that's where I set up my bookshop.
But how do you eat, Onyeka? How do you pay the rent? I'm sure you're paying rent in the UK. How does that happen?
A lot of money. In fact, the monthly rent is 1.6 million. Monthly.
Okay. Yeah. So you get it from Nigeria or something?
I get it from everywhere. I have friends who look at me and say, Enya, send me your account number.
Wow.
So basically, I'm a beggar.
I know that in your TED talk, you spoke about that you owe so many people, and you said, "Don't let them come and arrest me here."
I begged them. Some of the people were in the hall there. So after that talk, they didn't arrest me again. I went home.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let me ask this question. I know you wrote a book on Nigerian music, hip hop.
Yeah, hip hop is only for children. I gave you a copy when I came to see you. No?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I want to get your opinion on what's going on in the music industry. Now in Nigeria, because it's all over the world. People. I was shocked at the World Cup. When they were playing Camp, I didn't know that it was a Nigerian musician. So there are so many characters I don't know. Like Portable, I'm really interested in how Portable became a big shot. And so what do you think about what's going on there? And why is it that African writers, African actors, African musicians are all over the world, but writers are not...
Writing, doctor, is elitist. It's not everybody that... Writing gives headache, then reading gives headache. Only if you check.
Rudolph, you have to tweet that out.
I know we have to.
Reading gives headache. Yeah.
So
there's so many things he said today that I had to tweet.
The most universal language ever is music.
That's true.
You cannot tell me that Dr. Alban and Charlie Boy they are so popular, more popular than Florence Wapa because blah blah blah. No. It's because of the arts they practice. So if not the activism of Wole Soyinka, his stubbornness, he wouldn't be as popular as he is. I also get angry. I was in South Africa. Some kids will come into my room, my students. They will see picture of Wole Soyinka on my wall. They will ask me if he's Morgan Freeman, and I'll get angry. I'll get really, really angry. I said, a man who sort of honored your country with his Nobel Prize. You don't even know him. So we are just insufferable as writers.
But by the way, the story you just told, I was with Onyeka in Palermo, Italy, and we went to...
No, Italians know him very well.
But Italians think that he is Morgan Freeman.
Oh, gosh.
So they came and they were saying, we know you, you are on TV, you are an actor.
Oh,
and Onyeka can be very funny. So
Yeah.
he initially said to them, no, I'm not, but they continued to insist that he was. He said, okay, but let me have my dinner, you know. So it's such an uncanny, incident where somebody is mistaken for somebody else, and
But he sort of he's everywhere. So his own case is also different from people like us who will struggle for the rest of our lives to be known and
recognized.
Yeah, he's an actor, he's a filmmaker, he's a writer, he fights every
political
government,
human rights activist.
Yeah. So for the musicians, I envy them all, seriously, because I like fame. I must be very honest with you. I like fame. So when I see a stadium filled with people singing to somebody's song, and I go for a reading and 8 people show up at my book reading, I get angry. I'm like, am I not doing enough? I would say, is Burna Boy not my part of my generation?
Yeah.
Why is he getting 40,000 people and I'm getting 8 people? What am I doing wrong? Unfortunately for me, I can't
break
sing.
out into song.
I can't sing. I've tried to write songs for musicians.
Yes.
I've even shot music videos for them, but I think one day, maybe J.K. Rowling has been able to do that, but I'm hoping that one day a writer will be able to sit face to face with a musician and say, you have 19,000 people coming for your show. I have 19,000 readers and fans at my book reading. I think J.K. Rowling had a book reading at a stadium in Canada once.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, so hopefully, but that's why I'm angry with most of the musicians, really. It's an act of envy.
Yes.
So it's not like I don't like them. But the portable person, I don't listen to his music.
Yes.
So, okay, just for your information, we talked about Chimamanda and Akweke. He went into details about the conflict, his own interpretation. We talked about Obioma, Chigozie, and Adichie, who will get the Nobel Prize before the other. So, go ahead, Ralph.
I have a question for Professor Onyeka. Do you have any plans to work with an HBCU over here in America?
Historically black colleges and universities.
I was in America before I left.
But you were at Harvard?
I was at Ohio and Harvard. Okay. So I don't like the US, sorry.
No worries.
But
nothing wrong.
I established a fellowship in the name of Professor Henry Louis Gates at Cambridge. Yeah, so he's the only one now I can work with in that US. That was the most uncomfortable country I ever lived in my life. Because every day there is the thought of go and look for money. Yes. And I hate this thing they call hustle. I don't like hustling. So, and they use the word loosely in America without knowing that the word hustle means crime. So everybody in America is doing 5 jobs, 10 jobs to survive. I said, no, not me. I left. I even left my parents there and ran away. So,
okay, Onyeka, there's something you said. You said it in passing and you didn't elaborate. How did you become the Haitian? You said, what did you say you do with
Haitian Honorary Consul of Haiti?
Okay, in Nigeria.
To Anglophone West Africa.
Wow. So have you been there? Have you been to Haiti?
I have a film school in Haiti. I am a dean of a film school in Haiti.
Wow. All right, we need to talk more about that because there is an idea I have about reconnecting to Haitians.
I've been doing that with the ambassador here in London.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I brought their prime minister for the book, my event last year.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's contesting for president now. So I'm somehow attached to his political party to help him with English-speaking countries. So yes, I have been. In fact, it was Shoyinka's trip to Haiti when he was honored by the president who was killed that opened the vista for me.
Okay.
He wrote a recommendation to the government for me, a letter that he said I can only make public when he's gone. So I'm keeping it. One of the best tributes ever written for me is Shoyinka's recommendation. It's the most powerful thing that you can ever get from a human being. So that's why I said he's the greatest man alive. You know, so that letter sort of made the appointment quite easy for me. Very easy. You know, so.
All right, very good.
But I'm only presenting my letter of credence to a new president this year. I could have done that with Buhari, but I'm not interested.
All right. So you are also an ambassador too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. All right.
With plenipotentiary added to it.
Okay.
Bragging rights as an Igbo man.
Now, Adeboye, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Adebayo, how are you?
I think I know.
I'm very well. Of course you do. I'm very well. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Nice to be here.
Is that the presidential candidate?
Oh, I think there's an SDP guy with that name, Adebayo.
Okay.
Adewale. That's it wasn't him. It's not him. Yesterday he was here for 2 hours.
Okay.
So 8 hours.
8
yeah,
hours.
So
yeah.
Wow.
Go ahead, Adebayo.
Yes, it's nice to join you guys. I'll just stay and catch up with the conversations.
Okay. All right.
I may not be able to contribute immediately.
All right. We are actually rounding up.
Okay, so that means I'll enjoy the remaining bit.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Mr. Scribe, you haven't said anything. No question now. You have.
He's there laughing.
I've been enjoying the chat really with Onyeka, and man, kudos to you. You're a gem. And I wanted to talk about the AI thing, but I was allowing Raf to kind of go ahead. You have to be very conscious of the fact that ChatGPT has only internet information that is up to 2021. So meaning that the AI bot was trained with all, it's just like Google. And so what it does, it goes out, makes calls, and then composes all those information. To some of the tests that have come out appear to suggest that it's highly plagiarized. So you have to be very careful. You have to use a plagiarism checker whatever you're doing. Use a plagiarism checker to check it, because a lot of the ChatGPT thing is good. The alternative is that when they release some of these open source, trained models, AI models, you could actually train it within the context of that book that you want to read. You say, for example, you admire Wole Soyinka's work, you admire a few other writers' work, and that is the sort of like composition or the context within which you want to write. Then you can feed it with that data from all those books, and then you say, okay, ChatGPT or whatever the context or whatever you name it, Google, whatever, Onyeka, you can call it Ndibe. You can just say, Ndibe, Professor Ndibe, write me a book and sound like Drummer Boy, and then you will write it. So it will write it with that tone. You can say, okay, use a harsh tone or whatever. So that's kind of, I think that's one of the contributions I was just waiting for my turn to kind of say, look, that's actually something we should all be conscious of when we're using it. It's a fantastic tool. It's very powerful. That's basically it. But not to take anything away from you, Onyeka, man, absolutely love what you're doing, man. And I don't know how you survive, man. Like, you're a warrior. I don't know how you survive with, doing what you're doing, achieving results. It speaks to that procreative energy of the Igbo man. And kudos to you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Scribe. Hecho, you're next.
Sorry. Before Hecho, just want to point out that that's why I recommended the chat GPT to just practice first before going for the paid version. That's the free version. Mr. Scribe, right?
The chat GPT for now is going to be free until
that's the free, because that's why it's limited. But that's why I recommended it not to use not to use it as for your main writing, but to just get familiar with how it works. I forgot to mention the plagiarism thing, but you're right about that.
I would say watch the space. There will be many people there will be many companies that will be shooting off that would begin to answer these questions and provide services around that space. This space is very, very, recent. I'm looking at 2025 as a period when it will really mature and it will be insane. It will really mature and it will become insane. Right now, everything is just like, even the pepper. I would not just pepper type. I can give you like 10.
There's a lot. There's a lot. I don't want to overwhelm anybody with like 10, 20.
I wouldn't jump into it.
So you just drop one free one, and then at least you practice with the free, and then you can.
I would be more focused on learning how to train those models that are open source. As a long-term solution.
All right, Hecho.
My people, now good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
And my brother, Onyeka
Nwelue.
As I see your name, I be teaching that my sister when you sing that song.
Not the same thing.
wait, Onyeka, did you not interview Onyeka Nwelue? I saw something on YouTube.
I was her manager for years now, and we share the same birthday.
What? Oh, because you be manager, now you can't change your name to her name.
No, my mama named me Onyeka because of her. So I had to find her.
No, I think I saw you talking to Onyeka. I was like, okay, this is interesting.
Yeah, 2018, she left her birthday party to come to mine.
Oh wow.
Okay, I think I remember very well that Onyeka, you used to work well with Auntie Onyeka.
Yeah. Yes.
So, are you in Nigeria?
Yes, so
it's one of our,
and I'm on the road.
Oh, okay.
A land of darkness.
It's dark because I'm in the car.
Okay.
Oh, I forgive you.
I want to start by...
Okay, Echo is speaking.
Echo, go ahead.
I want to start by saying thank you for all you've done, all you are doing, and all you will still do. When I come to Dr. Damage's show and discover great men, great Nigerians like you, it confirmed to me what my assignment meant. And when I was told that I should just say yes to the assignment and it will connect me to men and women that will do the assignment together. Because the assignment is a huge one. 2019, I was telling people we want to bet a new Nigeria, a Nigeria of our dream. That time, nobody was talking of a new Nigeria. Everybody that was in my team, I introduced my word. That's why I am the convener of Diamond Go Charitable Organization in Nigeria and Diamond Go Charity here in US. One of the things we want to achieve is to build a better Nigeria for our children. Because my grandfather refused to fight and your grandfather refused to fight, they pass it on to our father. And our father refused to fight, they pass it on to us. And the worst aspect is when they pass it to our father, Nigeria was still good though. Our culture was playing a huge role. When they pass it to us, it has started shaking. And now, If we don't do nothing, we have not even anything to pass on at all. Because in our very eyes, the things that our great-grandfather, grandfather, father did to spoil Nigeria, our own children, they have mastered it 100%, and they are doing the worst. And I realize that we are the only Moses that can make a change. And as Moses, if we do not save our nation, they go begin to tolopia everywhere in Nigeria when we pass away. Tolopia means to pick cutlass in Urhobo language where I come from. And we can see it in our very eye that our children are tolopia in the streets. What do I mean? Gone are the days where you as a Nigerian will be wake up and say, you know what? This snow too much. Make I take my vacation this period. Make I go relax with my family for home. But none of us can do that because the moment you measure it, they go don't plan your kidnapping, wait for you by your own blood. Do you blame them? No. I am their strong advocate. I do not blame them. Why? We stole their destiny. We gave them poverty and lack. And we now added hopelessness to it. In order for them to survive, they had to use their brilliant idea that they were supposed to be used to be bigger and better than Elon Musk and Facebook man and all this Oyibo when they hear say get money. They're supposed to use that talent they are using to do evil so to be better than them, but no. Our greedy, wicked, and evil leaders in the political atmosphere, in the business atmosphere, and in the religious sector, they will not let them be. But they choose to become Boko Haram. They choose to become Fulani herdsmen. They choose to become Yahoo boys and girls. Olosho and hookup. That is what you people have made them to become. But I said to Nigerians, those wicked leaders and oppressors, I said to you today, over my dead body, will you continue this evil? I, Hannah Jebare Obukokwo, alias H.O., Madam H.O., the convener of Andaimogo Charitable Organization in Nigeria and Andaimogo Charitable Charity here in US, together with those who melt well with Nigeria. We are coming to rescue the destiny of this young one from your hands and all that you have stolen from us. If you like, make you put inside your womb. If you like, put inside your brocos. Anywhere you hide them, we go collect them from una hand. And we go use them, build facility, and take out those street children and put them where they belong and fulfill destiny. We will use those resources to remove those our brothers and sisters want to put for prison, for Kenya and other prison in Nigeria. We will build facility for them. We will rehabilitate them and empower them to become who they are. And for those who don't turn to drug addicts, we will build facility for them, rehabilitate them, and make them to fulfill destiny. Everything we have in Africa, they are meant for export, including our dressing, including our food and our beautiful cultural dances. Where are we in Nigeria? How can we have intellectual men like you, Onyeka? And that is idiot that doesn't even know where they don't even know whether they go to Chicago University. will be parading themselves in the street, telling me, Emiloko, anyone that vote for them, anyone that collect money from them, and begin to convince my daughters and my sons and my vulnerable mother to vote for them. Let the press that you suck, let it work against you in 2023. Let the wound that carry you and baited you, let it fight you and send you to early grave. Atiku, Buhari, no, Atiku and Emiloko, you are not qualified. I mean it. You are not qualified to become the president of Nigeria. No. And if you dare it, now person when he sleep, wake up. Now they sit on that seat called presidential seat. You want to see the wrath of the women. You want to see the wrath of the breast that fed you. And you want to see the wrath of the womb that carries you. I be not be grand you they match. I be you know they breathe this air. The blood of the innocent. The one shed in the north. The one shed in the west. The one shed in the south. The one shed in the east. They are crying for vengeance. And vengeance will they get. Especially those idiots that collected contract of road. Una go give 10% to those useless GO. They come collect and they pray for you. You the crazy. Your head all color. You see, every person when die for the road when you supposed to build. And you not build that. Your blood go haunt you. It go haunt your children. Your children. Everything that gives you peace and comfort will work against you in 2023. And making out the ito, you go for me time. Me, Hannah Jabare Obukoko, alias H.O., I promise you with the last breath that I have.
Thank
the
you.
The shall grow. I am the Deborah of our time. Together with my brother like Onyeka and Dr. Damages and others, we will hunt you people down. We will be princess. We want to be queen. We want to be king and prince. That is who the African man and African child and African woman is. When I got the allow some idiot when they circumcise themselves, they define us. They call they make us, they do caricature. Una they color.
All right, thank you, H.O. H.O., thank you so much. We appreciate your intervention. Onyeka, you want to say something, or you want?
No.
Okay.
I just I'm hungry. That's all.
All right, and we're running up. I just want one more question, then we have to go. I know you.
My mother cooked for me since.
I know you've done very well.
For
yeah.
hours.
One more question. I know you did. You said you had a documentary on Ojukwu. I haven't seen.
No, not a documentary. The biopic.
Okay.
So sort of narrated by OBJ and the rest.
Okay, is it out?
It's been graded. So I'm now some big filmmaker is helping me to get it to Netflix now. So we're talking.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to ask you, looking at Nigeria, who would you consider one of the most historical individual in Nigerian history?
I'm not that intelligent to be able to answer this question, because you can see that every tribe has a figure that they respect a lot. You know, when you come to the musical scene, right? I was saying the other time on social media that if we were going to get a new currency, at least somebody like Fela should be on it. I also think somebody like Papa Orlando Julius, who died last day. I was very close to him and understand that the foundation of Afrobeats could not have been led without him. I had access to him, So I know the history of Afrobeat, and I think when I went to Cape Verde, there is a woman called Eva Rosuserio, a musician. She's the one on their currency, on one of their currencies. So if when this kind of question is thrown at me, I'm most likely going to go for an Igbo man, right? But also you remember that greatest figure, right? That's what you said in Nigeria. Oh, not one tribe could produce that. I'm sure there are many. In this film I've made on Ojukwu, you have characters like Gowon, because I use lookalike actors. So the characters in the film are people that lived. Gowon is there. Nnamdi Azikiwe is played by Mitran Okorie. Gowon is played by Jamal Ibrahim. Wole Soyinka is played by Makinde Adeniran. Ojukwu is played by Greg Ojefo. I already showed the preview at Oxford that Professor Kingsley Moghalu came to watch. So it's me rewriting history and positioning some of the figures that I found really interesting in my narrative. Not like it's what happened, but they are pieces of the stories that I heard. There was a particular scene that I created in the film. James Corey said this actually happened on July 2nd, 1967. He was specific, but I didn't know it happened. It was just me coming up with something from my head when he saw the film. Because his character is also in the film, Uli Baya. It's just me trying to say, I'm a writer, I'm a filmmaker, boring dialogue, where these people, because they were all friends in Ibadan, they would sit down and discuss Nigerian politics before independence with their big verbose words. So it's also not a film for everybody. It's a film for universities, writers. So I'm not making the film to be like the popular ones that are breaking box office records. I'm just saying, let's also have a different kind of narrative on our figures that you just talked about. So all of them, there is Obasanjo is played by Emeka Okoye. And at the end of the film, you also have President Obasanjo talking to me about those characters. So it's also my tribute to them, whether they were bad people or good people. It's my way of saying we have had our own heroes from all tribes. So it's a good question, but I'm not intelligent enough to give an answer. Say who should be, because me, I will end up saying is me.
Okay. All right. One last one. I know we have to end in 4 hours. I want you to be free to go and eat your dinner. But yeah. This is something we see on social media. Wizkid, and the way you have Shoyinka and Achebe, you have Wizkid and the video people. Being that you know the music industry well, who do you think is better?
Oh, Wizkid and Davido?
Mm-hmm.
I don't play their music. I'm not even joking. Let me give you a list of musicians that I play so you can know where I theater to. I can attend shows by Seun Kuti, Asha, Neka, Orlando Julius, Keziah Jones, Oliam, Tima Kiseli. This is the kind of music I listen to. And because of my mental condition, I'm in tune with music that wouldn't disturb my head. So I play them overnight. Like if I'm going to bed, I put on my music till the next morning. So I don't think I will have such artists on my playlist. Either way, even the book I wrote on them, they've not read it. So why would I patronize them when they are not patronizing me?
Did you give them copies?
Oh yeah. Davido's manager, Esa Sika, bought half copies of the book, but I don't think those boys have time to read anything. So there is no need trying to patronize people who don't patronize you. So no, I don't listen to them. I don't even have them on my. I have a very long playlist. They are not there. Most musicians that are there from Senegal, Mali, India, Ukraine and the rest of the world that plays music that you can go to bed with, not noise making.
I just got a tweet, a comment from your friend Rahman, and he said that your movie on Juku was very good, was bold, beautiful, daring.
Rahman has always been kind to me. You know, I lived in his house in Boston.
Yeah, he told me.
So anything he's writing now is out of love and bias.
All right. Dr. Dominic, you came in late, but I'll just give you one more chance to ask a question or comment to Onyeka before he leaves. He hasn't eaten for 4 hours, so I kept him here.
Yeah, and it's in salad soup.
Ah, ooh.
Ooh.
All right. So Dominic, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof. Onyeka Nwelue. I listened to the first part and I was busy. I had to do stuff and I just came back. I decided to see if the show was on. And in grand style, Rudolph is still around online after 4 hours. But
yesterday was 12 hours, Dominic. So that's new record.
But I actually appreciate that you were here to engage with us. I like you have a very beautiful mind. I remember I was posting something in the comment and Rudolph, Ralph was attacking me, but you know it's out of love and friendship that I made that comment. Yeah.
What comment was that? Because I'm not reading any comment.
Oh, very, very good that you don't read the comments.
No, I don't read comments. Whatever anybody has about me is their business. I don't read those comments. I just touch and go. I don't read comments.
No, it was because of it. So you mentioned something about taking care of your mental health, and as a physician, I picked up on you mentioning some personal, private, medical.
No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not private because somebody will scandalize me tomorrow that they saw me in a psychiatry. So it's always important for me to come up front with my story, so you don't go and create scandal for me tomorrow. Because that psychiatry I go to in South Africa, I see over 200 people. Anybody can take picture of me there and post it online. So when you post it, they will tell you, he already told us he's mad. So it's not private. No.
You're not mad. You're taking care of your mental health. It's not mad.
Look at you. They have tried it before with me now. They'll come online and tell me, go and check yourself. Go and check your head. I say, I'm checking it. So I don't want anybody to scandalize me. So it's better for me to come out. I've posted my psychiatric documents online before, and my aunts were angry with me, but I explained to them that I need to do this for myself. I don't want any scandals.
When I heard the medications you mentioned, and you spoke about your creativity and the medications hampering the creativity, I sort of knew where this was going. Then I understood what was going on. But
I was on medication. It made me a zombie for like a long time. I couldn't write anything because I would sit down in my bed and be looking at the wall with lithium. Your brain will stop working. Yeah. So, but the doctor said your brain works faster than normal. So why would I now slow it down? So I thought it's important to make it public so that nobody will expose me tomorrow and laugh at me. I already laughed at myself first, so you can go ahead and laugh. It's not my business. So it's not private. That is why we have sick people running for president in Nigeria. So will I now come tomorrow and start coming to rule Nigeria when I know I have a psychiatrist? I'll just slap everybody in Aso Rock. You know?
I like how you think. There's this level of freedom that you embody, which also doesn't stifle your creativity at the end of the day. I just wanted to pick your mind in terms of how does one, I don't know what your background is. I've heard of your book. I think I may have read it when I was a long time ago. I can't remember. But what I wanted to ask is, how do you create out time to delve into the literary and artful space if you already have a profession that kind of is very, very boxing? Like as a physician, yes, I love creative writing. I would have studied if I was not a physician.
Yeah, but they pay you.
Wait, now. This man.
we don't have the same freedom or space because I create my own schedule.
Yes.
For the people that I'm not collecting money from. So I'll tell them when I'm available or not.
True.
Yeah. So I don't have a 9-to-5 job. I can wake up by 10 if I want. I can wake up by 4 a.m. if I want. Because there's no timetable for me at the university. So I create my own space. I was telling Dr. Damages that, oh yes, I can get on a plane now and go to Maldives in the morning. And in fact, it's happening in the next 24 hours. I'm going somewhere right now. So I can wake up and say I'm going to Jerusalem and come back. But if you are being paid, which really does not make you escape poverty, really, or richer, because nobody that is being paid by another person will be a billionaire, right? So if you are being paid, you can't create that time to write. And I have somehow established a legion of people who help with my creativity. This morning, before I came on, I arranged for the show, I spoke to my editor already, and I have 3 books she's editing. So what matters now is how much am I going to pay her to be able to ghostwrite some parts that I don't have the mental energy to write. So you also delegate duties like
you can't say ghostwriting in public.
Ghostwriting? She's my editor. If there is a part where she says, Onyeka, you need to write 3 pages of this story to be able to make the story compounded and good, and I don't have the energy, I'll tell her to write it and give me an invoice for it.
Yeah, I meant in tongue in cheek. I know you have an editor. Obviously, they can try to weave the story into.
And what is wrong with ghostwriting?
It always has a negative connotation. That's why.
Ghostwriting. You think OBJ sat down and wrote my watch?
I shouldn't be laughing.
I mean, Professor Shoyinka writes his own, because when you read it, you will know he wrote them, right? His language and everything.
Yes.
And this is one of the reasons why he's the strongest man I know on earth, because who writes this kind of book, 700 pages in a cottage in Ghana alone, and he's still standing? Writing is not an easy job. So if you find someone who can help you develop your characters, you do it. There is nothing wrong with ghostwriting. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I fit in? Wait, Rudolph, wait. Give me 30. Can I fit in 3 questions? First question is, what do you think about Toni Morrison's writing? Because it kind of veers off on the sort of literature.
I love Toni Morrison's hair, but I can't pass pages of her book. They're tedious.
For me to read.
They're tedious. Yeah, they are really poetry.
It's too metaphorical.
Yeah, it's a lot of poetry in her writing, and I don't know what I have against American writers, but I don't know. Maybe it's personal. But Toni Morrison has been able to create worlds that not all of us can. So most of her books, when I read them, I don't finish them. And not because I think I find some writing tedious. But if I love a writer, really, if I love a writer personally, anything they write, I read. That's the problem I have. Whether it's nonsense, whether it's good. Once I like somebody, if you write nonsense, I will read it. Anything, I will buy it. In fact, you'll be shocked. I have 44 books by Wole Soyinka with me, and he signed 37 of them. Yeah, so if I just like you, and I have all books by B. Bandel, I have all books by Professor Kendi, all here. B is on, they're all here.
Yeah. 2 other questions.
Chigozie Obioma's, all of them. So when I like you, I read anything. But if I had met Toni Morrison, I would read her book from beginning to the end.
Yeah. What is your writing ritual before you start writing and when you are in the writing process? And can I
my brother, these are questions that ask writers.
Can I add my book to your collection?
Oh, yeah. I would love to have your books. Just give me your name and I'll find them myself. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. There's one tweet that Onyeka sent out.
Hey,
Wait. I
No, let Professor Onyeka eat too.
Yeah, yeah.
I will know where it's continuing. I think it's getting more interesting again.
Yeah. No, we're going to let him eat. But this is the tweet. Okay.
We lost Rudolph. What happened?
Oh, maybe NEPA don't carry light for New York.
Yeah, well, not in my part of Brooklyn. So anyway, Professor Onyeka, I will have to set up an interview with you personally.
Okay,
yeah.
sir.
But I want to watch your movie first before I set up the interview. Is Rudolph
Okay,
back?
I think Rudolph is coming back.
Rudolph,
yeah.
Did you exchange internet with CM?
No, someone kicked me out. Someone kicked me out.
Really?
CM. I blame CM.
Okay.
Kicked you out?
Yeah, someone kicked me out. I think it's Gambit. Okay.
No.
Changing
I didn't put anything, Rudolph.
Okay. This is the tweet. He said this. This is for you actually. I mentioned it when I read it.
Not we start wife before. We start.
You see, CM is bad again. Okay. This is what it says.
Not the internet start.
Anyone who asks, where can I buy your book?
See,
not
Rudolph
buy
is struggling.
And does not read. Don't respond to them.
The hunter is not the hunted. Is that not the way?
Okay, I think too many people are talking.
Yeah, that's CM. I blocked him. He doesn't. Okay. He's not with us. Anyone who asks, where can I buy your book? Does not buy books and does not read. Don't respond to them. How many times do you get that? Where can I buy your book? Whenever you post that.
Oh boy.
So boy.
Especially in Nigeria. Well, there are Nigerians are not aware. Some Nigerians, not all, that there are websites that actually carry books. Right, Conga.com is one of them.
Okay.
But there are major bookstores in any Nigerian city, and if a book is, makes some wave or is important critically, those bookstores inevitably carry the books, right? So it's frustrating for me if I have a new book published and people, write individual comments, where can we find a book? Then you answer the person, you say, okay, if you are on Lagos Island, go to Terra Culture, go to Jazz Hole, go to Quintessence, and then the very next person writes, where can we find the books? So it's like, then you go and put it in the original post. The books can be found at, and people are still writing to you asking, where can we find the books? But the more interesting thing for me, actually, another sort of trend that I find with Nigerians is that we're not used to the idea of leisure reading, right? Nigerians will read a book if there's an exam. So I have to read this novel to pass an exam, right? So they are not used to the idea that in a year, whether you are a mathematician, a physicist, an economist or something, that reading fiction and reading nonfiction is actually a mind-expanding, mind-enlarging activity, which educated, enlightened people do, right? And so I remember years ago, I was in LA to give a reading at the bookstore, and the place was packed. And some of the people who came were my classmates in elementary school, my classmates in secondary school that bought the books. So months later, one guy who was my classmate in elementary school called me and said, my brother, my daughter started reading your book, and she was just blown away by it. And she kept saying to me, Dad, did you say this person was your classmate? So I said to him, have you read it? He said, no, but I'm saying that my daughter has written it. So I can't imagine somebody I went to school with writing a book, okay? And I have to wait for my daughter to discover the book 3 months later. Another friend of mine who again bought the book told me that somebody called him from Nigeria and said, do you know Okendibe? And he said, yes. Do you know about this recent book of his? And he said, yes, I have a copy. And he said to me that the person asked him, have you read the book? And I told the person, do I have an exam? So he bought the book, got me to sign it, but it's just part of the furniture. So he can tell people, this guy was my classmate and he signed the book for me. So we have to And part of it is that we have to create, it's a conversation I've had with several Southeast governors, and they don't get it. You know, I've spoken to two former governors in Anambra State. I've spoken to the current governor in Enugu State, and I said, let's start a literary festival in the Southeast. And you talk to them, and one governor, was talking to him, and he was writing furiously, and I thought he was attentive. And then I finished, and he went to, my political opponents are always attacking me. He just went to a different subject. So anyway, another governor, I proposed that his wife should start a book club and choose a book every month. And I said, send your commissioners to go to secondary schools, elementary schools, read a chapter of the book that your wife has chosen. And he didn't quite understand it. So our people have to, in a sense, find a way to incorporate leisure reading into their everyday lives.
It was one of the reasons why I was trying to bring the governor to Oxford, to be able to raise questions. Why is the governor attending a literary festival? That will interest young people in Imo State.
Yes.
But, I mean, there was an opposition to that. And although he said he wasn't scared or anything, but he decided to attend a birthday party instead.
Yeah, there would have been a lot of distraction.
Yeah, so
one of the things we intend to do in Andamogo that I will be reaching out to you for, we know we don't read. So we want to incorporate the culture of reading. And we want to plan it because when they want win money or win car, they go read.
That's right.
So we want to do something when they compare us to read.
That's right. That's right.
In fact, if you want to hide something for black man, put an inside book. We want to change that narrative because that is not who we are.
Yeah, but hold on. Madam Echo, let me just say something, which Madam Echo has pointed to. I actually practice this when I travel to an African country and I have had currency, foreign currency. I actually open a book and I put the money inside the book, and I go away, and somehow I feel like nobody who comes to clean my room is going to look inside the book. Again, when I travel within Nigeria, I just leave any money I have between the covers of the book, and it's usually there.
Well, let me just correct that an impression. I think in the 80s, people were reading. In the
Absolutely.
70s. So something happened.
I only inherited books from my uncle who died at 96. The books are here. They shipped them to England for me. And they're all
so what makes us not to be reading from the 80s? When our teachers had to make money fast.
I think the pressure. I think the pressure is also from the parents who love comparing others. I know my parents didn't do it, but I know some parents who will say, "Leno Chukwudi has a car now. You don't have anything." And but I was lucky; nobody compared me to anybody at all.
Yeah.
So it's let me advertise the Akache Zibo Prize that we set up. It's online. It's like the same popular voting platform that we use for other things. So the Akache Zibo is not really one that a jury will sit and decide who wins.
Did Onyeka disappear?
You go chop the soup when they cook. No, eat that melon or drink our own. No.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, Onyeka, welcome back.
No, it was my younger brother. So it was a popularity contest that people who vote for the best book of fiction or poetry and the rest. And the voting starts tomorrow, Monday, for the prize. I mean, Professor Zibo asked why there is no jury or anything. I said, no, I want young people to know her. So you vote, and the winning writer gets small money to go with.
Okay.
So it's left for the public to vote, even if they've not read the book.
When will you announce the winner?
The winner will be announced on February 11th, which is her birthday.
Okay. Very good. Yeah. All right. So if you have things like this, you can come on this forum and we can talk about it and then promote it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Eddie, I'm so sorry. I was about to sign off with Onyeka so he could go and eat. Eddie, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Eddie.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, Prof,
Yeah.
the two professors, and good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Yeah, I listened to the show as much as possible, and I picked up in one section where the Professor Onyeka was saying about trying to establish, is it something?
Nigerian Cultural Center.
Yeah, cultural center at the speaking with the trying to engage with the Minister of is it Culture and Information, something like Mr. Lai Mohammed, Mr. Lai Mohammed anyway. And I'm not surprised that the pushback you got, which is but I feel it's a shame that Nigerians, Africans, how will I sell their culture? Like you said, the Britain, we are saying we are celebrating independence every day, but are we really independent in Africa? Are we really independent in Nigeria? The like you said, the British, they still have their what do you call it?
They're still
Where you go to
colonizing
do,
us. They have British
you know where you have that, their British and what they call it. I've forgotten the
British
term.
Council.
British Council, yeah. In almost every major city in Nigeria, and you have to go there to write the exams and all that. My thing to you is this: you shouldn't allow what happened between you and yourself and Mr. Lai Mohammed to deter your commitment to push this Nigerian African narrative, you know, so we can establish ourselves. Just as you have to learn, you have to go, if you need to go to Germany, you go there, do 6 months, learn their language, at least the basic language. Just as you are saying, what you are trying to establish, they shouldn't deter you. You should keep pushing. You should keep it, because nothing like you know yourself, nothing comes, nothing good comes easy. The establishment will always try to fight back. You should always keep pushing. And we are young people. For me to see a young professor like yourself, I'm really happy, and someone that your mind is not tied down to one section of society. Your mind is vast. Is like how will I say, the tabula rasa, plain slate that can take whatever shape at any time. And yeah, I'm really happy to at least speak to you. And I thank Dr. Damages for bringing all this intellect into this space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Onyeka, if you have a final words, you can say that, and then I wish you all the best.
Okay, Mr. Oliver, sorry.
Oliver.
Yeah, before I let him go, I just wanted to. There's something I wanted to share with some of our brothers who were on the line, because earlier in the conversation there was a time when Professor Onyeka stated his experience where some people camped outside when he was having something inside. Instead of coming in to support him, they were outside contradicting it. And I wanted to share this because this is something I have tried to share anytime I get the opportunity. And such things happen because we underestimate the power of a creative content. We underestimate the power of the artist. You see, struggles can be won by the sharing of creative content. It doesn't have to be physical confrontation. It doesn't have to be violent. It can be shared by creating awareness. The Holocaust we hear today happened over a century ago, but today you cannot insult any of the concepts that have been put out there or whatever is said about it, because it was through the sharing of awareness that it continued to carry on from generation to generation, and they continue to hold strong to it. The struggle that we have, whether it's in Nigeria or in Africa or anywhere, or even the one we have in our place, is something that we can share through creative content. People will listen to what you have to say. Professor Onyeka has talked about his stories, his movie about Ojukwu and Gowon and things like that. It is easier for somebody who wants to help, who can help, to listen to that type of story or watch it and understand what is going on, and understand the fact that we talked about millions of people being killed during the Civil War. you can actually pass that information through creative content than actually confronting somebody and trying to fight somebody without having to let the person understand what is your concern. Where is this your bitterness coming from? And this is something that I have said that our people who are in the struggle fail to understand the power of sharing this creative content, because if people know where you are coming from, they can identify with your struggle. And instead of antagonizing somebody who is an artist who is going around the world trying to share this idea, you can team up with the person. And it's not a question of saying we are going to support any rebellion anyway. It's a question of saying, this is what our concern is. Read this book, watch this movie, read this poetry, and see where the story is. And you can be interested in such people, and then you can fight for them, as opposed to contradicting yourself or antagonizing them. So I'm just saying, I know because one or two of our members here said some things in the chat, which is not respectful at all about the guests that we have, maybe because they disagree with what he's saying. But instead of doing that, align yourself with him. Work with people that have these abilities to see how we can share our story so that people can begin to understand why our struggle is one that can be supported. I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Onyeka, you can make your final submission. Raf, you wanted to say something? No?
Yeah, I just want to add to what Mr. Oliver said, because he spoke to content creating, and I just want to use that example of Rudolph coming on my podcast and sharing his story. The few people who have been on Rudolph's platform and have listened to my podcast and have reached out to me and have been like, oh, I never knew about Rudolph's story because I only just knew him as Dr. Damages, and they just assume that he's just the Dr. Damages personality. And then they're like, oh, I never thought about this, about Igbo culture, and then they're like, oh, when I listen to your episode of your podcast, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I say the tagline for my podcast is using stories from mostly, but not limited to, only immigrants to bring down artificial walls. Because the more I talk to people from every background, the more I realize that I don't really know anything. I don't really know people, but we are more alike. And there's a lot of assumptions that I've made. And yeah, so I tell people that there's a whole lot of ways to achieve goals. And we, when Professor Franklin was here the other week, and the points he made, a lot of us, I think he just went over people's heads because he didn't use the language a lot of people would have preferred, especially when it came to Papa. Stop talking. I cannot. Okay, I'm sorry, I interrupted your movie. I'm sorry. That's my daughter. I interrupted her.
And can we see her face?
Do you want to show your face? You can come show your face if you want.
And don't leave. I want to see your daughter. I know I've not seen it.
But the point still remains that I wish people would realize that just because the person didn't say shoot guns, throw missiles, get that supersonic missile that some people come here and tell you that that's the solution, that's the exact solution. There's multiple ways to get there, and creative content is one of those ways, and it actually moves it's actually more powerful than we realize it is. That's why they support people who are doing it. Support your people and support Rudolph. You don't have to come support me. It's fine. You don't support my podcast. That's fine. But support Rudolph, support Professor Onyeka. It's not about fighting and shooting gun all the time. So thank you again, Professor Onyeka. I hope to reach out to you too. And dear Mr. Scribe and Dr. Dominic, I'm still waiting for 3 of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Waiting for what?
Omori, okay, I'll come to you. Omori, go ahead before Onyeka has to go. Go ahead. Yeah, Omori, go ahead.
Yeah, just a word of advice. We need this kind of love. You can see the way we're flowing right now. Nobody cares whether you're Igbo, you're Hausa, you're Ido, you're wherever you come from. So we need this energy. We need this love to build a better Nigeria. That is on one side. The idea of saying any Boma that attends a Yoruba man's church is a fool, is a this, it doesn't help us, it doesn't take us anywhere. We are victim of the Nigerian system that is not working well. Until we realize this part, that we are better together, we must form a formidable force against our common enemy. We have a common enemy to fight. The leaders that have been heading us in perpetual bondage over the years. And again, I have a question to end this whole thing. Since he did a great job on between Ojukwu and Gowon, I've been trying to read. I've not been able to find it from any book. There was a fight. There was a war. Ojukwu wanted. There was injustice. There were killings in the northern part, and there were attempt to reconcile and their body accord and all that. Can anybody tell me, since we have a great minds here, I can see great Idibe, great Onyeka, and most brilliant, minds here. Can anybody tell me while Ojukwu was fighting to defend his fatherland, our land, the Biafra land, and there's a bridge, the only bridge connecting Biafra and Nigeria is that Onitsha. I expected him to blow off that bridge, first of all, to stop the federal incursion into our land. Can anybody tell me? And I've also learned that our land, the great city of Benin was overrun by Biafran troops. If they are continuing with the supersonic rate they started, Lagos would have been overrun. And there was a compromise along the line between Benin and I don't know what transpired. I don't want to cast aspersion on anybody. Can anybody tell me? Can anybody have a idea when Ojukwu was going to Lagos? Was it another state capture? Was he trying to capture Lagos, or he was trying to defend our Biafra land?
Okay, Omori, thank you so much. We can't get into that unless Onyeka has to eat. And okay, Omori, if okay, we stay with us.
I don't know about that one.
Of course. So what we are going to do is this: we'll let Onyeka say his final words, and if he's going, if he leaves, okay. If okay wants to explain that, okay, we explain that for us. But let's hear from Onyeka and let him go and eat his offensala.
As you can see, by the way, I'm dressed and I'm running out. So I wanted to say to Onyeka, it's such a delight to hear you, and we'll keep in touch.
All right, Prof. All right. Bless you. Thank you.
And Mr. Murray, the question he asked is very, very important. Let's do a different show, and then we'll get into those. Okay.
All right. Okay. So I'll bring you okay back for that question and answer. All right. Onyeka, final concluding statement.
Okay. I still want Nigerian Cultural Center to happen. That's my final word. Everywhere in the world where you have British Council, Alliance Française, Goethe Institute, Confucius Institute, everywhere you have Indian cultural centers, everywhere you have other countries making money from their cultures. I think Nigeria should be able to do exactly the same. So it should not be my job now, because now I'm representing Haiti. So I leave you people to do it.
All right. Thank you.
I wish Nigeria all the best.
Thank you, Onyeka. Thank you so much. You've been wonderful today.
Send me a message quickly.
Where do I send the message to?
Dominic.
Okay, you have his contact.
I'll send it to Rudolph.
I'll contact you through Rudolph.
All right. Bless you.
Onyeka, thank you so much. We
appreciate
it. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right.
I can attempt to answer Omori's question.
All right, you go ahead, Dominic.
Hey, Dominic. This guy. All right.
Dominic, go ahead.
Oh, are you talking about being attacked by IPOB or all those things? I feel this makes sense in any war of aggression versus war of defense, right? The basic thing that you are trying to achieve is to find the best way to end the war. So if you are a defender, what are you? You're defending your homeland. And if you see a means of paralyzing the aggressor so that the aggressor can surrender, and it is a faster way to do it, then you definitely go for it. So it only made sense that if you have a pathway to get to Lagos, you cause the federal government to surrender because Lagos was the capital, and then you're able to protect your homeland. They are not mutually exclusive. While you're defending yourself, being able to capture the capital is also defending yourself, because guess what? When you have the federal government surrender, then when you come to terms of agreements, they can allow you to secede and remain independent. So it was also a means of protecting yourself. Also, you also come to consider, you're looking at people that were killed up north. A lot of them are people who are from down south, Igbos included. Majority were Igbos. Guess what? Who do we have in Asaba and have across the beach? They're also our brothers and sisters. So are you going to also forget them? What's preventing the government from coming to the Igbos in Anioma and massacring them? You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, not only are you protecting your homeland, you're also protecting the Igbos who are on the other side of the River Niger, but you're also going to the capital so you can have the government surrender and guess what? And be able to give your freedom. There's something I always try to point out. I always feel like there are certain people that don't understand the history. They always try to make it like Ojukwu was trying to seek power, that he didn't have any, he had other options. Remember, they wanted to settle for peace. And so Biafra became a necessity to protect the people there. So what did he do? Come back home as much as you can and come to a place where I happen to be the authority there, because he was in charge of the Eastern, I don't know, what is it called? Eastern, they weren't states then, Eastern Zone, right?
Yeah.
And so come back home so I can protect you. If the government is not going to protect you up north and they're killing you, and there's a program up north and they're shipping our brothers and sisters in trains full of dead bodies back home, guess what? Just come home and I'll protect you. So it became a necessity. And so when he declared independence and secession, he only used the borders of what was already there in the eastern region. And so I want people to understand that it was a war of protection and defense rather than a war of aggression.
Yeah, and to add to what Dr. Dominic is saying, the word was on Aburi we stand. Aburi was, if you read the details of Aburi, Aburi is what we are still fighting for today. The question of citizenship, the question of equity and fairness. And I think that was what Ojukwu was gunning for. And that was his aim. The march towards Lagos wasn't necessarily to attack Lagos. Remember, mercenaries were at the forefront of that. And it's unfortunate, though I'm glad that Ejo, the then military administrator for the old Western state, escaped the attack that they made on his hand, which was unfortunate. You know, in war, these things can happen. And I think that in everything that I read about that march towards it, I think that was something, if it had happened and Ejo was killed, you would really cloud that thing and make it look like as if they were coming out to attack and maim and do all that kind of stuff. But another side of it, speaking to what Dominic is saying, is that I don't think Ojukwu, if I understood him very well, really wanted Biafra. He was forced to declare the state of Biafra because when they went to Aburi, they negotiated, they agreed on, because remember, it's all about oil. It's all, if the eastern part didn't have a reserve of oil, honestly, it would have been an easy separation. But the oil, the large volumes of oil at that time that was massively being found across this same area, apparently it became a sort of like a juicy and viable thing. So there were unseen hands that were also dictating what the post Aburi outcome, where the Nigerian government were like, you know what, we agreed, but now we no longer agree. So when you look at it, distance also played a part. Confusion was there. May I remind you also that Gowon was supposed to marry an Igbo lady. That is another side. So you see, from a personal note, these leaders, they were presented with very, very complex situations, and they had to make decisions that not necessarily reflect who they are, who Gowon was at that time in terms of his relationships. So these are things that if we need to have an open mind. And one of the things, I don't know, anybody who's close to General Gowon, it's high time he comes out. It's high time he comes out and gives his own perspective, because a lot of things are now being said from his perspective that are not necessarily not reflective of who he was or what his stand was at that time. So, General Gowon needs to come out, write a memoir, do something, and give people your own perspective. What happened? Call out names. What happened from your own side? How did you go to Aburi, agree on something? You guys ate in one plate. The general, is it General, what's that general's name in that assembled that Aburi meeting? So the main problem was that it's still the same problem we have in Nigeria: sovereignty and citizenship rights, equity. Those are the main things, and that's what led to Biafra. And that's why when Simon Ekpa was here, I told him straight, Biafra is a metaphor for if you want to summarize Biafra in my own words, it's a metaphor for sovereignty, citizenship, and equity rights. That's what Biafra is all. I don't think he has shouted. Anybody who's outside this is just blah 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 blah. According to Miloko, it's just doing blah 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 blah. It's just doing all that kind of stuff. So the most important thing is that we are all one. It's not. It's not. This thing is just a confusion. It's a big confusion. And when you sit down and read it, you kind of understand that Ojukwu really didn't want to attack. If Ojukwu really wanted to attack, in Enugu coal camp, he would have assembled those Hausa people, put them on a train. The Hausa people that gathered in the military camp, he gave them military protection. And then after he saw that, the youths were angry, said, we need to deal with these people. He gathered them, put them on a train, and the train that brought Igbo dead bodies into Enugu. He put them on a train, untouched, and sent them back. Does that tell you an Ojukwu that is a tyrant? No, that doesn't tell you that Ojukwu is a tyrant. And if you want to understand Ojukwu is in 3 phases. But everything he has been fighting for is equity, justice. It's clouded. I agree. It's clouded. Statements were made and things like that. But if you really look under the bonnet, all he was fighting for is equity, justice, sovereignty. He really wanted that. He really wanted that Aburi to stand. Yeah, and I think that's the main thing around Ojukwu that is really clouded and people don't really understand it.
May I ask, when you say Gowon, there are some things coming out now about Gowon. Can you clarify or expand on that?
I think, Gowon is a nice man, and I think there were certain decisions that were forced on him, in my opinion, that appeared that he was forced to do. At the time, if you research, you find out that he was about to be wed to an Igbo lady before this whole chaos. I don't want to go into personal things because it's all based on she said. What I know is all based on she said, he said. So I don't know what I was told, whether it's true, right? So I can't go into those details. But from what I gather, he was forced to do the things he wanted to do. From what I gather, he was forced to do what he had to do because he really wanted what Ojukwu wanted. Ojukwu knew that Gowon wanted what this thing wanted. And you also need to look at things from the army perspective in terms of seniority. Also, the treatment that was meted out to Aguiyi. These things compounded a lot of things, emotions. Yeah, so.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is always my point. Everywhere I go, I try to let people know that there were mistakes on both sides. You blame some people blame Awolowo, some people blame Ojukwu, some people blaming Zeke, some people blaming Nahoro. There were mistakes, and the same mistakes this generation is trying to repeat. This is my concern. When we come here to talk, you can't even know where we're coming from, except we decide to say, this is where I came from. So we need this synergy, we need this love to build a better Nigeria. When people come out to say, I was almost taken up with Prof today, Nigeria has not done anything for me. Nigeria is sick, Nigeria is incapacitated, Nigeria cannot help anybody the way it is. It's only helping for a few people like Emiloko and co. That Emiloko is benefiting from Nigeria, which he kicked against some years ago, does not mean every Yoruba man is enjoying that Amaga called Nigeria. There are some people like Hope Uzodinma, is betraying his people, for his pocket, for his stomach, does not mean everybody from Imo is enjoying the system. So we all have to understand that we are all victims, and we should not repeat the same mistake those people made. Somebody, you were talking about Gowon, intellectual, I'm not here to castigate Gowon, but in terms of intellectual prowess, you cannot put Gowon side by side with Ojukwu. Ojukwu was far ahead of his generation. He had a very, if we consider his background again, economic background, where he's coming from, there were some mistakes. Ojukwu, if you look at Gowon's disposition, even during Aburi Accord, you could say that though a military man, Gowon was a complete gentleman. Gowon did not actually want that war. But Ojukwu was already angry because of what transpired. He needed the injustice of Ojukwu wanted to redress. You see what is confronting the Nigerian nation today. I'm aware of all this. If you look at Gowon, a perfect gentleman, Gowon was ready to end the war by all means possible. But there was a clause. I don't know whether his level of education. I was made to understand that during the deliberations, there was a kind of indoor, arrangement where the entourage, those that followed Ojukwu and those that followed Gowon were not allowed to be part of that. I think that was a potential danger.
The general,
will you agree? Will you not agree to confederation after they have shook hands, after they have hugged each other? Although Ojukwu was blowing cigarette on the head of everybody. You know, that's, I don't want to call it arrogance.
Let me explain that part. Let me explain that part of Ojukwu. Let me explain that part of Ojukwu.
Let me land my point, please. Let me land my point, please. So, Gowon wanted peace by all means possible. The war, you know, there were injustices, but the war would have been avoided. So my point is, there was a clause used by Ojukwu. Will you not agree to the issue of confederation? Gowon, you know, ready for peace at all means, by all means possible, could not fathom the real meaning of confederation, where we have a stronger component and a weaker center. He accepted. As soon as they left that sitting, like you know, when they want to do something, they say journalists were not allowed, some persons were not allowed. So he already committed himself. So he committed himself, and he didn't know what he was going into. That was a blunder on his own side. As soon as they left that indoor section, calls started coming in. Look at what we say. Look at, do you know what you just agreed to? You have just traded away this and that. Britain did not have matters too. Don't allow that thing to stay and all that. So some people will even blame people that followed the Ojukwu. We had the Attorney General like, oh, this is the implication of this. Before they realized it was too late. And Ojukwu was not prepared to do anything outside the Aburi Accord. I think that is my own understanding.
No,
thank you very much.
Let me say something here. There's an adage that said if you stagger, if maybe a series of stones are in front of you and they make you stagger, from the person afar, you appear to be drunk or a drunk, right? Ojukwu, that part of Ojukwu, you need to look at it from his time in King's College. Now, in King's College, there was a riot that Ojukwu was part of. I don't know if you know about it. In King's College, he went to King's College. His father was one of the richest, if not the richest guy around that time. Ojukwu comes with an aura and a sense of entitlement and a sense of, you know what I mean? The environment around you. He went to Oxford. He could speak Queen's English. There were only people like Ojukwu, Tafawa Balewa that had that tone or that command and oratory at that time. There were very few of them. MT Mbu, Bono Jike and co. So now that class of people in Nigeria, remember, this was the time of Rex Lawson. This was the time when, you know, you wear classy shoes to go into nightclubs, high life nightclubs, mostly in the Victoria Land area. So you see, you need to understand the mindset and the times at that time and who Ojukwu, what the kind of image Ojukwu was portraying.
And they were very young too.
And they were very young, exactly. So you see now, a guy like Gowon, who was brought up relatively in very humble environment, managed in those days. Remember, a Sardauna was trying to push the intelligent young ones fast and accelerate them. So now you can see there's a little level of resentment from you know, a class shift there. So now what happened to Agurironsi? Now put yourself in that frame of what was going on, and you can see how the mind and of the Gowon was going with the unseen hands that were around him, and you can see the way a very confident Ojukwu. Remember when he declared Biafra, he said the other side, they would not know what hit them. There was a tone to that arrogance. That is Ojukwu. When somebody is confident, you can easily think he's arrogant. It's just how you are brought up. And these were the two characters at play. So you can see that it wasn't going to work. Things were against these two people from their own perspective. Ojukwu had a very, very close bond with what's his name, Fajuyi, and what's his name, Ironsi. So from there was a lot of emotion built up for Ojukwu. So how can you expect him to have made some of the best decisions? But I think Ojukwu handled, in my own opinion, understanding the environment and speaking to those, reading some things around people who were around there. I think he made the best possible decision around that. He stayed, he waited, he said, on Aburi we stand, on Aburi we stand, on Aburi we stand. Just the same thing. If you read Dr. Nnamdi Azikwe's 1945 address that he made to the Igbo Union, that same thing is, go and read it. It's the same thing Aburi was supposed to do. You remember, he said, I'm not the most intelligent guy here. I'm not, stated it. You go down, you look at the Willis report and everything. Nigeria, no, we knew the whole thing was there. The people who needed to take those actions knew. But I still go back to this thing. There were some contrary external interests that conflicted us. Nigerians would have been able to sit down and govern themselves properly. Forget the egos and everything. They would have sat down, they would have governed themselves properly. But there were external interests, clearly, that skewed us and put a lot of things against us. Yeah.
Ahead. I don't know where we are, who is where. Ralph, go ahead. I saw your hand up. That's all I know.
Yeah. Well, because some of the things they're talking about is above my pay grade right now. Because I wasn't there. But all I would just say is there's two options. Either we can keep retreading that, very day or those very moments, or we can, try and fix the exact problem. Or no, not fix it, because nobody can fix it right now, but give our solutions, which is in 2023. And, and for me, the problem always began the moment military stepped into government, which should have never been. We didn't need the military ruling us in the first place, because the military was never meant to rule. We didn't need that. The moment that happened, that was the crack in a sci-fi. But before I even continue with my opinion, first thing first, if everybody on the stage has not given a like to this video, you can do it. You can give a like right now, because there's only 8 likes I'm seeing on my so wow. That means, yeah, so that's very sad. That's very sad. So everybody watching, you should be giving like on YouTube, so that the likes should be going up, like they should be going up right now. That's also part of supporting. If you're not throwing money, then you should be spraying with likes. So support. But anyway, back to my point. So the solutions, you can start offering solutions, because if you're not offering solutions and we keep retreading the cracks, retreading, I understand knowing your history, but I don't really see how the hypothetical situations is part of the history, because I see it as a situation where the chaos agents can easily come in and take advantage of that situation and say, military is the solution, we need more guns, we need more war. For me, the only solution that I can tell you that will never work, doesn't work, shouldn't be on the table, shouldn't be an offer, is anybody telling you that war is a solution. War is not a solution. War is not a solution, and I repeat it for the third time.
I've got a problem, and I'm pretty sure.
I don't know where that came from. War is not a solution. Anybody telling you that we need to go and carry guns and fight anybody, shoot missiles, you are seeing the fighting between Russia's attack on Ukraine. Russia is now deploying drones. There's drones. But the one people didn't pay attention to was Ethiopia's civil war. That's where the drones started from. A lot of drones were deployed there. When Tigray seemed to have had the upper hand, and there was a supply of drones. Turkey supplied drones to the Ethiopian government, and the drones did a lot of damage. But if you follow war, then you see what drones do. War is not a solution, because there's no winner. The common man does not win. If you get blown up, it's not funny. The trauma, a lot of people who fought, we didn't take care of our people who survived the Biafran war. And if you have family, those of you who have family that went through that war, you know what I'm talking about. And I just wanted to address Dominic's point, to change the topic a little bit. When you wondered why I was telling you not that you shouldn't police, it's not like I was trying to attack you. But it's something that many people didn't catch. That's my first time I came on this platform, or first or second time. And I mentioned that I'm a veteran. It's not like I'm trying to brag. It's not like what Vine did, when Vine was like, he's a hero because he served in Nigeria. I mean, there's nobody that's a hero because you wore military uniform. I put up that I'm a veteran with disability. And somebody attacked me on stage. Rudolph didn't catch it. and was like, do you have PTSD and blah, 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 blah. The person was attacking me, and it's somebody who I don't regard his opinion as something that counts, because he keeps telling people that you need to have supersonic missiles and all that nonsense, trying to tell us that war, we should be like North Korea. But the person was attacking me and tried to turn it into an attack. And since then, the person always tries to attack me every time I'm on this platform. And that's why I was telling you, Dominic, that if somebody chooses to make something public, they know what they are doing. I did it because I know there's a lot of us out there who do not make such things public, because it's a stigma for us black men. It's a stigma for Nigerian men. And when I made it public on this platform, somebody immediately attacked me. I was like, I'm stupid, I'm crazy, try to switch it. And he has been attacking me since that day to prove my point. And that's why I always shut him down. Immediately he starts, I just shut him down. Like, I don't have respect for you, because I know every time I'm in immigrant community, immigrant spaces, and you say, yes, I've been diagnosed with partial PTSD, it's like, oh, you are not saying the type of things I want to hear. That means you are crazy. And I'm like, there are people who want to come out and like, oh, I want to go get help, but we are afraid to do this because we've seen this type of treatment other people are getting. Why will I be open to say it's okay to go get help when I see somebody else just jumping on someone like this? So it's like, oh, a real man does not do this. A real man, and that's why I'm like, don't know. If a man is open, and Professor Onyeka was right, that there are people who just take pictures and go and say you're crazy. So he's ahead of it, and I'm already ahead of it, because I know how people react. I know how people do things. Tomorrow, if I win an award, of course, everybody will say you're Nigerian. But if you're not where you're popular, they will say, oh, you say he has PTSD. He's a crazy man. That kind of thing, they were attacking. So the moment that person did that first day and I blew him off, since then, he has not been able to use that as a weapon to attack me anymore. So that's the reason why I was telling you in the comments, Dominic, that let him, if he puts it out there, I understood you were coming from, but I was like, that's why, so it wasn't like I was attacking you, Dominic.
Yeah,
but,
it's fine. I wanted to, because the thing is, once he mentioned the medication and he started to talk about, creativity being stifled, I knew where he was going because of the diagnosis. But I think for me, later on, I understood it made more sense because now he started talking about it in detail. So when I put that comment, it was a point of mentioning, oh, in case if he didn't want to share it or want people to have the wrong notion, he shouldn't be mentioning those medications. But since he went and mentioned those things, then we made more sense.
I know, but the moment he put it out, I knew he wasn't something that he just threw out there. He's not the type. He didn't sound like the type I would just throw it out there carelessly. Most people like us, when we throw stuff like that, we don't do it for clout. It's not like we've considered it's stuff that we know how we get attacked. We've seen the repercussions. It's not like a Kanye West thing where he's like, oh, I don't take my meds. I'm only creative when I don't take medicine. There's that type. There's that type out there. And I think people always conflate it with those type of people. And yeah, they're out there, they exist. But there's people like us too. So we do our thing.
I wanted to make sure that, because then you mentioned those medications, the first thing someone would think is bipolar, but it doesn't necessarily mean he has bipolar. So that's what I was trying to make. Those are medications I would give someone who's bipolar, right? But it doesn't necessarily, I can also prescribe it for someone who has some other health.
I don't even know. I won't even go that far because I don't even know what the medication is for.
We went upfront about it because you don't want it to be used as a weapon. So that's where I was coming from. But obviously,
and it's also creating awareness too. It's also the awareness part is the most important at the end of the day.
I think mental health is important, especially for black people, and that's something I always encourage. So
yeah,
I always value your opinion, and I always feel like you have something new to teach me.
Yeah, you have the doctor, you're the doctor. So at the end of the day, but it's something that because I'm always wary of chaos agents trying to mess things and just tell us that go and carry gun and shoot people and bomb. We need more bombs, and I'm like, at the end of the day,
why do I think I know what you're talking about? We need more.
There's multiple. There's multiple.
Dr. Dominic is on your forehead.
Wait.
The answer is on your forehead.
I beg. Let's talk better thing.
I don't want to make any assumptions, though.
Let's talk better thing. I beg.
My forehead.
It took you long enough. But anyway, Eddie and Professor and Mr. Mr. Mori, you pray for us because you know, say that the Mega Millions is at over 1 billion. Who's going to buy tickets? Who's going to buy tickets? All of us.
When is the draw? When are they? When?
I don't know. I didn't hear that anybody won yesterday, so we need somebody to go.
Yesterday.
I think it was yesterday. Nobody has won. I didn't get notification that somebody won. So that means let us go and buy tickets. And
what day is the next one? I don't.
I think next one should be Monday or Tuesday.
New York governments.
Huh?
That's how poor people pay taxes on.
Yes, so that's how let us go and buy the lottery and then we win. We win together.
All right.
We give everybody. Wherever 30,000. There you go, 10,000. Tia.
One of our uncles used to play Lotto for many years, and like a few years ago, and I think he was playing it for at least 40-50 years. He never probably won a few pounds here and there, but in London. But so
wait. There's Lotto. Lotto is different from the old one. That one that they used to buy those lower divisions that they play in England. What they call that one? That's not Lotto. The lower divisions in England.
Watch the TV and you.
No, that's what they call that one. You know, all those old uncles that we play in that lower divisions in England.
Those are not be pool.
Pool, yes. Eddie knows what I'm talking about. Pool. That's the main one. If you play pool, watching your uncles and they'll be they'll be listening to AM radio. I almost got. I said, man, you know how much those people. That's the recolonization there. I talking about colonization. Hey, they've never seen Oxford and Cambridge teams play in their life. Those men never saw those teams playing there. They will listen to AM radio. They win. Chai. They cry. Say Oxford they didn't win. You know how much money those people have collected? There was no internet then. No internet. They were betting. That's betting now. It's betting. That's sports gambling. That was before they made sports gambling legal. So we've been paying money all these years, and then sports gambling became legal. So that's before Baba Ijebu came. Before because if you know anybody that play Baba Ijebu, that's even worse. That's even worse. Rudolph, you had left Nigeria by the time Baba Ijebu was big in Lagos. Oh my goodness. I
wouldn't have known, you know.
Oh, my cousin played Baba Ijebu when I was staying in Lagos before I got my visa. Oh, that you will nearly cry. You will nearly cry. Oh, 13 cross 5, 7. This no. Go ask one. Go ask that madman for that corner. I mean, give you a number. Okay,
They asked madman.
Yeah, they said one time one madman gave them like 7 numbers. So they started going to all the mad people around to collect numbers from mad people.
If I read that in a novel, I would say that's not true. I would say that's fiction. That's not possible.
They're looking for mad people to be giving them numbers running around the area. And it's like regular kiosks, all those little kiosks, but they're not selling anything. Just you go there and play your Baba Ijebu numbers. If you go to the Baba Ijebu office 24/7, that was like a 5-story office, was near Joe Elek. Was it Joe Elek? Somebody that knows the area should post in the comments. That place was just steady. Crowd of young men were just there, coming there. They said they would want money. I tried it one time. Like, okay, I dreamt number one. I had to play. They collect my 50 naira.
This movie, In Pursuit of Happiness.
Oh yeah.
The concept of that movie was that Will Smith saw a guy park his Lamborghini or something.
The Ferrari.
What do you do? How do you, So, but when I think about those old our fathers and grandfathers playing that pool, I was thinking, if you look at the people going there to play this, why would you want to be like them? It's not like, even to look at the kiosk, the place that they're playing it doesn't show that this is where rich people. So why do you want to be like them? Why do you?
Doctor, if you look at that same thing is still happening today, isn't it? You see, you're going to a herbalist that lives in a mud house, or you're going to a man of God that will wait for you to put your tithe and your offering to drive a big car, and you want him to pray for you to be rich. When you you use your brain, you see that you're the people making him richer, and he gives you handband or what they call it, holy water, to protect you, and you will use bulletproof van or bulletproof car.
No, but the case of the herbalist,
it's the same thing that's happening.
Eddie, the case of the herbalist, they said what they say is that you can't do the medicine for yourself. You know, it doesn't work on your.
Okay, do it for children now. Do it for your.
I don't think it works for children too.
His father is poor. His grandfather is poor. His children are poor, and then he wants to make.
But I can tell you from my own hometown, you know, eventually in the 90s and 2000s, the herbalists we have, they now drive Mercedes, you know, so it changed because
they upgraded.
What happened was that maybe now they have POS now. But that's you know, we didn't ask questions then, but it's quite interesting. Anyway, thank you guys. Unless there's anything else you guys want to talk about, but I have to run.
Yeah, I have to go and enjoy the rest of my day off.
Yeah. So thank you, and go ahead.
Ask a question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's regarding White Label, Dr. Dominic and Mr. Omori. Yeah, I want to ask these people because these are hardcore staunch one Nigerians, and they say that
you just labeled you just labeled us, but continue.
Huh?
Before you ask the question, you just labeled us, but continue.
No, but you are now. You said that you're for one Nigeria and all this stuff. I think it was in the last broadcast.
I never made that statement, but continue your question.
Go ahead.
I want you guys to tell me who wants freedom, who wants to be in Biafra. No, I don't want to be part of Nigeria. That's the categorical truth. So,
okay,
would you say to me to go with you and support this Nigeria?
I didn't hear the last part of your question.
I want you to tell me why I should support Nigeria and keep voting in your this election you guys have every 4 years. I want you to tell me because I've listened to many of your this broadcast and listened to you guys, but I've not been convinced why I should support Nigeria and all this thing, because I've heard you guys say, "Oh, I don't like Biafra. You should keep voting and things will come better." I want you to tell me why.
Okay, Mr. Mori raised his hand first, so let Mr. Mori go first. After him, I'll go.
All right.
After him, I'll go.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mori.
Yeah, thank you, my beloved brother. ROBL, thank you very much for this question. Sometimes, if we don't talk, we don't understand each other. You know, if I study for the Nigerian system has happened to, I think I'm number one. If I tell you the year I graduated, if I tell you how many years I spent in school instead of 4 years, you will begin to understand where we're coming from. That we don't really need one Nigeria with this current injustice. You know, we all have.
For how long?
I'm coming. You asked a question. I think you will let me to answer, please.
Okay.
No, we don't support injustice. We don't support. But then, even the Biafra we all clamor for, angels will not fall from heaven to live in the Biafra too. It's still not going to be the same people living in Nigeria that will live in the Biafra, right? If you go to the just a matter of boundary, division. Either you say for so place is not Biafra. I wish if we can get a better Biafra, me, I would be so happy. I would be very, very happy. But what we don't want is somebody sitting down somewhere, giving order. You have your right to say the Nigerian government is bad. Buhari is bad. They have been bad. They remain bad.
Can I
giving order for somebody to sit at home. The person is leaving his house to go fend for himself or his family. There are people they're not on salary. They live on what
let me jump in quickly.
You telling them they have rights. You have right to tell them to sit at home. You don't even have the right. You have no authority to do so. They also have right to go about their normal business. Go wherever your rights stop as a citizen. That is where another person's right begins. You don't have another right to tell a fellow Biafran to kill a fellow Biafran for not obeying your sit at home order.
That's not IPOB. We have never forced anybody to sit at home.
I'm not quoting IPOB. I didn't IPOB. Nobody has right. Before now, everybody sit at home.
No.
Okay. Hold on. RBL. Hold on. Okay. This is something I want to understand. I always get worried. Maybe it's personality. Maybe I'm not like that. But I always expect that people will be able to, wait for someone. You just ask him a question. Let him answer the question, no matter how long it takes. I mean, you want to know the answer. You want to hear him. But this interjection, it doesn't work for me. It makes me wonder there's something. Am I the only one that doesn't think it's, this show, the show we do here, one of the things we do here is, we have time. You just have to listen to people, learn. Because if you keep interjecting, it doesn't tell me that you want to hear what they're saying. You just want to say what you want to say. All right. Omore, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damaji, for your timely intervention. God bless you for the good job you do. You are my mentor. I may be senior to you by age, beginning to learn a lot of things from you. Having said that, to my brother ROBL, we all want, the clamor is for a better Nigeria. Nobody want to pick us going to, nobody's interested in agitation ordinarily. Nobody wants to sit down and make trouble. Nobody wants to fight. There's a saying that we can judge than to war. The private experience, the civil experience, it wasn't a good experience now. Maybe you were not born yet. Ask your parents now. Ask people that went through that horrible experience. So most of people have not even recovered from it. But if you listen to me the way I talk, I'm not for Nigerian government too. And if you talk about one Nigeria, if there's anybody that hates those people called Nigerian leaders, I think I'm number one. I've suffered. I have a bullet in my body. I have tear gas, a lot of tear gas in my system. I've been incarcerated. Is it Abuja? Is it Edo? Oko? Bini? I was everywhere. I wasn't a criminal for just standing against this same bad system. So, in my own little way, I'm not here to blow my trumpet. I paid my price or my little price in my own little way. I hate the system. I hate the injustice in the land. But then, we have to be careful the way we go about, like I said earlier, there's a wrong way to fight a just cause. You could be using the wrong methodology. See, let me tell you, the Biafra struggle is like a spirit. Nobody can kill it. You might kill 100 Nnamdi Kanu, it will remain so long as there's injustice in the land. I don't support that injustice. So what I don't support too is you trying to force people to believe, to see things the way you see it, without giving them the opportunity to feel, oh, this is the way I see it. Even in the Biafra land, like I said before, angels do not come from heaven to live there. We don't want a repeat of South Sudan in our land. So we have to be diplomatic, we have to be systematic, so that we don't create more problems than we try to solve. This is why you feel when we talk about, if you see Showore and let me give you an example. This is not new. Even in America, if you remember Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they stood for the same thing. They wanted a system that could be fair to everybody. But Martin Luther King was always saying, we should know, there was a statement he made. Malcolm X was not comfortable with that statement. He said, darkness cannot drive away darkness, only light can. Malcolm X was on the other side, like, why would they continue to kill us? You preaching your gospel of your peace, your gospel of peace movement. No violence. How can we be talking to people peacefully that are shooting us every day? That was the difference between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. They had the same objective, like, enough of this nonsense, enough of this injustice, enough of this discrimination, enough of this oppression. America was even worse than Nigeria. If you doubt me, I'll give you instances. Nigeria today, most Fulani and Igbo man can sit down, Yoruba man can sit down without even knowing who is who, except they talk. They can go to the same school without fighting themselves. They can eat the same restaurant without fighting themselves. They can go to the same school. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not supporting the injustice in Nigeria. What I mean by this is that two personalities, different approaches, but fighting for the same cause. So anybody today, a truck pusher can rise up from Onitsha and decide to lead this Biafra struggle. He will still be popular. It's not about the personality of the person. It's about the injustice in the land. People that are fed up with the Nigerian system. So we have to be careful again that we cannot be killing ourselves. This is where we may have some differences. The peaceful approach of Martin Luther King in America, I think at the end of the day, it took a long time, but we are getting the result today. So this is what we have. It's not new, it's everywhere. So, like when the generation came on board, he met with I think it was Shidi and Rudolph that organized that, meeting. What do you want? We know that it's injustice. Showore has been suffering in Nigeria too. The people are castigating Showore. People don't value what Showore is. Until we lose him again, we start saying, oh, he was a good man. Gani is gone. Agbakoba is getting old. Showore is doing his bit. Instead of us now throwing our support behind him, we are here castigating him every day. We are looking at his weak points. Instead of trying to, compliment his efforts. Scott is on the other side saying, enough of this nonsense. He has been incarcerated for years. Nobody likes this. Nobody liked the way he was adopted. He was the Kayamin, adopted and kidnapped from Kenya. We are against this. But the difference between Kanu and Showore again, Showore believes there is a problem. The people creating this problem, they are just about 1 or 2%, less than 2%. We can take care of them if we come together. And they keep dividing us, either on political, religious, ethnic, or whatever ground. So this is the point we are trying to make us get. We are talking here now, we could be fighting here. If you don't tell me where you're from, I don't even know where you're from, then we will declare from your utterances that we're all against the injustice in the land. My gospel, the gospel I preach is we can come together and dislodge this common enemy we have. Instead of you saying, Edoman is your problem, because it's not allow Gowon to carry out Buri Accord. Edoma, I was not even born then. If Edoma was in that entourage, I pity that Edoma is entourage. If he was actually the person that, but I'm not even sure because he has his own government functionary that went with him. Britain, he also told him, you made the mistake. So instead of blaming ourselves, repeating the same old blame, my gospel truth is how can we come together and take care of, we have a common enemy to fight. I don't believe in one Nigeria with injustice. I don't believe in Nigeria that has pushed me out of my country I was almost assassinated. This current monster you have today as APC, my brother, ask anybody, people are listening to me. We were instrumental when we were fed up with the atrocity of APC. I fought to to make sure we had an alternative to PDP. I put my life on the line. People are hearing me as I talk to you. So, when APC came up, people were like, oh, you have to call reap the benefit of your labor. I wasn't fighting to dislodge PDP so I could reap the benefit. We just want an egalitarian society that works for everybody. So I didn't go back to participate in APC. They invited me, come and take a position. You fought for this thing. Now we have achieved it. Today, the same Oshomole we fought for, thinking he was the side of the people. He has already joined the League of Billionaires. So we have a long way to go until we get this fact that we have a common enemy to fight. We go nowhere. Even if you are giving Biafra today, my brother, the problem will not automatically go away. It will not go away. It's just, putting a demarcation, a boundary between the Nigerian problem and the Biafra problem. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead. Okay, so RBL, for me, I think it's weird that you say you've been listening for a while and then you just, it's weird to just tag people and say we are all one Nigeria, and I don't think that helps your case if you just go and put people under one umbrella. First of all, I support your right to not participate in the election. That's the type of person that I am. It's up to you. It's your right. If you were in Nigeria and you say you don't want to vote, fine. Actions have consequences. Live with the consequence. That's all I would say. For me, I want a better place in what's called Nigeria. I don't really like the name. I want people to have rights, and that includes the minority. I don't believe in Christianity or Muslims. I don't believe in the big two religions. I believe everybody should have a right. I'm not the same with everybody. So that means an atheist. So when you jail an atheist for 44 years or 40 years, whatever they gave the young man in Kano, because they said it's blasphemy, I don't believe that's human rights. When you jail somebody for homosexuality, I don't believe in that. I don't believe you should be lynching people for homosexuality in the South. Just as I don't believe you should kill a young lady for blasphemy. Those are human rights violations. So if you're not addressing that, I think that's a big problem. But if you only want a nation where it's only just my tribe will exist, will your tribe give everybody an equal playing field? That is part of the questions that I ask. Now, if I also support the Niger Delta Republic existing. If that's as it's me. I'm the individual speaking now, because yeah, you didn't know, right? Now you've asked, but let me answer. So if I have a genie, if I have a genie lamp, come on, I can create a Niger Delta Republic. But this will be what will happen. I will give everybody the rights. Everybody have their own equality. There will be an equal share. But at the same time, if you were to say, I'm no longer, let's say, I'm living in Eastern Nigeria is not working for me, or Biafra is not working for me, I want to migrate to Niger Delta. Guess what? If I were in charge of the Niger Delta, you can come, because I figured it out for me that immigration is something that must exist. So people must be able to migrate into my country, and you can get citizenship. Because everybody I keep hearing saying, oh, we must go back home and contribute. Everybody keeps acting like it's just going to be one world country, and then people cannot gain citizenship into your country, and it will just be one magical place, and no other person can come in, and it will just be like all the ideas will only be from the people in there. It has to be a melting pot. So that is something that I want for my own, whichever place will exist tomorrow. Human rights, immigration, a melting pot of ideas where people can come from everywhere. Because guess what? Before in Nigeria existed, people have been coming. People have been coming in there. People have been, every historical record that exists shows that people have been coming in and out. Ideas were mixing and melting. It was a melting pot of ideas. But somehow, some cultures came, colonized, and everybody started acting like only me lived in this spot. But that's just the basics that I can give you right now. I don't have to give you 30 minutes lecture or anything. But the whole thing I would just say is that is the magical Nigeria that I would like to see. But if that cannot exist, then I will go with what Mr. Unandi, Tony Unadi, is promoting right now. I prefer his idea, his ideology, what he's preaching. I like what he's putting on the table. I like that he's reached out to a lot more groups than every other person. I've listened, not before he came on Dr. Damage's show. I've followed him for almost for over a year, and I've listened to a lot more talks. I've heard him and Patutomi debate. Those are two of Nigeria's biggest intellectuals.
For a better Nigeria.
Wait. Let me land, please. I like I let you finish. Professor Patutomi is one of our best intellectuals, and Professor Patutomi, when he's admitting the loop where he's wrong, he's a hard man to admit where he's wrong, and he admitted that Tony Unadi was right on so many things. They argued on Clubhouse, and I was really that was the day I crossed over to Tony Unadi's side of things, and Tony Unadi is not actually fighting for a one Nigeria. I have a fault with this. Where I can criticize him is that because he cut out the 12 about the states he calls the 12 Sharia states. So it's not the complete Nigeria that's in the map that he has. There are some states that are excluded because he said the Sharia states refuse to talk to them, to the group that they have. So it's not a complete Nigeria that's in that group. However, that is the best group that I've seen so far. They have the largest amount of tribes represented, the largest amount of representation, put it that way. If I'm to go with anybody that's around right now, every other group seems to have some version of war, and from what I've seen, there's no war that you can win. There's no war that anybody can win. It's a whole different discussion if you want to talk about war, but yeah.
All right. No, hold on. I just want to say that I have to go, and I'm happy that Dominic is here. Dominic and Mr. Scribe, they can take it from here. But thank you all, everybody, for joining us today, and I will see you on Saturday and on Sunday. On Sunday, I have Professor Mobalaji Aloko. I think I will encourage everybody to join if you can. He's a veteran in this thing we do here, and he will be able to answer some of the questions. But thank you, everybody. Dominic, you can take it from here, and I'll see you guys.
All right, see you.
I'll probably hand over to Scribe because I have to head out. But I'm only answering this question because you called my name. I always find it interesting when people label. I don't like labels because when you make labels, you make assumptions. I think for me, the first thing I'm trying to even understand is, what do you mean by one Nigeria? Can you tell us what you mean by one Nigeria, RBL? And then I'll go ahead to
My
answer.
understanding of these people that keep shouting one Nigeria. One Nigeria means, to me, one Nigeria means colonization, Islamatization. You know, it means one tribe will control everything. Because the Fulanese that also shout one Nigeria, they control everything. So that's what one Nigeria means. And the people in the South accept this. So accept a master and slavery relationship. That is my understanding of what this one Nigeria means. Because you cannot tell me people in the South are not seeing what is happening. You understand? One tribe will control the presidency, many things, NNPC, all these institutions, one tribe controls it, not one region, one tribe. So that's my understanding of this one Nigeria is colonization, Islamatization, and the Southerners accepts this. That to them because it allows them to keep teeth in and all this thing because the Fulanese are in charge. They don't care as long as you keep shouting one Nigeria. So that's my understanding of what this one Nigeria means.
Thank you for explaining your point. I don't subscribe to that. I don't see myself as a one Nigerianist or how people want to call it. As I stand right now, I know I'm Nigerian. I'm Nigerian American because the entity Nigeria still exists, and that is where I come from. I'm from the Southeast. I'm an Igbo man. What I've always espoused in this group is that I support a means that would get us justice. And the justice I'm talking about is the justice that recognizes that there's marginalization of people in the Southeast. After the war, there was no reconstruction. Things are still dilapidated. Up until now, the roads are messed up. The federal government is not taking responsibility of developing the area, which is what they should be doing. Our representatives, who are Igbos, who are in the House of Reps or in the Senate, are not doing anything. All they care about is their pockets. And so, if that means is wishing for a Biafra through peaceful means, not the one that results in killing people, then
Can I say something? I need to say something about this war people keep espousing. I need to say something about it because nobody wants war. But let me ask you, how did they end World War II? They were debating with Hitler and talking to him on the table. He was coming to the meetings and he was just telling them lies. He wasn't interested. But how do you deal with a tyrant that doesn't listen, that's not interested in sitting on the table to sort out things? How do you deal with that? War is inevitable. I need to clear this. War is inevitable. If it comes to war, I'm ready to kiss my children goodbye and go and fight. We, IPOB under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, have come to the table and say, look, we want referendum. Everybody have seen what Nigeria has been since, even though it wasn't officially a country in 1914. That's when it was created. It was an official country in 1960. From 1914 to 1960, there's been bloodshed. Igbos have always been the victims of these religious killings, right? So I
understand the point you're trying to make. I'm trying to make sure that one thing I always try to do when I am answering questions or when there is some level of controversial argument, I try to separate issues. So I am not talking about referendum or attacking the tyrants. What I am talking about is sit at home, creating an environment that encourages violence and maiming of people in your own homeland. That is what I'm talking about. And wondering how that affects the tyrants that you're speaking about. That is the point I'm trying to make. I feel that you can do multiples at the same time. Those things are not mutually exclusive. You can still try to follow multiple means that may look like it's supporting one Nigeria, but if it brings true justice to an Igbo man, if it brings true justice and confederacy and control of resources to the individual regions, and it brings peace, and everyone is happy, and there's no marginalization of the Igbo man, then that part is also valid. So you can try to get to the same route through multiple means. It doesn't have to be one means. So you don't have to shut down everywhere, paralyze a particular region because you're trying to create.
Okay, please let me chip in something here, because this is another thing that
let me finish so I don't digress. So I don't digress. So everything I've expressed in this forum has always been about that. When it comes to the election, I believe that people should have the right to their franchise. You should not have the right to suppress another person's rights. So if someone wants to go out and vote and it's from the Southeast, that person has the right to make decisions on their own. You do not have right to kill that person or prevent that person from voting. That is what I'm trying to make. So my thing is this. I support someone like Sowore because I like how he thinks about things getting solved in Nigeria. You have to be a little bit forceful. You have to call names. You have to name things and keep them straightforward. You don't go through innuendos and nuances. I like how he's a sharpshooter. He names things as they are. But no one is going to support such a person, because for you to be able to get into power in Nigeria, what ends up happening is you have to delve into very dirty means, and that messes up your integrity. And something I've also come to understand in this group, because I'm someone who tries to keep a flexible mind and be open to ideas, is I have said in this group, while I support someone like Sowore, looking at the times that we are in, I may not necessarily support an OB because I think that he is part of the establishment. I'm not talking about whether or not he's honest or clean. All I'm saying is, when you mention OB, I think he's been in power, he's part of the establishment. He may be corrupt, he may not be corrupt. That's not the point I'm trying to make. Honestly, my point is this. For you to transition from a very corrupt system to a system where there is integrity, someone is able to bear responsibility and say, oh, I'm going to resign because I did wrong or because things are not going well. You need someone to bridge that gap. So what I've said in these multiple times is maybe someone like an Obi can bridge that gray zone, because he has one leg with the establishment and he has that one leg of expressing integrity and actually wanting confederacy. So maybe now is not Showore's time, but at some point, maybe Obi can lay a fertile ground that will eventually lead to someone like Sowore going into power. And so I've always stayed neutral. Sowore is the kind of person I would like to lead Nigeria, not Peter Obi. But it seems like in the times, the man for the moment is an Obi. And I've also expressed that the End SARS movement was one of the most important movements we had in the last few years, because it actually sensitizes you that you actually have a voice, right? No one can suppress you anymore. And so the fact that Obi ended up becoming the face of that movement and galvanizing it to be able to push up more people to get, to become interested in the election is actually not a bad thing. And so expressing those views doesn't necessarily mean that I'm a one Nigeria person. I'm for anything that will lead to justice. And if you have multiple means of achieving that and there is no violence, I'm not being naive that sometimes war is inevitable.
Do you support referendum?
That is all fine and dandy, but to label me as a one Nigeria is quite ridiculous, because I don't want.
Do you support referendum?
Okay, what? Think about it. Why would you bring war to your own area if you truly feel that war is inevitable? Why would you willfully bring war to your own area? Does that even make sense?
IPOB.
He asked you if you support referendum. I think that's.
If I would support a referendum where you actually allow people to express their opinions without suppressing them. Because guess what? If you are going to submit a referendum, would you allow people? Would you go and monitor people and see how they vote? Would you truly allow them, like they did in Scotland, to vote? Would you really allow them to show up the opinion, or would you still find a way to suppress them and say, "Oh, this person is a saboteur. This person is a saboteur"? Would you really allow them to express their opinion? Secondly,
Dominic, can I answer your question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? I mean, why would we create another Nigeria where we would be suppressing our own people? IPOB has said many times that Biafra will be a nation of confederation of people. How is that suppressing people? In that nation would be like the UK's model, where the many powers would be delegated to various regions. How is that suppressing the various people that will make up Biafra? In my own way, if I was able to speak to Mazen, I'll tell him, let's go with Igbo land. I mean, when I say Igbo, I'm talking about the whole Igbo land, Inembi, Brass, Okreka, all the areas have been carved out for all these alien
And
lands.
RBL, let me make a quick clarification. And people always say this all the time. People always say this online, and it's just it amuses me because remember,
These are not these areas are named are not Ijo land. They are not Ijo land.
Let's not
So
go into
Bonnie Pinima is not
Okay, my guy. Look. Wait, Dominic. Sorry, I beg. Sorry. I don't mean to. I'm not here to give you lectures.
Bonnie, why do
we want to do this back and forth. We won't do this back and forth. We can have a lovely discussion, but since
let's not go into dry
no, it's easy. It's easy.
You don't have land in River State.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You believe that. We believe what we believe. Myself and Eddie, we have our own beliefs, right? But okay, we hear you. Thank you. I'm talking. Okay. So Dominic asked an important question, and then you came with a different answer. But remember, if a referendum were to take place now, remember what I said when I started speaking. I said I recognize your right to not participate in the election. So, do you recognize the right of our people to vote how they wish to in a referendum?
Yes.
So if they vote that Okrika is Ijo land, would you recognize that? Whether you are calling it fact or not? Because okay, you might be the professor with all the facts. That's fine. We're not arguing with you. Nobody's arguing. Nobody's here to argue with you. You have all the scripts and all the historical information. No worry. But the referendum happens. Hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brother. Just hold on.
Wait. Abia.
Hold on, my brother.
Wait, Moku said.
Hold on.
Abia, if we have to allow one person to talk.
Hold on.
If you interrupt, we will put you in the staging area. If anybody interrupts, we'll put you in the staging area.
Yeah.
One person at a time.
I'm
asking you
speak
politely, please. Okay. Who wants to
go? But I got finish.
All right.
So the referendum happens. The referendum happening does not mean you or I will get the results that we want. I hope you've thought about that. I hope you're aware of that. Everybody wants referendum. It does not mean we are going to get the result that we want. However, me personally, if the referendum happens, just like when it happened in the UK, for the Scotland referendum, I wanted Scotland to be out because I hate the UK personally. I'm saying it proudly, just as I hate the English Premier League, and I hope it dies one day. I hate the UK, so I wasn't happy that, but the British, they voted it out. It didn't happen. But I'm still hoping that it happens again and Scotland votes to get out. And the referendum happens now in Nigeria. Will you accept the result? If Eastern Nigeria votes to stay 100%, they say we are not getting out. The majority say we are not getting out. We want to stay in Nigeria. The what you call one Nigeria in your own definition. If they vote one Nigeria, if it's 57 to 40 something %, will you accept, or will you still be shouting? You didn't even let me finish.
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, okay, answer.
Okay, yes, you asked me that question. If we were to lose this referendum, what's the next outcome? Martin Amtekana has said it many times. Give us referendum. If we lose, that's the agitation will stop right there. So why is the Nigerian government killing and kidnapping Martin Amtekana, killing so many IPOB members? So answer that question.
I'm not Nigerian government, so I can't answer. But I have one question again. I have a follow-up question. Because you said you're ready for war. If war happens, it was inevitable. You kiss your children. You're ready to dawn yourself up like Rambo. Come down and make it go happen. Okay, that's fine. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, I love. It's rare to see the people who are ready to drop everything, jump into the plane or boat, canoe. Huh?
He will like it.
He will like it. He will like it. I will send you the paint. I will send the wall paint. I have free supply to it. So just green and black. I will send it to you. You know, the time reach, because me and War, we have retired. So you know, peace to you, brother. You know, but so because I'm wondering how you will accept. You are willing to accept a referendum if it doesn't go your way, but you are still saying war is inevitable. How do those two go in hand? You sure you're not contradicting yourself?
Can I answer?
Yeah, answer.
Can I answer your question?
Well, yeah, you haven't answered that
many
question.
times. We have come. Hold on, I'm going to answer you now. Are you listening?
Okay. All right. But you always trying to ask before someone finish asking the question. So you're doing my brother Simon style. You know me and Simon, we are friends. We know each other personally, but go ahead.
No. I don't talk about that criminal in Finland. But anyway, you asked the question. I'm contradicting myself. I said that I'm ready for war, and then I'm asking for referendum. I have told you many times, we have come to the Nigerian government and said, look, please give us referendum. Let us determine our fate to continue Nigeria or go our own way. The Nigerian government have ignored us. They keep killing our people. This is why one of the reasons we set up Eastern Security Network to protect our people from the Fulani herdsmen, which is the arm of the Nigerian government, to kill our people and eventually take over our land. So we've gone to them with peace and said, give us freedom, and they said no. They keep killing us. What do you expect us to do? If we could get weapons, tanks, all these things, I'm ready to come and fight Nigeria, because we have come to them in peace. Give us referendum. They said no. They want to wipe us out. We said no. So we're ready. If war can come and we're ready to get weapons, we'll take it and fight them. We're ready to take
my
them.
brother, you just added a caveat. You added a caveat.
No,
you added a caveat.
British government cannot hoodwink the international community like they did back in 1967, 1970. The Nigerian government.
I hear you.
No, hold on. You keep telling me I interrupt you, but you interrupt me.
You moved the goalpost just now. That's why I'm just trying to point out.
Ralph,
Nigerian government. Have I answered your question that you asked me initially? Have I answered your question?
You answered the question.
I have to head up. Let me finish off with what I wanted to say.
Okay.
You talked about referendum. I've always said it. I mentioned a few minutes ago. These things are not mutually exclusive. You can fight for IPOB, but also find other means to achieve the same aim. I am not about. So the IPOB is trying to achieve a particular aim, right? Whatever aim IPOB is trying to achieve, if there are multiple means of obtaining the same aim, I am not against it. And so when I express opinions that point out those other means, it doesn't mean I'm a one Nigeria person. All I am trying to say is, can you bring justice to the Southeast? Can you stop marginalization of the Igbos? Can you be able to develop the area? Can you do all those things? And so if someone else is saying that IPOB is the way to go, and he is doing it in a peaceful means, and it means that it's not maiming people who are the same. Remember, you're not maiming the victims. You're not causing destruction and violence, right? And you are protecting. Then why would I be against it? It doesn't make sense that I would want justice for my own people, and then I'm against someone fighting to liberate my own people. But guess what? If someone is maiming my own people and causing violence and causing confusion, and it's causing destruction, and it's not being helpful, and he or she thinks it's actually a means to suppress the oppressor, that makes no sense. You can't tell me you're fighting an autocrat and you are maiming and destroying your own people rather than taking it outside of the victim's area. It makes no sense to me. That's why when Simon came,
you just contradicted yourself.
Make it make sense. How are you doing it at home, destroying the economy, suppressing our people psychologically and physically, and you are telling me it is somehow supposed to give you a Biafra? It didn't make sense to me. So I'm not against it. I'm not against it.
Dr. Dominic.
I'm not against IPOB. I'm not against my friend. What I'm against is you're using deadly means, maiming people.
Maiming
is the wrong thing, because I'm not going to blame something. I don't have information to know whether or not IPOB is doing any of those things. But what I'm saying is, if you are expressing, if you call yourself IPOB and you're expressing views, and you're saying that you're going to do this, maim people, you're going to cause havoc, you're going to cause sit at home and force people and suppress them to believe in you, that is the wrong means. Because what it tells me is that eventually when you get that IPOB, you will pretty much use the same means. Remember, a leopard never changes its spots. So if someone is an autocrat already and forcing people to believe in their means of achieving Biafra, what is it that when you get Biafra, the same person would not use the same means? And so if you are violent, if you are suppressful, and you're causing war to your own people, and you're saying using that to suppress the tyrant, which makes no sense, then why should I believe that when you get get the Biafra, that you're going to somehow magically change and offer people democracy? Because if you're doing sit at home, you're against democracy, because you're not telling the people to actually come to the terms and agree with you. You're forcing people and using fear to make people actually go along with you. That's what it is. Sit at home simply means you are using fear to suppress people in the Southeast to believe and follow your movements. So when we get a country called Biafra and you are the head, who is to say that you will not use forceful means to suppress me? So I'm not against IPOB. What I'm against is the idea and the means that you are using to gain the Biafra. That's all I'm against. It is quite simple. It doesn't make me it doesn't make me support one Nigeria. Right?
I wish you could hang around so that I can counter some points that you made there. I don't necessarily agree with
the point I'm trying to make.
Some things you said.
Mr. Scrap, can you move on from RBL, please?
At one point, I'll say Okija hasn't spoken, and let's Kenya in. Let's Kenya in. Kenya said he's in the state.
Sorry. Kenya, when you went okay. See, RBL, I just want to give you your final, not final, but I want to start rotating it. So I know Dr. Dominic is going to go, but maybe later I can talk to Dr. Dominic.
Oh, by the way, maybe Scribes, maybe you guys can discuss this. I have to go, but what I wanted to mention is when you actually look at Scotland and how they were able to do referendum, you have to think about the background that they've laid over many decades and how they were able to achieve even the clause and the rules that will allow them to gain that referendum. You can't forcefully create a referendum. There is no means in the Nigerian constitution or anywhere that can even allow you to cause that get that referendum unless you go through it by war. I support a referendum, but how would you even allow it to come into place to be a legal means? Remember, for you to have a country, you can't just shout and say I have a country. Other people, other countries outside have to actually believe you.
Recognize your country.
Recognize you. That is what a country means. A country means the international community agrees that this entity is separate from Nigeria, and therefore we can trade with them, develop economically outside of Nigeria. So unless you can draw and convince those international community with a legal, proper means, then shout a referendum, and even if you like, print out paper and go and put a vote in the Southeast. So if you don't have some kind of legal construct or way to show the international community to support you, you're wasting your time. And so show me that blueprint, and I will listen to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dominic. I will have to come back to you maybe later. RBL, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've listened to Dominic, Label, and what's the other guy, Mr. Omuri. And well, where do I start? You guys have not convinced me anything. Thank you. I've been stretched my belief for freedom. You understand? I really don't know where to start with what you say. The last speaker, Mr. Dominic, was talking about, oh, we are using violence. How can your violence make me want to support your agitation? But what is the Nigerian government doing to support them to be part of this family of Nigeria? What are they not killing people? Are they not creating more IDP camps everywhere? Illiteracy. You know, they have this prank, they call it, from Nigeria. They'll go to a young girl and say, look, I'll offer you 10,000 naira. You take off your panties, and the girl will do it for 10,000. That's the kind of country that they're creating. And they think that these kind of things are prank. You know, you offer a girl 5,000, she'll take off her panty in public. That's the kind of country you are proud of, and you want me to be part. I said no to that. Look at Sharia. They will burn one girl because she criticized this religious, whatever they call him. We have to burn the young girl down alive. Where are the killers that killed that young girl to this day? Where are the killers of that Igbo man in the north? What's his name? Whatever. You know, where is the justice for that? And these are the kind of people you want me to to be part of. I say no to that. It's come to the stage now that I don't want to use the word epileptic, but there's some Igbo one Nigerians are actually begging for justice, begging to be president, begging for this. Where do you have such a thing in the world? But this is what you people want me to be. You don't know that they are creating Amadris, Igbo Amadris in the South and in Europe as well. They don't understand what is going on. They are weaponizing poverty. All this is done on purpose, so they can use you and abuse you anytime they want to. So why would they give you a better Nigeria? You're hoping on your new Messiah Obi to come and give you a better country. Where is that going to happen?
Abiel, I need to move on to others. I need to move on to others. I need to ask you this question. When last did you go to Nigeria? Oh, sorry.
I went last to get married was in 2016, I think it was.
2016. You went in 2016. So, anyways, okay, I think that's where I'll end it. No, I totally respect what you're saying. You have some merits in what you're saying, but there's another. Listen, I honestly believe if the referendum were to happen today, there's something IPOB people are overlooking. The number of Igbo people outside of Igbo land, including the diaspora, if they actually mean to counter you people, that's those people who are supposedly one Nigeria, and they engage in that debate, do you know they overwhelm the number of people in that geographical region called...
they are less informed. They are less informed of what's happening in Nigeria.
No, no. That somebody takes a position doesn't mean that they are less informed.
Of course they're less informed, man.
No,
come on, man. You see what is going on and you still support it. The only reason you will support Nigeria is because you live outside, you have electricity, you have water, education.
Who said I support Nigeria? Who said I support Nigeria? How you see,
you say that the people in the diaspora outnumber us that are agitating for a separate country. So I'm saying to you that if we were to educate them, the only reason that they are supporting Nigeria, or they have this dream that Nigeria could be better, is because they living outside Nigeria, where they have a lot of the time they have
you was born in London.
You understand the kind of country that they're in.
Listen. Let me describe you. I've been listening to you. You was born in London, probably South London, somewhere in,
Me, I wasn't born in London.
I was actually
born in River State.
You were born in Nigeria.
River State.
Huh?
I was born in River State.
You were born in River State.
In Port Harcourt, yes.
Okay, fine. But you clearly have lived most of your adult life outside Nigeria, right?
Yes.
So relax, relax, man.
Mr. Scribe, somebody there backstage.
Oh, sorry. Why they concentrate on RBL? Oh, Petro, Madam on the way to. Okay, I need to move RBL. Your points are totally taken, yeah. But I think please don't assume that everybody, what you call one Nigeria, it's a metaphor for injustice. Right?
Exactly. So why do you keep supporting it?
Listen, I listen to you, but what you see, sometimes the choices of words kind of skew your message. What you are fighting against is injustice. So that's why I said, how are you then sure that most people here are then for injustice? Do you understand where I'm trying to drive you to? That's what you people call one Nigeria. I don't know if you guys understand where I'm going to. You people don't use the right terms in the way you channel your. Instead of you to say that somebody is taking a position, you now say that person is uninformed. Somebody lives in space and looks at Mars every day. He doesn't live on Earth. And then you are now saying the person that looks at Mars is not telling you how Mars is and in relation to what his perception is of Earth. And then you're now saying the person doesn't have enough information, but he lives in Mars. You are using the wrong terms, please, bro. Please understand that. You say you are against injustice because what you guys are fighting for is you're looking for a way of equity. You're looking at achieving the Aburi Accord, the Aburi on Aburi stand. If that is the narrative that you're going, people will get to understand you people better.
Can I just say something quickly, yeah? Mr. Scribe,
continue to be saying something.
Because of injustice or marginalization.
I need to move on. Sorry, please.
Can I just say something quickly, please?
Okay, please. Just 2 seconds, please.
You keep saying marginalization and justice. It's not only that. What business do I have with people in the north? They practice. Tell me the truth. What business? What values?
I need to move on. I need to
Can
go.
I say something?
The business we have.
Can I say something?
Okija, welcome. Madaesho, I'll come to you.
Madam, you just came. Please hold on.
Okija, welcome. Ekene, welcome. Madaesho, welcome.
Thank you.
You know, we need to go around. Okija, if you have anything to say, please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a lot to say. I mean, the business we have with people in the north is that we are one country. There is never a country that you have.
And you're happy.
No, Abiel. Sorry.
Even people in China is changing. China has people like you guys or whatever. You know, when people who have no sense of history, when they talk, you know, you're talking about Okrika is Igbo land, you know, claiming land that are not Igbo land. You know, you don't know history. You don't even know what is happening in Nigeria. You just claim. You know, like when when I was younger, you know, I used to have, you know, these I mean, you live in Utopia, you know, you think everything, you know, everything is the black and white. But when you're older, you find that, you know, the world is colored. Even in green, you have different, you know, different green. You know, you have aquamarine or whatever. Everything is not the same just because you're looking at it, the same marginalization. You know, you claim that, you know, Hausa flag, they're controlling. You don't even know the history of Nigeria. During the Second Republic, Second Republic Shagari, you see that, you know, Igbo person was the vice president. A lot of Igbo people, you know, were in government, or you know, with Yorubas and other people. The Igbo person was the leader of, you know, House of Rep or whatever, the Speaker, House of Rep. You're talking about Yoruba people. How many House of Fulani have ruled Nigeria? Only two House of Fulani has ruled Nigeria. Only Buhari and what's his name? Yaradua. You're talking about Obasanjo administration. You have opposition. You know, all over people, everybody in Nigeria, you know, participated. It's only because, you know, this Buhari administration that came. Even Buhari, it's not about House of Fulani. Some of these people, they are Christians.
Who put Obasanjo into power? Was it not the Northerners?
RBL, I'll kick you out if you interrupt. Honestly,
you know, but not House of Fulani. You just, you know, you come here, you know, you people, you know, just listen. Ojukwu fought Biafra. Ojukwu was the one, the arrowhead of Biafra. And in 1991, 1992, there was Kanu riot. And a friend of mine, you know, he was his father was arms seller in the Southern Gary. And then, you know, the Igbos wanted to come because I was born and raised in Onitsha, so I was living on Onitsha then. And because then they were strong. So they send their vehicle, they send luxurious buses to, you know, Kanu to bring people down. And Ojukwu said one thing to Igbo people. Said, don't run, stay there, fight. Fight. This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria too. Fight. Don't run anywhere. And then my friend, you know, his father was an seller. He opened his shop and the people, they took out guns. They shot, you know, these people. The first time Igbos defeated them in Sabongari and they ran away. And since then, we never heard about any, you know, like major riots in Kanu. So Ojukwu has said it. This is, you know, like, you know, sometimes, you know, we think, you know, we know everything. I'm beginning, maybe because I'm getting older, you start to, you know, think about all these older people that fought for Nigeria. You think about Zig. You think about, you know, even this one that died recently. What's that Igbo man? What's his name? Mbazulika Amechi. These are people, you know, you think you're smarter than them. They know about Nigeria. They know what is working, you know, because we, you know, we're at this our realistic, you know, view. We think that we know everything. Think about it. They fought for Nigeria. They know Nigeria is working. That Nigeria is good for everybody. But because Nigeria is not working now, doesn't mean that Nigeria will not work tomorrow. You know, you just want to, you know, like, you know, because it's not working. You know, you just want to, you know, like, you know, fight. You know, move away as if, you know, if you are not a subset of Nigeria. If you go back to your country, it will be El Dorado. You know, El Dorado, whereby, you know, you have governors, you know, since then, you get allocation and they do nothing with the money. And you're thinking that, you know, it's overnight, you know, when you get into that utopia, Biafra, you know, everything will changes, you know, everything is solved, you know, human right there. You know, when I cannot even speak, come against, say, I say, if I say I'm not for IPOB, you know, there's some people to, you know, to you know, kill me or do something to me. That's what kind of country are you building? Even in Biafra, Ojukwu, some people that disagree with Ojukwu, you know, some people were killed. Also, for disagreeing, some people were termed saboteur, and they were killed. And even then, you know, we had people who are intellectuals, who were able to work with Ojukwu. Ojukwu was not like, a master of all. He had intellectual, telling him what to do. He consulting with them. But this one, we have no consultation. People just come and just do whatever they want to do, and impose it on everybody. See, when was that time we've had consultation? When is how is someone become Messiah Ndibo? Ndibo. Would you know what is Ndibo? One person become Messiah Ndibo. Is something wrong with you guys?
I'm telling you, like, makes sense.
Something or Messiah Ndibo. Listen, the issue is this. Let me tell you something. I grew up in the 70s, 80s. Then Igbo people, we were doing business. People were prospering. People will come to the village and take their younger ones or whatever, or relative, and take them to Lagos or to Kano and everywhere. And things were progressing. But the economy of Nigeria is certain. Instead of Indigo coming home to rethink, what's happening. They didn't rethink. They didn't know that, right now, China, I used to bring some this goods from China. But now Chinese companies, they come to Nigeria and build factories. We no longer need, but they don't have this monopoly of business anymore. You go to China and bring stuff. Chinese are coming to Nigeria to do it. So we are losing economically instead of strategizing how to grab back the economic power. You are there fighting Biafra, saying fighting Biafra, and you are losing out. That's how you're going to lose out. And the issue is this, because people back home now in Igbo land, the major problem back home in Igbo land is that young people, instead of going out, they are there in the village. Nobody's taking anybody to Lagos again. And even some people that want, even if you want to take someone, nobody wants to get anymore. Not everybody wants to drive, big car. They don't want to, do apprenticeship. They don't want to, be under someone to learn anything. They just want to, hit, hammer. And then, all of them, they're in the village doing nothing. And then when somebody suggests something to them, they just troop out and, be criminals and just do anything they want. We have to strategize, and Nigerians are not the only people who are suffering in Nigeria. Everybody is suffering in Nigeria. There are people who are getting power. Instead of them, some of them, it's not that they are this elite. Some of them, they join them, they become Nigeria again. You see, okay, Rochas Okorocha. Rochas, before he became governor, he was running around. And I was one of the ones who was, supporting Rochas. Said Rochas should be a governor. But when he became governor, he did worse than Ikedio and all of them. So we have to, if you have people who say Biafra, Biafra, there are people, many of us who are wounded, who are angry what is happening in Nigeria. There are many of them in Yoruba land. There are many of them in Hausa land. There are many of them in other ethnic groups. We have to join hands together and fight these people and take over our country. If you are thinking that, we take over our... Listen, Nigeria is a better country. Listen, Nigeria, Igbo land, we don't have everything we need to be a great country. Nigeria, if working, will be a greater country than a Biafra. So let us work hard and take power from these people. Anyway, strategize, take power from these people, and make Nigeria great.
RBL. Okay. That was Okija. Kene.
Thank you.
Kene's one. Okay, Kene, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scribe. Thank you, White Label, everyone. Okija and Akija, I greet you, sir. So I think I will come in a different angle today. So I think I agree with what Okija and Okija said. But earlier on, when the guest was on the platform, I was busy, so I couldn't sign in. But I heard someone lamenting that he went to Nigeria and his car tire spoiled, and he couldn't find a vulcanizer that will fix the tire. And I commented, I was like, learn how to fix your tire by yourself. And this is my reason. Vulcanizer, how much are they making? They will spend the whole day fixing tires under the sun, hot, scorching sun, and at the end of the day, you give them 100 naira. 100 naira cannot buy you a cabin biscuit, a box of cabin biscuit, not talk of getting you rice. So I'm happy that our people are not even subscribed to that kind of business. If you want to fix your car, go to auto, like the way we have it here in the US, go to auto shop where you a kind of a departmental setup where they will fix your car for you, not having your fellow human being under discussion sun for because of 100 naira. But this is it. On this issue of Biafra, right? I think we all are clamoring for peace and unity in Nigeria, right? But on the other hand, you can't have peace and unity without justice. I think what we should be talking about is justice. When there is justice, there will be peace, there will be unity, and there will be love. Now, this is it. We fail to understand why And before I go into that, let me even make it categorically clear. Nobody is my supreme leader. No human being is my supreme leader. No human being is my Messiah. My supreme leader, my Messiah is God Almighty God. Is Almighty God. No human being would take that position. So let me make it clear. So if you are referring to your fellow human being as your supreme leader or as your Messiah, that is your own problem. Now, this is it. The issue of Biafra, I mean, I don't want to go back to 60s, or let me talk about from 99 when we have this current democracy. Started with Masop, right? The Rafu was Rike. Then Obasanjo was the president. Obasanjo, instead of calling them to know what is the problem, he instead shut them down, lock up Rafu was Rike. I think there was this community in Benue State, Udi, that agitated for something. Instead of calling them to know what the problem was, instead Obasanjo sent out soldiers to go and clear out the community, kill every living soldier. So we, the Igbos, were even lucky that he did not send soldiers to come and wipe us off. But this is it. Yaradua came in. Then we still have Masop agitating. The likes of Nnamdi Kanu. I don't think any of us here has ever advocated for unity, for progress of Nigeria more than Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu was on the street of London clamoring for good governance for that country. Now, Yaradua came in. Yaradua, instead of calling this group to ask them what is the problem, how we're going to solve this issue, he instead focused on the Niger Delta militant, called them on the round table and solved the issue. I don't know how they solved it, and I don't know if that solution he profiled was even a lasting one. However, he was able to solve one regional issue and forgetting about the other. Now, Goodluck Jonathan came in. The issue of IPOB started. When IPOB was on the board, I think it was when Goodluck was in the first term. So instead of calling them to know what the issue was, he never did. He instead went to call Almajiris and rehabilitate Almajiris, neglecting Biafra. Same as the previous leaders. Then we have these terrorists in the Aso Rock. Now, Buhari came in. He sidelined IPOB, sidelined Biafrans. He went and instead he refurbished, rehabilitated terrorists, well-known terrorists, Boko Haram, and even a kind of assimilate them into Nigerian army. You are recruiting terrorists into your national security system. I don't know how that makes sense to them, but this is it. So the injustice has been suspended for a very long time. IPOB, Biafrans weren't killing anybody. They were never violent until they were unjustly proscribed terrorists. Yet they weren't even killing anyone until they sent their soldiers. They call them Operation Python Dance, to come and be killing our people unjustly without no cause. You kill the youth because they come on the street to protest. And this is when, because I can't fold my hands and you come to my house and open fire on me, I have to defend myself. So what the IPOBs are doing is just defense. We are just defending our people, defending our land. So on that note, I will say that if anyone is talking about peace, is talking about unity, should talk about justice. Call these people, ask them what the problem is, right? Not just shut them down and begin to label them terrorists and begin to use force on them. That will not solve the problem. Some of us will be angry and we will join the group. You even see more violent. So it's better you call these people to know what the issue is. But you don't do that. You're talking about peace and unity without justice. Now, coming to what Okija is saying, I agree with him totally, 100%. Right? Because what we are fighting for is for the betterment or whatever, for progress of that country. Right? So it is now left for us to sit back and say, okay, how about we take other routes? Can we take other measures to see if we can rescue the country. Now we have good, or let me say, contestants with good leadership qualities. Can we look into that and see and pick one that will kind of try to fix those problems that you are agitating for? So calling for sit at home, no election will not take you anywhere. You see that 2% in Aso Rock, they have the army, they have the gun, they have the bombs, they have everything. They will use those things to kill you more. So it is better you strategize. It is better you go, you agitate for this in a more, I would say, formal way than using power. Just stay on the social media and be making mouth, we'll do that, we'll do this. They have fighter jet too. They have bomb. So, and I still have my people back there. I still have my parents. I have my relatives. I don't want anybody to die early, So let's try to find another measure, another route. If it is Buhari, what's his name? IPOB that won the election, I believe IPOB will try to restructure. If it is Showore, I think Showore will try to restructure. If it is this guy, this educated man from Kano, Kwankwaso, I believe Kwankwaso will be able to do something, but not the likes of Atiku or what's his name, Tinubu. Those people are just old cargoes, old cabals that will not effect any change, right? So let's calm it down.
Thank you, Kenneth.
People are strong.
Yeah,
they will finish you.
Exactly. Mother Echo.
This is my brother ROBL. Ndewo. Tell her mute. Ndewo.
Uzodinma.
Your face just dey boil like the water when I want to make at the yam this afternoon. My brother Kija not be your problem. Make we tell ourselves the truth. Those when don't they hear me before, they not say now only 2 tribes now in Nigeria. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. So when you come from north, you come from west, you come from south, you come from east. These 2 tribes now they there. So for you to come here, they begin to follow Kija, they demonstrate, say you should sabi the right way. Get as a bio. What did the Igbo they look for? Not be justice and fairness. Are the Amajiri in the north not looking for justice and fairness? Are the Yalakara in the west not looking for justice and fairness? Our children on the street, are they not looking for justice and fairness?
Sorry, can I ask you something, Miss Hajo?
Make I finish my talk,
Okay.
As you like to fight for this Biafra, because pack your children, pack your wife, pack your load, go to Biafra land and start and chest it out. Not be here you go there, they buga for me. They hear me? That they kill my brothers and sisters. They turn their blood to River Niger. And you there the buga. Pack your load now. After this meeting, pack all your family. Buy ticket. Go to Biafra land and stay. When they say sit at home, make you beat the policeman when you go they walk up and down. Make sure you not buy food for inside house, so not buy medication. Make you pack all your supporters in diaspora. Make all of na pack una load. Carry all your family and your children. Go to Biafra land and start this war. Because if you stay for this abroad, they continue this war, The breast when he feed you, he go, I take and curse you. The womb when he carry you, I take and curse you. When did they book off our head? Una just direct una self now. Those days, in the 80s, the Igbo men are known to go to the village to bring their brothers and sisters to the city to learn trade. But today, because una won't make am quick, una don't forget that culture. The culture that make you the real Igbo man, you forgot it. Now, una boys, they dance inside village. They kill themselves. They do medicine up and down. They look for who go ride the latest cars. In those days, your parents ask you to bring in a new car. They ask you, Chigodi, how did you get this? But today, they're not they ask you again. Just like our foolish mothers and fathers, they do for Delta State and Edo State. Una not the shame. If una not the shame, me are the shame for us. There's a crazy person not the shame, but in people they shame. Me are the shame for us. Say wetin make us to become Igbos, we don't lose that. We not they lose economic power. We not they think. When Obi went to Jigawa to see the emir said something. And I hold it in my left hand. Make I not wash and throw away with the hand when I take chop at the hand. He said, una they build nation. So Obi, I am entrusting the unity of this country into your hands when you go in there. And yet, Igbo men, when supposed supporter to go there to fulfill that request, requested by a northerner, you people are here making sure he did not enter, so that Tutu Emiloko, he go rig himself. Listen and listen very well. In as much my best candidate na Showore, but my children they go for her. If you Igbo people not let Obi enter, the blood of Biafra go hunt una until eternity, including una children. You know hear? The spirit of Azikiwe, the spirit of Ojuku will haunt you people. Mark my word. If we do not let Obi enter, or Eastern home and abroad, if you people did not vote for that man to enter, the spirit of Ojuku, the blood of the Biafra that died during that war, and the blood of all the current one when they kill, it go on to now day and night. And everything that gives you people peace and comfort will begin to become terror and calamity. Una unite. During Obasanjo, how many Igbo because Senate president? And they ask una, how many Igbos? Una fight una self. Now they are the Buga. Which history you know? ROBL. How many history you read? When people when know history, they talk. You they open your 32 teeth, they laugh your foolishness out. Shame on you. Shame on you. If you continue this your nonsense, the breast when you feed you go haunt you. The belly when carry you born you go haunt you. The blood of the innocent that has been shed in the land of Biafra during the civil war and now, they will haunt you. The spirit of Ojuku will chase you day and night. Go and reset your score head.
Okay. Okay. And Madam Rachel, thank you so much. Eddie, you get us go take water these plants more for us.
Well, this, and a good evening. This now very, this, I know.
The act they hard to follow, but try.
Mommy Osho, she's very passionate. But,
She's very passionate,
yeah, she's
yeah.
very passionate. I understand. I understand
And
her
you know,
frustration.
now the voice of our mothers, you know, there's a certain demographic where she represent. You understand?
Yeah. I understand where they come from. But the reason is that the situation in Nigeria, it affects every other person, whether you're from the north. Even in the north, they are being marginalized. From what we've learned a couple of weeks ago, there are some tribes there that are even not in. They're not even considered in the equation when they talk of the north. They don't even see them as the north. You understand? They're being written off. You know, even the Hausa, they call, like we learned 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, they call Hausa people are not even included when they make that when they say about that part of the country. So we should be very careful when we start calling for war, bloodshed. War is the most expensive endeavor in modern world. The war. If you think it's a joke, go on Google, check the defense budget of England, the defense budget of America, the defense budget of China. You see that war is very expensive. It's not something that someone will stay in his castle and detect. And again, just to with what my brother Kenneth said concerning how the Nigerian government sent troops into Igbo land and they were defending the IPOB. Well, I don't know, I've forgotten the name he used, but whichever with the IPOB, I don't know whichever group is in charge of that side. But anyway, they are defending their farms and all that against a certain this. I don't want to tag anybody. I don't want to use any name or to profile any part of Nigeria. But anyway, they are defending themselves, which is fine. You defend yourself if the government cannot defend you. But at this time, you're defending yourself by killing your own people, by burning cars of hardworking people. If you keep people at home, you need to let them. They need to feed. You're not providing for them. Just like in the West, when they say lockdown, they give people stipends or whatever they call it, some package to keep this. But you keep people that are the most creative, most industrialized people in Nigeria. You will keep them at home, and they will sit at home Monday to Friday. How are they going to feed? And the ones that will say, okay, let me come out to make ends meet. I've got children to feed. You kill them, you maim them. Is that how you defend your people? That's not how you defend your people. You can't be I'm not going to even say tyrant. You can't terrorize people. You see one of those same people to accept the market you're trying to sell. If the way forward in Nigeria is division, I'm okay. I'm okay if they want to divide. I'm okay for them to divide. But how do you go about it? I said 2 or 3 weeks ago that see, this far to get the candidates outside Ojukwu. Okay, Ojukwu went to the war, and unfortunately, Nigeria is still united. But there haven't been any, apart from Azik, there haven't been any president from that region. But although there have been Igbo leaders in power, all the government that have come through, they've been Igbo leaders in power. So if you really wanted to go after, to fight for, what they call it, development in Igbo land, who are the people to go? You know the senators, you know the governors. There are governors there. After all, they give them allocations. The allocations is not tripping down from the top. Who are you going to blame? Are you going to blame the people at the top? The same allocations go to the north. Even if we are even talking about marginalization, even the north is look worse than the north is even for infrastructure, the north is behind, is 100 years behind than the south. Since how many years the existence of Nigeria? You've seen Amajiri during Jonathan. You see how many children are in Amajiri. Do we have that type of this in Nigeria, in the south or in the southeast? And again, my brother Arubiel made mention of. I don't know. I'm sure. I will assume that you're an intellect, or at least you have a level of education, or you know about Nigerian history. But you cannot just draw a map, say the Biafra. When you say Biafra, the Ijos, this thing are part of Biafra. Even if they are part of Biafra, you need to negotiate with them. You can't just draw a map and say they have to go with you, or they have to. Because let me tell you, Nigerian government, if you could put a referendum tomorrow, the Nigerian government will not do everything to frustrate that referendum.
And no vex. Make I get one point where I want to make.
Okay.
One thing where these guys, they know most of these Biafran guys don't acknowledge is that Biafra is like saying New York to New York. Biafra is New Mafra. It's a political, not a like. It's not like it's a political definition of the Portuguese. Do you understand? That Nnamdi Kanu map is debatable. You understand? It's a political definition of this. It's not indigenous. Remember, initial argument is that it's an indigenous people of Biafra. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But then, what brought the Biafra to, even the guy who even gave the Biafra during the, in the heat of the moment that Ojukwu was looking for a name, was an Ijo guy. So technically, Ijo people had already bought in to this thing. They were sympathetic to the Igbos, aspirating all the things that happened, that led to that 1966. But one thing the people don't understand is that when that name came, it's two different contexts. It was a context of necessity, and then he had to rationalize it because at that time, how many hours were they did to contrive a map? They had to use a map that was existing, and that's how the guy made the case, and the name came to be, right? Now, if you look at it now, this thing now don't go viral. Then they are now using it as sort of like a framework to now justify it. But then the thing that just like what I'm speaking to what you're saying about the Jaws, all the other minorities, if you really want to do it, you have to go back to a report called the Willings Report. You have to go back and read it and understand what the forefathers, what Nnamdi Azikiwe did, where they were marching towards. That's how they created the Midwest states. They had a referendum. They did everything. They said you can't just come and just force people and just say, oh yeah, you because the Portuguese, and it is convenient for your so-called agitation and your thing where you never convince everybody together and you just say, oh yeah, this thing. There's a lot of what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of onions to be unpeeled that they have not even bothered to do. So that's why we are some of us now. We're not saying that that's why I say use your terms correctly. Say you are fighting against injustice. You and Shorore not the same. This is what they don't realize. You and Shorore are the same. But the difference between you and Shorore is that Shorore is better at just being more consistent and saying, oh, this person who is still is wrong. It's an injustice to the Nigerian people. We are supposed to try this. When you go to court, it is the defendant versus the state. So the people that they are putting a round peg in a square hole. That's this is why I argue with them. I don't say don't fight for they are fighting against injustice. If justice existed, right? And let me tell you one thing where lead to this Biafran thing. If justice existed and Obasanjo and Ekweme was allowed to become president of Nigeria, do you know that we won't have all this debate? Because that was a junction in Nigeria's this and that it was an opportunity for equity and justice to come up. But look, you don't even blame those who even brought Obasanjo. You know why? June 12 was already happening. So two southern powers were at this thing. So it was a priority. You take the one which is more hot and boiling. But the thing that there is that there wasn't a succession plan to bring in another Igbo man right after that one to now acknowledge the snowball went on day from 19, not even the Igbo man case start from 1929. the Aba Women's Riot, the Iva Valley. These are all Michael Imodu, Kola, cost of living agitation. Remember, most of these things were led by Southerners. Nationalists were Southerners. So it's not even the Igbo case. It is a case about South versus North. The injustice, the lack of imbalance between us and these guys. But then when you equate it to what Vice Chancellor Harcourt said when he gave Lugard the right to now commission Nigeria in 1914, he said the well-conducted northern youth has conducted itself properly. Let us now arrange this marriage with the southern lady of means, meaning that the deficit where they get for North, right, as against the surplus that is being made in the South to marry them. But then most people forget, World War II came. Where do you think England was getting all the money that they were using to balance their books? Remember the Gary War during that time that brought Alimo to Pelewura to prominence. The fight that they were fighting, that agitation that they were fighting, was spawned from the 1929 about women's rights, where they were overtaxing them. The Southern lady of means. You people don't get they don't marry it. The Southern lady of means. So now that they've now done this is what people don't understand, that this is what continues, and this is what is fueling, and the Igbos are now the sort of like, because of Nnamdi Azikiwe, not necessarily that Igbo is necessarily big or ubiquitous in the South. It is because the main nationalists that Herbert Macaulay handed over to was Nnamdi Azikiwe, right? There was also a Wachuku. Most people forget. He's from the Ikwere area. He's that would have been the modern day Wike. Wachuku was there. He's a brother of he's from that Ikwere area, right? There was also other
Aja Wachuku.
Right? There was also Fela's mother who abdicated the Alake of Egbaland. You see, this is the pattern that most people don't understand, and that's why I always make reference to that Vice Chancellor Harcourt. The deficit of this, or the surplus in the South against the deficit in the North, and this thing keeps playing out even till today. Now in this our current situation that we find ourselves, the Biafran question, it still remains. It now envelopes all of us. Now this thing has not been attended to in this long time. Now it's no longer now that South versus North. It's now a federated problem because the corruption now has, instead of touching it, has now touched everybody. It's now touched everybody. Now, like there are some people who suggest that this Ambassador Forest area is because there is an illegal mining happening of precious stones there. That Boko Haram is clearly just a distraction so that some unseen hand can do what they are doing there. So when we don't understand the actual offshoot of most of these things, we just feel like, we can just take what the top guys, the Nnamdi Kanus and everything, because we just like what they were saying during this with Onyeka, that in the 80s we were reading, now we don't even read. People the mind too has a lot of things to say, because now anybody will just come out and just set up an agenda and just start talking, and then everybody, they will start following. Oh, correct, you want to say something? Wait, I took this time, by the way. I just wanted to add more, because I made the point that I really wanted to. Don't be annoyed. Let Eddie finish, please. Don't be annoyed, please. It won't be fair if I don't give Eddie back his time.
No, just yeah. You're totally spot on. My Igbo brothers, when they speak about this agitation or referendum, I just feel like they're very passionate. They're very passionate, which they're supposed to be, because if you're not passionate in anything you do, you can't achieve anything. But I think the narrative that some of the guys are trying to sell to the people, to the layman or woman in the Nigerian street, is totally wrong. You need to be there to change it. It took how many years to get a candidate where the entire Nigeria? I'm not into politics or especially Nigerian politics at the moment, but I still feel like, looking at the scenario now, people say Obi is part of the den. He's dined with these guys before, but I feel since he's someone that is close to the you know, when you have a joint pain, close to the pain, I feel since he's the person close to the pain, the person that would he will how will I say, try to make this change. If they say constitutional change or constitutional review or whatever it is, I feel he's the closest person. And you can't be somewhere else and you're telling people to not to go for election, bro. If you don't go for election, I tell you what's going to happen. Someone else will win the election, and why? If you don't turn up to election, can you go to court to say, oh, the election wasn't free and fair? You're not going to go. Nobody will even listen to you. So you have
What we rephrase that in another way? You know how they normally tell pensioners to turn up for their, so that they will know who is a ghost worker, people who don't die. Yeah. It's like that. It's the same thing. He say, okay, come and stand in front of us and acknowledge, say you are still alive and breathing and you are well. Yeah. If you don't turn up, so because say that company come, you know, you have a little dispute with one messenger waiting for that office, right? They're going to say, you know, come take your stuff. It's the same thing.
You're doing yourself. You're doing
because
yourself.
Buhari now don't heighten the level of what was really subtle before. You understand? He don't come heighten now. One other thing is that you cannot give what you don't have.
Yeah.
Most people are misjudging Buhari a little bit. Because, listen, this guy has a background and an environment. When you were electing him, you not look well? You not look well? When this guy was already in power, there was already a precedence to him. So when he came in, he was doing exactly what he knows. He gave what he can give. And that's why sometimes I just argue, why would I even disturb this man? When you people use a church mind, go vote him, bring him in, not once, not twice. So what are you talking? Why are you complaining?
Okay. Can I come in a little?
Go on, can I?
Okay. I agree with some of the things Mr. Scribes said, but when it comes to the issue of an Ikwere man or Ijo man giving the name Biafra, I think this is not what I know. What I know is that the name Biafra was coined from Bite of Biafra, and Bite of Biafra, that name was given to that area between the Niger River and Cape Lopez by the Europeans and some other historians. So it has been in existence.
Portuguese.
Isn't that what I said?
No, he said that it was given by an Ikwere man or...
No. You missed the time sequence. I said
okay.
During the Biafran War,
when
the heat of the moment,
so let
they
me...
needed a name, but you can't just give a name. You have to justify the name.
Okay.
And there was no time for them, under war circumstances, to provide a map.
Yeah.
There was already a pre-colonial existing map in the UNN. This guy brought it to the sort of like that makeshift House of Assembly and proposed it. And people agreed and adopted it. Then Ojukwu went. If you look at the video, you will see where he went. He raised those two papers up, and he now declared.
I got you now. So you see, sometimes I get headache. Like yesterday, if you're here yesterday, after yesterday, I was having headache because some of us that have identified ourselves as a thinking introvert, we always find it difficult to come in a forum like this and argue. Sometimes we feel like punching somebody's head, but still. But I like it when a conversation is going, smoothly without insult, without name callings and all that. So now this is it, right? I personally, I don't advocate for violence. I will never advocate for violence, right? Yes, the Biafrans are saying that they've been voting, casting their vote, and nothing has come out of it. You have been voting, but you've been voting the wrong people. So can you begin to vote for the right people now? Let's try to vote for the right people and see if that change that you are agitating for will come to life, will come to manifestation. You can't keep voting for criminals, voting for incompetent people that like people like Buhari. We know that when he was a military leader, he did more harm to that country than good. And
people like Rochas that women voted for.
Exactly. So let's try to vote for the right people and see if there are, if some, things will change. So instead of fighting against election, like what Eddie stated now, if you are saying that there won't be election, I bet you that day you see the whole military barracks will be open and sent down to the southeast, and election will be conducted, whether you like it or not. And a wrong person, you will even regret it more if Shetima Tinubu wins, because that Shetima is a terrorist, well-known terrorist. We know him. So you even regret more when Shetima gets in there. So it is better for you to remove that brain that you used to think now and put another one that you used to, do good for yourself and vote for the right person. So I think, and again, for people alleging that Biafrans are killing themselves, I think that is wrong. Let's understand it here. There is violence everywhere, starting from the north down to the south. The Boko Haram are there killing themselves. The bandit, the one they call bandit, which are just extension of Boko Haram, they are there in the northeast, they are there in the northwest. You come to the southwest even, the Fulani herdsmen are there killing, even all the way to Benin, even Asaba, Delta State. So in the southeast, it's the same thing, south, everywhere you have killings. So why is it that the one happening in the southeast is the Igbos killing themselves? Why must it be Igbos killing themselves? Can we address that issue? Can we call out the governors? Hold on. I know this, Eddie. I know this more than you think. This is what is it. Even the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, has stated this time with that number that the killings going on in the southeast has been perpetrated by politicians. Politicians.
Yeah. So let me give Okija. Wait, no vex. We have to go turn by turn. It goes back to wait. Hey,
is among them. Uzodinma. How they waka from number 4 to number 1?
I'll come to you now. I'll come to you, please.
But trying to push it to IPOB or BIA, I'm not part of them. I support what they clamor for, which is justice. But trying to push it to them that they are the one doing the claims is what I don't know where that is.
I skipped Raf. Sorry, Raf, no, don't be annoyed. You can go ahead. You don't have anything to say?
Oh no. I'll say I was shaking my head. I'm not. I go vex. I'm not annoyed.
Okay.
Is Kenneth still speaking?
Oh, Kenneth.
Is Kenneth done?
No, I'm still talking. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Criminals doing the killings could be Igbo people killing their fellow Igbo people. The criminals in the southwest could be Yorubas killing Yorubas. The criminals in the north could be the Fulani killing Fulani. So let's try to distribute. There is a problem in Nigeria, and our governors that should be the chief security officers are the right people to be held responsible. Let them provide security. Now, if you ask the governors, the governor will tell you that, I am just chief security officer, but I don't really have control over the police. I have to take orders from Abuja. The same governor has fleet of cars loaded with mobile policemen to give him protection, just he and his family, right? So you are on your own. If you are a celebrity, I call them yeyebrities. Yeah, if you're a yeyebrity in Nigeria, you try to hustle yourself into the heart of the governor. The governor will distribute some cars to you and give you securities to guide you, right? You see a small boy, Yahoo boy of yesterday, who mingle himself into the heart of the governor will give him security. These are the policemen that are supposed to be securing the country. The citizens are securing one person. So this is the problem we should be talking about, how to fix this nonsense. And they are the part of the injustice that we're talking about. So we should focus on that instead of, people have their right to agitate over whatever they want to agitate. The country will still be running. However, let's have a leader.
Is this you?
That is me. Let's have a leader.
Bro.
A leader.
I like this new version of Kenel.
Let's have a leader.
Prince, I have something to do with this.
The thing is, I base my argument on whatever that is on the table. right?
Well, we'll do altar call for you. I don't agree. I don't believe now. Say altar call dey work. That altar call way Prince Adewale did for you yesterday.
No, Prince Adewale came here yesterday. I see, though he sounds like a politician. He has this has been his business. You know, I think he was in media or journalism stuff, right? So you know, journalists, they can talk from morning till evening, like Dr. Zemegis. They never get tired. So, and he was here, and you know how to polish his talks. You know, so the guy gave a very good campaign speeches, right? And I like this type of people. He appeared to be very gentle, you know.
No, but did you recognize yesterday that he had a strategy for you? Did you recognize that?
Yeah, I know.
He had a strategy.
He was trying to tune my FM station, you know.
he identified your personality, and he just knew how to just place you. So I don't know whether that has sort of like, because you see here, all we need is inclusion.
Yeah, you know,
he could. One thing I give to Prince Adewale is he could identify quickly from your words that you were on a sort of like a side that needed to be listened to, and I appreciate that fact that the way he handled it, he showed, you know. So and you see the outcome now. You see the likes of Kennedy now.
Like,
they don't preach peace now.
When I listened to that man yesterday, honestly, I wish that there could be a way.
Yeah,
that's Prince Adewale, Showore, what's his name? The one from Anambra, Kingsley Moyal, although he's not contesting now. The likes of Kingsley and even Kwankwaso will come together, right? Join hands with Toby. Let them just, even if it's not Obi, let them just bring out one person and fight these people and take up that power from them.
Wishful thinking, though. I will be happy. We have eaten a lot of rash time, yeah? Let's be fair.
Honestly.
Biko. Ralph, over to you.
But it was worth it. It was worth it, because normally I would have said I'm not even going to allow Kenneth speak, but I'm glad I allowed Kenneth speak, because for once in history I got to enjoy. Yes, Kenneth repented, and I enjoyed it.
I've been a repentant soul.
Wait, Kenneth, no, I'm giving you flowers. Collect the flowers. I'm giving you flowers to collect the flowers, because before I've been judging you on. No, I'm not gonna lie. I've been judging you on because there was one time you made one point, and I was like, this guy. When people say IPOB is attacking fellow Igbos, there was one point you made one time in defense of Simon. Like, but I was like, this guy. Unfortunately, that was unfortunate. It's the way sometimes Dominic, when you mention Shawari, Dominic would just jump. No. I said, Dominic, calm down. Let them finish talking about Shawari. As soon as he said, I'm like, Dominic, my guy, calm down. You know, it's not the end of the world. Let them finish the point first. You know. So, but one thing I like to point.
You mean RBL? We will bring prayer warriors from RBL.
RBL, you can't save him. You can't save him, because that one is about. Actually, I had something for RBL, but he left. I wanted to give him my kitana. I have one kitana for him. Like, well, since you won't go fight war, I'll donate this sword to you. Carry the sword, go. I'll give you war paint. You won't go fight war? Take. I'll give you a kitana. May go fight. It's a wooden one. I won't give you a real one, because I can't buy real sword to go and give you. I'll give you wooden sword. Carry, go fight. It's long enough. You can use this. Go fight your war. Give you war paint your face. You don't watch too many war movies, but good for him.
I don't know why everybody is surprised that I'm trying to, you know.
No, my brother. I'm giving you flowers. It's no. I appreciate that.
But just advocating for one particular thing, and there is no clear solution to
we're
that.
Gonna give you special room.
There are people
Dr. Damage give am 1 hour next Saturday. Make he address his fellow agitators. This is a good one.
No.
This is a good one. So you addressing your fellow agitator with this understanding, it will help. This is the information and education of our mindset.
Guys, let's welcome forefathers.
I get proud of you, my pikin. Give me 5.
give a
Welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Anyway, make I finish my point.
Ralph has the table, has the floor.
So,
Sorry, not the table.
yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully I won't get interrupted because
No, sorry, Ralph. I beg.
No. The person know my point anyway because CM is back.
Yeah, thank you.
CM, your internet go work now. I think I figured it out, and I know why CM internet no dey work now. I figured it out.
Okay.
you
missed? Did you miss me?
CM, you know, say I always miss you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. But we're listening to
Mr. Scribe. I'll tell you in private. Whenever you contact me, I'll tell you why CM internet no dey work. Okay. But anyway,
well done. So
I hear it back.
Yeah. So at the stage.
Hey, stop embarrassing the UK, man. Come on. It's terrible. Mr. Scribe is in the UK too, isn't it? Come on, man.
I did Canada right now. No.
I'm in the UK now.
I just wear 3 lion shirts. Don't be I did UK.
I'm in the UK and my broadband is fine. What's going on with CM's one?
No, if we want to hear CM, I go drop some people, go stage, so that we see the problem. The way these guys work is that as each person they join the stream, your bandwidth, your contribution will go. So there's a funnel. So as it's putting it, the number of bandwidth that CM needs to process, or somebody on a lower bandwidth, it will become more challenging. And I've been studying it, and I've been seeing that's the problem. There's a status.streamyard.com. If you go there, you look at it, you will see how the thing is fluctuating. So it's not really CM's fault per se. It's more on the provider for CM, how they are consuming the packets that StreamYard are sending to him. So if you really want to help CM, we'll just drop some people, then CM can then talk, you know. So
I would have said something, but it would have looked like
let's just leave it. We don't want to blame you for choosing this provider.
To leave initially, but I saw somebody came in. I was like, you know what? Let me wait a minute.
Anyway, I don't even remember the point Rab won't make sense. Okay. But anyway, I think the whole thing about Kenneth, earlier on, I think I will just go with this. I think it's still an illusion saying that the Niger Delta thing was solved, problem was solved under Goodluck Jonathan, because there's still troops in Niger Delta. It's not as vocal as in the southeast. Nigerian Navy is still there. They're making money off the whole oil situation. You saw the whole pipeline incident that we've had recently, the illegal pipelines being discovered, which is like convenient how the Navy discovers it, but it's if you are connected to the Nigerian military, you know how the oil situation works in Niger Delta, and it's another reason why it will never ever be solved, because it's a big industry. If you are stationed in the Niger Delta, it's like a big industry. It has never really been solved. It has never been solved. So it's just that we've not really had like an OD in type of invasion for some time, but we always have, if you are connected to the situation, you always have the military still raiding villages, still have.
Am I not in?
You're in. We are hearing you. Yeah.
Am I not in? Yeah. So Kenna, you shouldn't go now. You say you leave room. Kenna, you can stay. Where are you going? Kenna, I'm in now. I'm in. No need to go.
Okay. I thought you were going.
It's very good of you, man. I hope I'm coming out. Man, what did you people think about the kidnap? Not kidnap. Was it the train? Yeah, there's something that happened. Was it yesterday? Yes. This train ambushed. Yes, something. You should have. It's in the news now. Train was around Edo State. Terrorists have.
Oh yeah, Edo State. Yes.
Hijack a train or so and then arrest people. Something like that.
I think
that's things up. So we've not learned issues after 2 trains.
Well, didn't Rotimi Amechi say something about when that incident happened in the Kano? Was it the Kano line or the Kaduna line?
Is it?
He said something about upgrading
topical
of this.
Nigeria.
No, I think there's a delay. Are we on the same wavelength?
Yeah. Let me still give him room.
Let me just drop some people in the stage so we can hear.
I will just go. I will go.
Don't worry, I'll drop you. Don't worry, just stay around. Oh, he's gone.
Is it better now?
Hold on. Eddie, can I just drop you? Is that okay? All right, I'll just drop you. CM, try.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You can speak now. Yeah, we can hear you. It will flow now.
Okay. Yeah. I think I was about saying that what I heard on the news about this train hijacking or sort of at Edo State, somewhere in Edo State. I can't remember the town they're called. I was trying to say, so Nigeria have not learned any lesson after this Kaduna Abuja incident. I thought by now, before everywhere train is running in Nigeria, there should be some measure of security, to forestall something happening again. Is it not another one too many? That's what I'm trying to say. Does it mean now this time in Edo State, you can't just say Edo is not north now. Edo is in the southern part of the country. I don't know whether I'm coming out clear. Am I?
No, you're very clear.
Okay, yeah. No, yes, like I'm saying. So to me, it worries me. I mean, after all what happened in Kaduna and people, it was on the news for months or weeks, and then this one happened again, almost similar pattern. Why?
Yeah. Why? Are you surprised?
People were scared of journey of. Yes, why I'm surprised is that because people were scared of traveling on the train, and as a result, people said, "Oh no!" Even those people or the host, some has to be paid money to release them. Nigerian, and they may deny, but if eventually it took a toll on the conscience of the people. Now this one happened again. I thought by now they should have said, okay, a review of what happened in Kaduna. Therefore, any other Lagos, Ibadan, or any other one should not be this. So nothing. That's what it means. So it can still happen again. That is the angle I'm looking at it. So Nigeria hasn't learned any lesson from there, from what happened.
We haven't. It's clear we haven't. The question you should be asking is that why is it not happening even more often? The people think this is when I keep saying it, the country is not secure. The question is how our people are nice people. Our people are if a European country was run like this, there will be anarchy. Our people are nice people. They are not even more
get to this state.
bloodthirsty as other people are.
No European country can take 1% of it, not 0.1% even of what is going on. Not 0.1, not to talk of 1%. I mean, this is so shocking. The same train. It's ridiculous because that was the time that Kaduna own happened. Kaduna Abuja. It took everybody by surprise. People felt, oh God, how did they do it? So we've not got this type of thing in place. We should now put it before so many train. That was a lot of debate. That's what I'm not making anything up. People were saying, so it's good. They closed that route. In fact, train journey by train now should be reviewed. If we are not safe, why take that route? Why then big men started taking started traveling by flight to the extent that the flight fare now went up. People say if you are going to Kaduna, you fly to Kano, and from Kano you journey down to Kaduna. So we felt that all these things, all those newsworthy items, people everywhere is being discussed. Every channel, look at where we are again. Nigeria may be irredeemable so far.
They said that the two people working
and okay, as it is now, nobody knows their.
They said 32 people were kidnapped, 32. And yeah, one of them escaped. I think they nabbed one of the kidnappers too, and but 31 people are gone. And this thing is going to get worse before it gets better, because Nigerians have not woken up to their responsibilities to security yet, and because the ones we have are not enough. Do you know how long train lines are? How are you going to secure all of them? Do you know how long roads are? How are you going to secure the seaports, police station, governors, commissioners? How many people are you going to use to secure them? The ones we have are too few.
Even then, because why I say it's shocking is that the thing generated so much hot air and debate. So I'm saying, because I remember somebody saying it's better they take a drastic route and a branch examination of all these things. You should not, they can strike again. So why can't we now? I thought all those things, something will be done. Oh, I thought. Now look where we are again.
The new candidates
like
are
said,
saying something.
Maybe it should have been happening often now, every day.
It should have been happening more often. I'm even surprised we are getting away with it. Look at Ghana, is even worse. See, we are getting away with murder. The way we are running our country is not the way countries are run. You can't have that few security operatives and expect. I'm surprised. Nigerians are good people. They are actually good people. If you have a Middle Eastern country like this, or like Saudi Arabia, they would overthrow the government within 1 week. The way we run our countries is like, what do you expect? By the time you got the oil refineries or oil wells, all the national assets, you can't have people to protect the train lines. There's not enough people.
I mean, is there any country where you protect train lines with troops? You can never, because except if you have like one train line. But if you have trains,
there's what they call transport. There is transport police. Even if there is transport police and they are armed.
Yeah, you can use a newer method like use drones, whatever. Yeah, use drones or whatever and do that. But I don't know.
But Okija, something that happened not quite long ago that shocked the whole nation, and then the people started discussing it openly. Then the same thing repeated itself within how many weeks? So it means that you've not learned any lesson from
it. Nigeria is a place. Nothing is learned. I mean, like forefathers said, why? I mean, it's supposed to be happening like every day. That's the it's supposed to be happening every day. That's what I was expecting.
They are overstretched. If I was a criminal, I would know how to run circles around our security people. Yeah. Because they don't have enough people. Just go where they are not. It's that simple.
Yeah.
And because they don't have enough resources to chase all the criminals they are chasing, they have to keep Northeast, because Northeast is still there. If they left there, the whole place is going to explode again. So they have to keep Northeast in check, Northwest in check.
It's just why Boko Haram, they're not even much.
Because they are keeping them in check there. They are keeping them in check. All our forces have gone there. But now other areas are free. That's the problem, to be attacked. They don't have enough people.
Okay. Easy. As part of doing all this thing, because when they talk of like what we say, when we're discussing security like this, the ministry or the defense, just the defense. Somebody is talking.
CM, let me just make my point so I'll bounce so that you pull before.
It might be okay.
CM, let me make a point quickly. So I will leave this. I will leave the stage.
It might be okay. Yes.
Let me talk quickly. Now I will leave so that I think when it's 4.
There's a noise at the background anyway. Okay.
Yeah, I think when it's 4, then it's easier for you. So I think this is
okay. What do you say about this?
Yeah, I think this.
The child is talking here.
Yeah, I can't. Now she's trying to cook. So
okay.
This whole system of everything right now is exposing this whole system of there's not enough police in the country, and this whole system of relying on one center, the whole structure that we are relying on is not feasible, and the limitations of the Nigerian security and the whole stubborn head of everything must depend on the center, and with the states refusing to step up and push for that state police, follow the constitution, like that brother that came up last night, the brother in Scotland, who was pointing out how we can actually push for certain things using the constitution, which we can do right now, or we push for that actual full constitutional change, like I am in support for. But we can't wait for the total chaos to happen, which these guys are actually giving us room to, they haven't gone the full extent, because train robbery shouldn't be happening. A train robbery shouldn't be happening. We've had one happen in the north. Rotimi said they're installing some software and whatever. Use jargons upon jargons. And we like eating those jargons, because it's like we just listen to him and say, okay, transport minister, okay, what the hell is that jargons that you told us? Software. What is the software going to do? The software shock people that are coming to hijack trains? I don't know what the software will do. But if you have train, like, there should be police for trains, a totally different police force, separate from MPF. The way the MPF is, it's totally different police force. Then you have police force for waterways. You have police force for the airport. It's totally separate from the Nigerian police force. That you can't spread the police. Because, like, if any one of us visit home, we can hire police to be our bodyguard, and everybody does it. We know that everybody does it in Nigeria. When you visit home, you can take like up to 10. Depending on how much you're willing to spend. So that depletes the number of police that we even have out there. And we're not even talking about police that celebrities carry. And then you're having a wedding, you're having a funeral, you carry police again. So how many police do we even have that's available? I thought the UN numbers that they have for Nigeria, is it one police for 100,000 people? That's the statistics that they have for Nigeria. So there's not enough police. But all these things, if you are trying to move as a country that we are trying to be, then these are things that we should be thinking about. So you're trying to establish a functioning railway system as a normal country should have. Then there should be a police force for that railway system. You are trying to have a functioning water transportation. There should be a police force for that water transport, whatever system you want to call it. If it's at state level, if it's at federal level, if it's at local government level. That is an opportunity, and it's also employment you're creating, which is good for the economy and all different things. But we don't think of it in this manner of forms. It's always like a whole, I don't know. But all these are opportunities. So we need to start seeing it in all these pictures, and you don't have to wait until total chaos happens. All these things are the warning signs, and there should be the reaction. Start reacting now. Don't wait until it's total chaos.
White label, you know why this thing is so disgusting and then shocking again, or any time, is that there is high graduate unemployment in Nigeria. To me, no matter the standard of the education, having gone to university or polytechnic and come out, you should be able, by your training, to fit into, you can be retrained for certain things. There are people that are willing, I don't know where I said it, that Nigeria should have made it a point of duty. You recruit most of your military forces, army or navy or police, from youth corps. When they finish, you can serve them from, say, look, for those that want to make a career in the military, in the army, in the police, or all these things. If we have all these millions of people doing nothing, most of them are graduates. Why not at least with small, you train them, recruit like 2 million at a time, maybe police, and start training them. What are they waiting for? Because there is no substitute for that. It's still somebody has to do it. Even if I believe that modern defense system or protection or security depends largely on technology, but it's human being that will operate the technology. That's what we're trying to say. So we have bulging youth unemployment. Most of them, they are not illiterates. They're all graduates. Most, or at least a good 80% of them. Why not go to them? Maybe out of that let's say they are out of that 80%, maybe about 35 might agree to make a career. Then you recruit them. These are steady people you have to recruit, because some will say, look, let me join the police. You join and train them. There are things they will do. Because I agree that celebrity people, when we go home, we go and rent the police. It's for security.
Yes.
But if the area is secured, you can't go for police. It's true.
I hear you, my brother. I hear you, my brother. I didn't mean to cut you, but I really have to run. So let me just be quick. I hear you on that, but we just have to go with the current administration that's in power, even though they have a few months left. If you have, it's not if, but they are currently in power, and Buhari brought a lot of people from his time in the 80s into office in charge of those type of security and that kind of thing. They are not operating like digital, they're not in the digital times. So it's all up to the next administration, because these people cannot say we are bringing in, we are going to change the system based on what they have done. Now, how do you employ police in Nigeria? It's two ways. I tried to break that point yesterday, but some people didn't allow me. And one way is through police academy, which is the peanuts. That's where you pay them like trash, which is why you have to go and do police checkpoint. And yeah, that is it's very difficult for graduates to want to look for. You go through the 8 years of police of university or polytechnic, teacher training college, whichever one, or college of education, and then it's like you have no choice. Then you go end up there. Everybody wants to get the other one, which is where you come out as a detective or ASP or whatever they call that rank, and that's where you end up on governor's list, traditional rulers list, because you get higher pay. You are on the pedestal of you're on the you are commissioned officer. So if you enter that list, that's where you fight to enter. But that's the current system right now in Nigeria. So you want to be where you be boy, and except you change that, and these are the issues why these are the places where you need to destroy that system and change that from either, and that's where the state police has to come in. This is where the local police has to come in, the water, the train, the railway police, the airport police, because if you are still going by the playbook, which is still an extension of colonial police system that we have, you are not really improving anything. You just end up with police still shooting people at checkpoints and all this nonsense that we have. And how are you going to stop all this type of hijacking of railway, like hijacking of train? That's really embarrassing. Train, like the forefathers pointed out, is really long. You shouldn't be able to do that. That should be like it's like what they call it in all these Western movies, so that Wild Wild West. That's when they used to like literally stop railway, where they put dynamite, stop, boom. The logistics of stopping a train, that's a lot of work. If you just sit down, calculate it, it's a lot of work to sit down, calculate. You need a lot of manpower to stop a moving train. And now with technology, the improvement on trains, you can't just say it's a 2-man job. It's not a 3-man job. It's not a 10-man. It's a lot of work. So people don't normally go and stop trains. You go and target something like a car. You go and target even what they call these big buses, the ABC transport buses. That's a lot of work to stop those buses. So now think of stopping a train, a fast rail, what they call it, the light rail, the speed that is moving out and all that kind of stuff. So imagine all that logistics. You're willing to invest the time and energy. That's not ordinary armed robber now. That's not ordinary. That means that person is willing to say, if I go die today. And then that person is investing a lot of time, energy, and manpower. That means they are ready to die if they are willing to stop a train. So you're not going to say, oh, it's hungry police that we hear and say, I'm taking off. Oh, if they should go, they run this opposite direction. Say, it concerns you now. Go save yourself. You're not going to put that kind of hungry policeman out there, because you have to think about it. You're not going to put ordinary people there.
The police academy is where somebody.
Did you see the mattress of where police academy the ordinary recruits are sleeping?
It will be looked into, but I'm looking at police academy in an ideal situation whereby that is where somebody who is not a police officer, who is recruited, you pass through them. Maybe it's a year, 2 years, 4 years. I don't know.
It's not 2 years. Police academy is 2 months. For ordinary, the basic recruit is 2 months. They are sleeping in bed bugs infested. Like is ghetto.
You mean they train them for 2 months? I don't.
2 months.
2 months is enough to train a police.
CM, wait, where's my phone?
I doubt.
CM, wait, this thing.
For somebody who has not been in the police force before, not
my brother, the lowest rank in the street basic police. What are you talking about? We're not talking about officers now. That's why I'm telling you that if you're going for the officer rank, then that is the one that the traditional ruler or governors, those are the highest list. The big organ has to nominate you for that list for it to, and that's the one that's like going to defense academy. There's a defense academy for police. That's like I think that's the 2 years. That's not the majority of police force. The lowest of the lowest. That's 2 months academy that you go to, and those are the ones that they pay them peanuts. You are.
Which one is the one you are saying is
who's texting police academy in America is 4 to 5 months.
No, this one is the one in Nigeria is showing 18 months, but that's police academy. But I don't know about the other one.
That's for officers. Mixing two different things. Let me show you what David Hundayin tweeted the other. Let me put this tweet in your. I will give you evidence. Where is it? The other day. Who's talking about police academy? So 4 to 5 months. What does 4 to 5 months do for you?
What I want to get.
So you want? Okay. Let me take Adewale put in the chat 4 to 5 months. So 4 to 5 months, you put that one on the streets and then say somebody is willing to stop train. You understand what a train is? And then you say go and fight somebody that stopped train. You understand what that means to stop a train? The logistics.
See, you say label 4 to 5 months. You can do some highly professional courses. I think you can train people to be able to at least make calls, respond to emergencies. Most of all these people are not the ones that are going to be carrying gun fighting criminals. The ones that are going to be fighting the criminals themselves are more experienced ones. But the first line, the ones that are just graduated, will be learning. They are like the recruits. They will be learning on the job. And after maybe a year or so, they become full-fledged police officer. I think normally that's how professional organizations like this tends to work. So
you are mixing the West with Nigeria. Well, how do you find drafts on Twitter? Your draft, bookmarks. What you bookmarked on Twitter? Because I bookmarked the tweet I'm trying to send you guys.
It should be on your bookmark.
How do you access bookmark? I've never done it. I just see the bookmarking stuff.
It depends on Apple. I think it's somewhere. I don't even know. And Safari is different.
No, it's on. I use an Android.
List.
It should be on that list.
Not change.
Right?
That does not change.
No.
That does. High level.
No. How do you do it?
That does not.
Oh yeah, book is right in front of me. Nonsense. Okay. Here we go. Federal executive. No.
It's okay. Let's.
All right, I found it.
But let us get the point. Let's make that we need more police to be trained. We need more police to be trained, secure at least. This guy.
Wait, first of all, CM, do you know who David Hundayin is?
Okay. Let us not dwell so much on the maybe.
Your line is messing up now.
All right, let me do and get out of.
Gosh.
No, CM, I will leave for you. Okay.
The argument for increasing the number of law enforcement has actually won, and military has won the argument, because if you look at all the major candidates subscribe to increasing the size of the military to about 1 million. All of them have subscribed to it. But the question is whether they are going to do it. Is a question. It's a matter of time. We'll see. They've all subscribed to it. And I think what CM is saying is quite a good idea, recruiting them through the NYSC. Can you get quality?
NYSC, yes. Exactly. Yeah, it's true. Not all of them will agree. Some will like to.
Let us not forget. Let us not forget that this we're in technological era. If we are still talking about manually manning train lines, you can't man train lines. If you like, you employ 3 million.
Okay,
you can't man train lines.
You need enough. The trick is you need enough people to be on standby to be able to respond when the technology delivers information. Because now technology will deliver information. You might as well CCTV camera watching the criminals steal those people. That CCTV camera is not going to arrest them. It's not going to stop them. They will just walk away. But if you have people ready to respond, they will be there to respond and show up.
All right.
Even if
the police Nigeria Police Academy
at every train station, there should be a secret security post. Police will man it, maybe between A, B, C, D. So between train station H and station maybe I. So your duty when you are station H is to man between, because this is security now, the gadget you are looking at it, making sure that as the train is coming from this H to GH, I know all those ones. So you still need human being to even operate the technology, to even
of course I agree with you on that.
The message the technology is sending, so that you.
I don't know about secret.
We still need, that's what they call say boot on the ground. You still need
I agree. You need boot on the ground. I don't know about secret.
The station, that's at every train station. Yes. And the secret I'm saying is that
I'll point out, I think airlines
in the station.
But if you don't have enough police in the country,
what I'm saying is that
if you don't have enough police in the country, you're still stuck. That's still back to square one.
All the candidates want to increase it. All the candidates want to
okay, that we agree on that.
Yes, we've agreed.
So we are going to the hypotheticals. We are bringing our own solutions. So
specialty. Specialty, because when you increase the number, they will be specialized in different ways. So, like you said, the one that we guard the coast will be different from the one that will be guarding maybe be on the land for train station or all these things. So, the secret I'm saying is that if you get to say a train moving from A to Z at each station. So, let's say you are at K. At that train station K, there may be a room that where the gadget is, the police is using it to monitor as the train is even coming from K going to L. He must have noticed if there's anything to even send a signal that the train should stop here, that they detected something is happening waiting for them somewhere in the front. They stop and then they know what to do about it. That could police, yes, because it's still intelligence.
I don't think you need police. I don't think you need extra police in the room. I think all you need is just the people working in the room can communicate with police with all you need is language.
I think the way these things are done. Please hold on. Let me just say the way these things are done generally is response time. If you reduce the response time to 1 minute, 2 minutes, you cut the time for the criminals to be able to operate, and because it becomes a trap for them actually. Because if they go in there and they get trapped within that period of time, they can't escape anymore. And it will deter them from even trying. If you reduce the time that between any station, between anywhere on that track, that law enforcement can be there within 1 minute, 2 minutes of any incident, then you're taking control of this in line. And the same thing can happen on the roads too.
Final thing I'll say is security is supposed to be a deterrence. If on the train you have what many airlines do, especially like flying from America, they have the air marshal, and none of us know who the air marshal is because it's a plainclothed person. So you get on the plane, everybody gets on the plane, you can't identify the air marshal, they don't identify. But if something goes off, somebody misbehaves, the air marshal is supposed to like step in. That's the only time you know who the air marshal is on the flight. They only intervene when emergencies, a passenger misbehaves or something goes off, or if they can't really, step on bed, they can identify who the troublemakers are. They can give information. That's the only time, they might. But if they can't take on more than one, but I need to really go. So if every car on the train has at least one police officer, plainclothed, armed. They can have just a pistol, is fine. But every car, so let's say each train has 10 cars. So you have 10 police officers on each car. That's all. They have to be plainclothed, they don't have to be in uniform. You can choose two different approaches. You can have one approach is they can be in uniform, because if there are people in uniform, there are studies of criminal scenes, people in uniform, people behave. There's that study. And there's the study of, you don't know who's on uniform, but you are aware that there are people who there's a like the air marshal, that there's somebody there. So if, you still want to try trouble, you try. And then as soon as you try, you just something from behind you, they just handcuff, you're under arrest. You try the first time, second time, then it starts spreading that you see the sign. There's armed officers on this train. There's armed officers on this train. You know, before you know it, people will start, okay, we shouldn't try this stuff. Every time we try it, there's that's a deterrence right there. Because if you try and take on a train, you stop, you try, okay, let's say you blow up the track. Officers open fire from each car. Fire just start coming out. Okay, okay, bad news. And they are calling for reinforcement too at the same time. But they take on you. That's a sign that, okay, we thought it was only going to be one officer on the train, but we didn't know it was 10. We didn't know it was 20. You don't really have to go by my numbers. You can increase it depending on how, but there's different ways. But I'm just saying, have bodies on the train. It changes the game. Rather than, saying fly there. After attacking. Because if you wait until, we call, hey, we need help, they attack us. Come. By the time you get there, let's say, okay, you have a helicopter or you're taking car. If you stop them in the middle of the bush, they have timed your response time. By the time you come there in 5 minutes, if they're only targeting wristwatches, they grab everybody's wristwatches. By the time you get them, they're gone. If they know the area better than you, they're gone. They're gone. What are you going to do then? If they were to grab, okay, 2 women, we're targeting these 2 women, we'll grab the 2 women, bam, they jump, enter boats, take off. If they have whatever, but they can, but if you have people on the train, it changes the game. So that's the final thing I recommend. I'll see you all next time. I'll be listening to the rest of the show. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bring Adewale in. Okay. Where is Adewale now?
Yeah. I think that the reduction of Adewale is shaking his head.
I've been in the backstage for only God knows, and I heard what is it called?
I apologize, Adewale. I'm trying to manage some people's internet.
Adewale Kitty.
See,
Adewale Kitty.
the
Kitty now. How you doing?
I did fine, my brother. I did fine. I've been watching you guys, talking about the security issue, and that was what got me interested. I was like, let me just, join you guys.
They say there's another train robbery between a Faki and the Ado Ekiti. I don't know whether you don't hear.
There's no train in the Ekiti state.
You mean the train that was hijacked?
I thought they said the one in Edo. Is there any train in Edo State?
Yeah, they said Edo because it runs through this in there. It's a nice line actually. It's new train line and it's in cars. Very nice.
Newly constructed or it's been there for long?
Newly constructed. They didn't have train lines in that area.
I
saw one of the train stations, the one in Agbo. When I saw it on YouTube, it looks better than the train station we have here in the UK. Good. It's like ridiculous. Nice trains.
It looks quite big.
Now they are being
because a lot
the
of
Chinese are doing a lot.
Agbo is like a big station that from Agbo you can go a lot of places. Something like that's the way they did it. Like it's like a very big stop where you can change train. Going is if you are coming from the west, you get to Agbo, you can continue down south, you can from there get to the north, or you continue to the east, or you go, there are a lot of places. So that of Agbo, I've seen it. It was and it's very, very well designed.
Very nice. I was surprised to see that. I really was surprised.
Since the one of Kaduna happened, so it's true. So since that of Kaduna happened, so Nigeria hasn't learned any lesson. Yet this one happened. And if you remember the debate after the Kaduna, people were shouting, hey, don't need exposing people to danger. Let them shut down the rain and they make sure that they put in security so that this, and now look at where we are again. Is that not shocking to you?
It's not shocking though.
It shouldn't be. It's not.
I'm not shocked. Don't let me say I'm not so shocked. I'm not shocked at all. I was listening to White Label. Security in Africa, or should I say in Nigeria, is, or should I say insecurity, not security, insecurity in that part. If you have been involved in advanced security here in America, you will understand that security is more complex. And it grows just like a plant. If you don't nip it in the bud, it will grow up to like a Iroko tree. and there's nobody in this part of the world that can cut it down. To cut it down, you have to, keep putting sacrifices every now and then, and that was what Nigeria is doing. There's no amount of security cameras or personnel that will put in place that can eliminate insecurity in Nigeria as it is. Don't listen to any candidate, any political candidate saying that they are going to take care of security in Nigeria. It's not going to work. You know why? Insecurity to me is multidimensional. There were times in Nigeria where armed robbery was the order of the day. The military were in charge then, and then they deployed their personnel. They are able to curtail them. But even though we had a military regime, armed robbers were still operating. They were still robbing people and all that. What I think Nigeria can do is this: when you have a system that has been uh, not efficient over the years, and we let it fester for too long. Now it begins to decay, and you start seeing the rotten part of that system, and that's what we are witnessing. First and foremost, the kind of policing that we have in Nigeria, it's no longer working for us. Reason being is that the federal police that we are growing every day and we are advancing. Now, you don't expect somebody who newly recruited into the police force, just like a white labor said the other time, their training is so poor, they're not given good, adequate training, and then being posted into a remote place where they know nothing about that area, that geographical area. You don't expect them to perform miracle because number one, they too are scared. Apart from the fact they are not well remunerated, they practically been thrown into the wolf. And the locals, the people in that area also, they are not being used. So when you have inadequate trained officer being put on the streets of somewhere in a remote place, number one, the propensity to be corrupt is high. Number two, it's going to look the other way around and say, well, my life is important to me. Now, if we can decentralize that system, however, except we align to each other, 70% of Nigerian police, they are not just corrupt, they are uneducated. Their job function, they have no idea what their job function entails. You remember recently one of the is it DSP? I believe was almost a senior police officer who shot a lawyer in Lekki, right? And there's been a lot of uproar about that. Why is it so?
Yes, yes. The
I mean,
lady, this
somebody
thing.
who has been in the force for so long and yet killed innocent person, why still in service? Then you begin to understand that it's not just if that man understood his job function. I don't think he will, put a gun in front of an innocent person and start shooting. They are not well trained. I put it in the comment section earlier that an average police academy in Nigeria, because from one state to another, usually between 4 to 5 months. You are only going to the academy to learn the policy, to learn some, technical stuff. When you graduate from the academy, they pair you with a trainer, a mentor, where you be on the street patrolling, constantly, and then you'll be training. That person will be giving a report, just like any other paramilitary agency, and that is how training continues. Now, even though with that, you also have to pay them well. Can you imagine a system where the state governor is not in charge of security? The commissioner of police doesn't listen to the government. I mean, to the governor, he has to take order from the uh, IG from Abuja, and that is where that system is not fully. I mean, IG. You know, you can't have a system like that. And you also look at the complexity of the country. Somebody coming from Osun State, you are posting into Maiduguri. How is he going to be able to police those remote area? It's not done. You have to focus attention on the local first, employ the local, and make sure that the local that you employ are well educated, well trained. Training should be, talk about not just about
gathering
It's a
intelligence.
lifelong.
Sometimes
It should be lifelong. It
it's
should be
the
lifelong.
social aspect of policing is not just about carrying guns and shooting or sometimes you need to be social, interact with the local, interact with the people, and then you'll be able to come up with the plans that will make these people secure. But unfortunately, no matter how, if we keep recruiting without decentralizing that police force, we will keep having what we have. And no matter what, that kidnapping, that train incident will continue to happen because everybody is paying lip service. It doesn't look like uh, the politicians are serious about decentralizing the system. I listen to them, I hear them, but it doesn't seem that they're going to do it. I don't think so. But if you are really serious, that's what we
No,
need.
no,
We
no,
need.
no, 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 no. The thing is, the agenda for the increment, whoever it is, it may be. First, the issue of security should be, let me say, root and branch examination everywhere. Not only decentralization, but the training should be lifelong. The training of anything security must be a lifelong training. As long as you are in the force, you're undergoing training. If you finish one training, you walk, you go back. You should be updating yourself until the day you leave. It should be lifelong because your job is even more. Your job does not stop. It has no scope. Security has no. I don't think it's scopeless. You can't just, unlike somebody who said, maybe let me just say, somebody, I'm a mechanic. The scope of my work, if it involves electrical, he said, no, it's not for me. Go and call an electrician. My own is to change the gearbox. No. Security is lifelong. It should be a lifelong training. One. Secondly, yes, the complexity of Nigeria, we shouldn't have a central command in policing. We shouldn't. The case has been made by everybody. So I feel the next incoming government should have the political way to implement, because I don't think anybody will go against it. And as much as possible, if it's possible, any police you are sending to any particular area, whether it is an area inhabited by about, say, 1,000 people, if it's possible, recruit the indigenous of that place to be the people in that security police for that area. It will help. Like you said, it will help. So because this security is about life. Life of everybody matters. Talk of life on here, you don't even handle and you can't kill animals anyhow. Not to talk of human being. So the incoming administration, I wish they will take it upon them. There is no amount you spend that is too much on security, as long as you can justify it. That should be my point. There is no amount you spend that we say this is too much on security, as long as there is need for it and you can justify it, and then the result or the outcome supports the expenditure you put towards it. Because in the end, look at, because with now, do you know because of this thing now, economy of that area will be affected. Even the train, there's economy that relies on train. People that travel the station that sell something, all those type of. So then we talk of foreign investment. Yes, people are willing to invest abroad or maybe come anywhere because they are secured and there is a provision for it. So in fact, to be honest with you, the way security should be tackled, there's no stone will be left unturned. To be honest, no stone will be left unturned. No stone. And then if the budget, let's say for us, if the budget, whatever they want to spend, my concern will be, can you justify it? If you can, that's okay. And can the outcome justify it, support it? That's all. It will be limitless. You can't say you budget for security so or 1% or whatever. Just say that based on demand and supply, this is where we are. This is what we need to do. If you put money down, then explain, say we must do this because it's security. It's for everybody. Just justify it and then put a structure that will be responsive. When we say decentralize is that it becomes responsive. And like you pointed out, culture plays a role in security. If you are from a cultural background of the place you are policing or securing, it helps. Police thrives on intelligence. Sometimes you know something like that. But let it not be our police, not people. Let it not see as you are intimidating the people you want to secure, because that has been what I can say about Nigerian security system. The people see police as a force of intimidation, or the military or the defense. They shouldn't see it that way. So if there's a training you give, to tell them like, look, oh boy, I'm here. Let us cooperate and make sure that I'm. They will say, hey, but do not come with a force that maybe you are different from them. You are coming to. No. Can't work that way. That's why you should evolve. The police should come from the area they want to. The security, particularly the police, should come from the area. Why I'm taking out the military, because military should be felt but not seen, because they should be behind. The only time you wheel the military out is to go and shoot. Is war, and normally they are going to somewhere else because it's a external aggression. They go and defend. Internal is police. So the police is you see every day, every supermarket, every day you see. I mean, the physical presence shows you because they are there. It can speak the local language. Apart from using English, it does not mean that if you send somebody is from Osun State and is securing people of Osun, you don't need to speak English. It doesn't need. If you know the word the people, you use Yoruba, talk to them, because that is even when they disclose something to you. Because in the end, is the result we want to get. Is the result. Whatever way you get the result, so far you justify the thing spending it. That's okay.
You know,
So
what,
I feel.
CM? I heard in one of the other platform that I featured, somebody said that the kind of police man
Which
that is
platform
being
is that?
posted.
Sorry. Which platform?
I want to remember. I think it was a woman. Somebody mentioned that
Yeah.
the kind of police men being posted to the south are quite different from the police officer being
Yes.
posted to the north. That hardly you will hear these extrajudicial killings in the north, but most of the time it's always at the south of the part of the country. And truly, if you look at what has been reported in the news, you agree with that. That most of the time, I think the police officer that been posted to the north respect the culture of the north, even though if you don't speak their language, they have their own police, moral police officers too over there. I think they call them Ishba. I'm not so
Exactly.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, but then they don't misbehave or aggressively, and dealing with people over there. But in the South, they believe that anything goes. Somebody can just point a gun at somebody in Bayelsa and threaten to shoot, or in Lagos or anywhere. And the roadblocks in the South, it's like a death trap, or like in the North. So hardly, as a matter of fact, somebody even said that the person said that you would drive miles upon miles without even, seeing any roadblock on the road in the North. I don't know how true is that, but then going by what has been reported in the news, I haven't seen any of such extrajudicial killing happening or being reported in the news.
No. Well, to me, judicial killing is a mistake, because I do not think any police officer, in
Oh,
fairness, let me just be
oh,
fair, any
oh!
police officer was sent to
I
go and
won't
be killing.
I won't totally say that, CM. I won't. You see, where do you
No.
find?
I'm coming. No. Because if there are one or two or three people or four,
Mm,
let's say from
mm.
the north, move down to say my state, Anambra, haven't killed anybody. That sort of invalidates that claim that they are sent for maybe all this extrajudicial. That is based on a particular police maybe orientation or whatever. I agree to that. But what I want to solve it, whether it is deliberate or not, is
I
let us
mean,
decentralize the
when was
police,
the last
whereby the
time you heard
people
somebody
policing
being
an
shot?
area should be from that.
CM. When was the last time you heard people or any news
Yes,
saying
yeah.
that police officers shoot, a teenager, somebody with a dreadlock, or somebody in the north in the news?
I think there
I
might be
don't.
cultural.
I wouldn't say.
It might be just cultural. This thing.
I'm not.
Sorry, there might be just cultural issues with that. It's just about the culture environment. It's not all parts of the South. You hear most of all this stuff, like in Akwa Ibom. You rarely hear anything from Akwa Ibom or Calabar, and so it might be cultural. And this is the nature of nations. Even if you look at the U.S. right now, There are parts that are heated, while other areas are just, normal, no issues. You never hear, mass shooting and stuff like that. So some of the things that happen in nations, people just ascribe it to, oh, there's some bias going on. Obviously, there are differences between other parts of these nations from other areas. It doesn't mean it's a conspiracy. It's just the nature of nations. So, but in terms of the idea of this is security, I think CM is spot on it in terms of how we actually need to up the numbers, because it is clear. It's not even like a mystery. This is what needs to be done. And the good thing is that all the major candidates in this election are on that track. The question is whether they are going to do it, whether Nigerian people are going to hold their feet to the fire.
Is it up to the contestant or the people we elect to the National Assembly that will legislate to make that changes?
Oh yeah, because that one is easy to convince the assembly, because if they don't pass it, anytime there's a train attack, the president will be like,
you think so?
Let me show you now. Let me explain this now. If they don't pass it, anytime there's a train attack, the government will be like, the president will be like, I told them. They refuse. They refuse to support it. It's gonna be a nightmare. They will not be able to sleep. Exactly. They will pass it. They will recruit those people, because every single time, see, and we just talked about 31 people getting kidnapped. We forget these are real people with families, children, mothers, fathers. Some of the sites are some of the saddest sites you will see in Nigeria, where some people send their children to school and they get kidnapped. You see parents at the fence where the kidnappers escape, praying there. I just like, and men crying, weeping, because they don't have their daughters and their sons that they just sent to school. And the similar stuff that just happened this thing. These are real human beings. And if when the time comes to act and anybody's in the way, believe you me, the family members of these people are going to lose it completely. And people are going to be backing them. This is why I think any president that wants to do this, all the forces of the state will be behind them.
You know what, Forefather? I think I disagree with you and CM saying that it is the policemen, that we can blame for those extrajudicial killing, not the because it seems that they respect the culture of the North. And then if you look at what has happened in the few months or a year past, when the Southwest introduced Amatekun, the North, what you call them, the Attorney General kicked against him because they're trying to harm this guy so that they'll be able to carry out their job, effectively. But it seems that the Northern oligarch, they were totally against it because they were scared that this could be a way of, creating, I don't know, some type of um, uh, militia stuff in the South. And then with that, tells me that there could be some level of resistance when it comes to uh, decentralizing police force command and having a state policing. Because it doesn't seem that the resistance so far has not been in the South. It's been, most likely, the Attorney General is from the North. So, and I believe he's been appointed to represent the people of his constituency. So, and when he speaks on behalf of the federal government, and the federal government right now is from the North. So, it doesn't seem that they are actually interested in having a state policing. However, even though you mentioned that the representative in the House of Assembly will have no choice when the president put pressure on them. Sometimes at the current administration, it seems that the executive goes by whatever being dictated by the House, not the other way around. Because even the electoral law was a pain in the butt. It took forever, and for them to even pass it. So, with that being said, whatever we do now will be a lip service. I just hope that you know, I just hope that you know, people share the same vision, the same idea that we're sharing right here, or majority of Nigerians, you know. But it doesn't seem that the northern oligarch are interested in having that system being put in place because of the fear of creating, you know, a militia kind of system. At the end of the day, they don't want a force or a police force that is armed and dangerous, you know, unpredictable. But then, if the South can do it successfully, then to me, it will be the model in the entire nation. But then, until that happens, I don't see any seriousness in any politician. Any politician at this moment campaigning and and talking about state policing and all that, because it took forever. Even up to now, Amatekun is not harmed. You know, they are not harmed. They don't shoot. They can't even have gun with them. So, to me, I mean, you can't know your locality more than the people that lives there, right? So, and if these people come together to form, because Amotekun is more or less like a militia that is not armed. However,
yeah, armed with then guns. I think the reason why the Nigerian state is wresting control of most of these powers is because of our history. Remember, let me just finish this point. Because we have a history, and I really wish a lot of people actually look at history when they are making judgments, because this is actually important. It's not a joke. Where we have a history, you know, from 1960 to 1966, we had a conglomerate, I think, kind of system where, you know, everything is loosely bound by regions. And guess what? Within how many years? 6 years, we had a massive military coup, and then we got the civil war. And since the unitary system kind of system was put in place, we've lasted 70. So you can see that there was a problem that led to the situation that brought the nation tighter together. Because if it was left loose, everybody will be running in their own direction. Because even if by and large on the ground we tend to interact very well together, but a lot of people are still very, very tribal in terms of trying to create divisions. There are quite a lot of strong elements in every group that wants to incite division, and that leads to civil war. And who wants that again? So these are the fears these leaders have when they see a country that is so rife with divisive language. You know, even policing. You just heard what you said just now, that they are sending some kind of police officers in the south to make sure that they shoot them. I think this is more cultural, because Northerners, the way they interact with law enforcement is different. They don't have a history of acrimony between them and law enforcement. They don't have a massive history of that. And you see, so that is part of it. The idea behind this state police, I think state police is fine when the system is ready for it. It's not like even the debate of Biafra and all those things, even if it's referendum, there is a time and place for everything. When you can't see somebody that is bleeding and going to a theater for operation, and you tell them, you know what, this is time to sign for the next mortgage. And no, that's not how it works. They are not going to, that's not the time to do that, because if you start doing that, the whole system might collapse. The person might fail. This is why I think the leaders are scared. Yeah, it's not because they don't want every state to be free to do whatever they like. They want to control it so that if things go out of control, before things go out of control, the problem now is that I think we are close, because if these leaders are coming, they've made that their argument already. El Rufai is a northerner, isn't he? He was the one that was making the argument on behalf of Tinubu why we should recruit more military officers. He said within a year, Nigeria recruited 250,000 soldiers before the Civil War. We did. He said, how are we able to do that and we cannot do that now? That we should be able to pull that one off. So they are making argument to do these things. Let them do that. When the nation is secure, we have got an element of stability. You will see that all this talk of this in the police, state police, and all the rest will happen. And for me, in terms of justice, because that's what police is there to serve, I am not sure just because it's centralized, justice is not being done. Maybe it's not as rapid as people expect. People somehow think that just because you have state police, justice is delivered faster. I'm not sure it's delivered any faster. It's still the same process they have to go through.
Okay. Forefathers, even if we don't call it police, they will listen to me. Even if we don't call it police, let's say it is the way it is, but post people to their area of cultural affiliation to go and police. How do you see that? Yes,
that's a good idea.
Yes, I think they have that now. I think they have that to an extent now.
I don't think so.
Exactly.
That guy that shot the police officer, is he from the north?
Probably not from the southwest.
No, that shot that lady. The one that shot that lady is not from the north.
It's not from the southwest.
From the west. He's a westerner.
You see? So it's not from the north. They are doing some of that already.
See, but if they continue with the quota system,
okay, well, that it doesn't mean everybody should. It doesn't mean that
Yoruba man in Lagos open fire without due care and killed another Yoruba woman. So it shows you what is happening.
I don't think it's a cultural thing. I don't think that man is Yoruba.
They say it's Southwest now, so if it's Southwest,
I don't think
no.
From the west, somewhere in the west.
Forefathers, that one example.
Somewhere in the west. It could be Northwest.
Cannot be enough.
It
doesn't sound like Yoruba name.
You know there's some. There's some.
Yes, I don't know. Even if look, let's say even if the officer is Yoruba, that example is not enough to invalidate the preposition that let us put, because okay, there should be other Yoruba police officers, even the whole of West. So have they done the same thing? So what we are saying is that I know the issue of police and state police when we say it, because our politicians will like to use it. That's what people are afraid of. But that is federal.
They will definitely use it.
Yes,
they will definitely use
only
it.
federal because federal government pays. You see, let's make it is federal to the extent that it's federally controlled, federally remunerated, and even trained. So let's make it that federal government. Okay, how many police officers in Lagos? You might need like say 2,000, 5,000. Recruit them from that place. Recruit them from the West. Recruit them. That is indigenous. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
then you go to Bayelsa.
If you are not going,
do you think
if you are not going to have state
But
police,
it's not also very safe. It's not very safe for police officers to always come from the area where they are, because their family members could be at risk if they are carrying out sensitive operations.
but you can still use.
So this is part of the reason why.
Them for intelligence gathering, not necessarily put them on the patrol, but you can put them out there to gather intelligence for you.
Yes.
But I think that's what they are doing. They keep some of them, but many of them they push them away to keep their own.
People. They are corrupt. When you have a force that is not well paid, they will go out to find alternative to survive.
Are we even?
But forefather, if we can't have state police, if we can't have state police, if you can't have police, state police, if the state cannot have their own police force, now why not we do this? The current police force that we have, disband them. The people that are not qualified, if they can do psychiatric evaluation for all of them. Hold on. Yes, it's doable. It's just like saying set the standard. And those who doesn't meet that standard, hold on. When people,
if you use an example of SARS, disbanding SARS, what happened?
Because if Texas, I don't want to.
Let's listen to them.
Hold on. Before you disband the entire force, because they can have an alternative where they can earn a daily living. Because if they don't have a job, that is when they take to other things. But if you can create another means of livelihood for them and set a standard for that force, and people that do not qualify can be excused out and give alternative of what they can do for a living, while you also recruit not just somebody who is educated, college educated. We're talking about somebody who is psychologically sound, not somebody who will go out on the street and say, I just want to kill or be drinking while, on duty. We're talking about somebody who knows what he's doing. They can do that. We have, if you want to give them loans to go start farming or poultry farming or something that they can earn living from, then that would be great. Just make sure that you pay them enough so that they'll be able to earn a living to take care of themselves and their families.
Let me
So
explain this to
you
you.
now
Let me explain this to
you
you.
now recruit people who really knows what policing is, means.
See, I think before you start calling our police, see, our Nigerian police, they are quite capable. Let me explain something. They are more capable than we give them credit for. I've been
With
to
the
so many
one that will
countries, and
have you ever encountered police on the street before in Lagos?
hold on now. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. The reason why I'm saying it, I'm saying it because they understand.
I will let you say it. You know what happens to
Yeah.
that woman in Lekki? It happens to me in 2005, right in front of Synagogue Church, right there in what do you call this area? That on that very day, I was going to collect something that has to do with my passport or something like that. Early in the morning. I was trying to find my way to park because there was a little traffic, and this police officer joined in front of me and directed me, pointed the gun at me, a rifle. I was scared. Now he jumped inside the car and ordered me to drive to the police station that is just a few blocks away from that the roadblock. You know what happens when we got to that police station? He told them that I was armed robbery suspect that they were looking for. My mouth was this wide open. I got in there. I was still yelling at the top of my voice. They gave me papers to write statement. I was writing statement. They were looking at me like this, like you don't know what you are doing. After writing like 3-4 pages, I was mad, and the DPO called me one-on-one in the office. My brother, what is it that And I explained to him that man, this and that. My papers were okay, but it takes just stupid decision. I mean, that man could have shot me right there and then in my car. This police officer doesn't, we need police force that knows what they are doing.
I think. Hold on now. Hold on. I wanted to say something, and you have been saying something for how long now? Hold on. Come on.
Like Eddie. Can you imagine if I had a dreadlock on my head?
Hold on. Let me say something. Let me say something. See, I understand what you are saying, but you have to remember that the Nigerian. I was saying that the Nigerian police is capable for a reason. Is that when you look at them, it's maybe because they are criminals themselves. I always say that maybe because they are criminals, they understand criminals. The problem is that they are undermined, just like the military is undermined. You can't call them a professional force like other people like the way you see it. Even in America, you see that they kill people, innocent people all the time. Even a child is killed. So it's not like the West is perfect too in terms of these things. The point is that our police is stressed. In short, all our security agencies are stressed because they are not funded or they are not manned enough. If they want to employ you as a ShopRite guard and they tell you to go and protect 2,000 customers, you will not be able to do that job because how many criminals are you going to watch among that 2,000 people? You can't even tell who is a criminal among them. You won't be able to do it, and that's our police officers right now. It's a stressed profession, and when you see people acting stressed, don't be surprised. If you give them enough members, you see their professionalism will rise because now they know they control the streets. The military, you give them a reasonable professional number, they know they control the territories. Our NSA, you see, Nigerians, we are our own worst enemy. Our NSA officer came just last year, was it not last year? Last year. He came out and said they cannot protect the Nigerian border, that they don't have enough people to protect the Nigerian border. So why did Nigerian citizens not say, what do you mean? We have 200 million people in this country. You're telling us you don't have enough people a few thousand to man the borders. But he said that and everybody just went back home. And then the insecurity carries on and you wonder why. You can't expect things to be secure when you're not paid for security. Nigerians, we are our worst enemies. And all these people that don't do anything, they go home, they put iron bars on their doors, on their windows, on their gate, then they live in an estate, then they hire security guard to guard the estate, then guard the hood. But when he asks them to do it for their country, they will just be like, not my problem. It's the government that should do it. It's you who is going to pay that police officer or that intelligence officer that is supposed to be in every train. Somebody needs to fund that person. That's why the government is not doing all these things. Our national budget is not enough. See, we talked about it the other time that we need to evaluate how much Nigeria has as money that we are spending. I mentioned it to Rudolph yesterday. we need to do this number so we can look at how much it costs to fund these things. Whether Nigeria is raising enough money. If we are not doing it, then where is the money going to come from?
Well, in retrospect,
Sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay, if we plug some, okay, when you're back, if we plug some loopholes, whether that will show up a little, because sometimes if you want to know how much you owe, how much you are having, you first of all check if there are ones that are leaking. Then you then you now say, okay, at least I know that there is not much, nothing is leaking. So whatever is here is what I'm really having. Yes, it's true. Nigeria is really because in terms of if we really have to spend according to our need, not really our number, but our need. Because let me say need. Because we really need all these things. There is no way, because why I'm saying this is that I remember we always say, before one point say America's defense budget is this, UK is this. Those people can put figures because they have arrived. They're only improving. Our own, we haven't arrived, we haven't even started. So our own will be based, will be determined by what do we need to do? What scope do we need it to be? That will determine how much we pump into it. Because until you fund it very well,
let me ask you now. Let me ask you. In the UK, you know how price of electricity and power has increased recently. You know that now. And a Nigerian lady online the other day was complaining that she's going to leave the UK.
I saw it.
Because she paid 500 something pounds for electricity for 1 month. So for energy bill. So it tells you the people in the West, they pay for their system. You have to pay for the system that you have. But Nigerians, we are not paying for our system and we expect it to be good.
Yes, because as we go on, then you can be moderating your view, updating it. Before I used to say maybe defense budget should be so percent. Now I don't need a percent. What we determine is, first of all, root and branch examination. How do we want it? We want it this size. Okay, how much will it take? That is what becomes the percentage. That is because the Western world, America can say that because their own is that they've gotten the baseline right. So they're only improving because of Iraq. They fought in Iraq war 2 years ago. They lost a lot of soldiers, so they increase it now. Or because of this, they are sending this. Because they can juggle. They've gotten it. Our own is that we haven't. So what we determine whatever we want is the need first, and then how we want it. So that will determine how much we pump it. Because if you don't put in enough, you won't get out the outcome you want. So if we feel
then you have to tell, let him say something, please.
If we are, what they call it, our system is it's not just, you can't hold one, it's like a star. You can't hold the whole 5 points are damaged, all the entire 5 points. So let's say, for instance, defense or policing is one of the legs of one of the hands of the star, and you're trying to fix that hand when the entire structure, because if you go to fix the police and you have civil servants?
Didn't you hear me say root and branch? I say total sort of, you have to overhaul the whole thing. Because when you overhaul, you know the extent of the problem you have. So when you now know the extent of the suffering or the problem, you will now say, okay, I need it this way. Then what resources are you going to mobilize to get it to that level you want? So that determines your percentage. That's why I'm not particular about somebody telling me I will increase defense budget from 2% to 10%. No, it might still be, but all I want is, can that 10% give us exactly what? Are you just
exactly
to say that I made a scratch? I tried, I've been able to pass the ball to you. Is because you.
And this is why I'm happy they are not. This is why I'm happy that they're not saying a percentage. They are saying numbers that they're going to recruit, and they want to try to do the right thing. So that is very important. And I hear what he's saying. I think he was saying something about the star and how the other areas are bad. I think from my own evaluation is that the other areas are good enough in Nigeria to still be able to do the acts that you need to do for security. The other area, look at our media, our arts and everything. They are doing relatively well. our people are actually working very hard. It's just that the country is bleeding and the people are not going to farms and all those things. And the area that is missing is the security aspect. If we take care of the security aspect, investment will come in and the business activity is going to increase in Nigeria. Farmers are going to go to farm and people are going to feel safe. People are going to do business for longer because most of people go home now early because they're afraid. Yeah. Nigerians can't go out in the middle of the night and feel safe. So there's so many areas that the security, the money you invest in security will actually pay for itself. It's not even like you're going to suck money out of the system. It's actually going to pay for itself. So I think a lot of people, nobody has made that argument to the people to let them understand that this money you're spending, you're going to get it back in so many other ways, from employment, investment, jobs, just name it.
From tax. You know, if the security is there, let's forget about foreign people coming in first. If the security is there, internally in Nigeria, people feel secure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The business will just there'll be an upsurge. People will just say because the business is there now, we are secured. So that's why they really had to, because when you see things happening, you find out that because of the fact that sometimes I will just say I just gave it a fresh thought. Before I used to talk of a percent you, even if you just determine
all those people now that are selling food now from all these train station to train station now on that line they're all gone now. They don't have any job anymore. They have to go somewhere else to go and earn a living. This is how security affects everything else. And if you get security right, things improve.
That is the local economy is dying because of all those things. So the thing is, that's why I'm saying some of these things it's not really well, like say, I don't want to use the word rocket
Rudolph
science.
say we can do it next week. I think we need to do that number and also evaluate the kind of numbers you need to fund a military. If you can do it, because if we get a number and everybody see the number of money Nigeria generates and look at how much we need to spend for like universities, for military, and see that we barely have anything compared to other countries then Nigerians will know where we are.
To me, I can, this money they are borrowing, supposing you say, we've evaluated, this is how much we need to maintain security in Nigeria. Then you borrow this money, even if you borrow it with interest,
you pay for itself.
And that outcome, that's security, you guarantee it. You can get that money from tax and pay it back.
You will get it back. You will get it back. It will pay for itself. It's not any money you spend on security will pay for itself.
You can get,
especially in Nigeria. Nigeria is highly subsidized. Somebody's paying. Just do the maths for me. Do this maths for me. Somebody's paying this thing £512 or so for energy in the UK per month. In Nigeria, do you know how much I pay for electricity for a whole compound that probably bigger than where she lives? It's 15,000 naira. That is barely 20 pounds. So what is the magnitude? We are talking about more than 20 times magnitude. That what we pay less. Can you imagine that?
It's true. It's true. Yeah, and then
less, but we want more. We don't even pay. Some places you don't even pay.
That is the thing.
You're crying. You're crying that we need power. We don't have light in our street.
And they don't want to pay for it too. People are paying all this amount for it, and we think it's cheap. We should not get it for free.
Of course, you pay now. Do you know that council tax? You should know this. Do you know that council tax they pay? They say it's part of local policing because they list the table. They say council tax includes. I didn't know until one time they bring the breakdown. So the rating for emptying your waste bin is even fraction.
Everybody thinks it's only for the bin. That's what everybody thinks.
It thinks for you to remove your bin. So they now find out that even what they call social care for the elderly is part of. They use the council because social care is not federal, it's not national, it's just local council government handles it. So when you see all these things, it makes sense. The thing is that it will only take a bold step, because do you know one thing I've noticed in people? They said when we did that, they did a course on a sort of managing change. According to Machiavelli said the most difficult thing to do is to bring about a new order of things. a new order. Not really because everybody resisting it is benefiting from the old system, just like in Nigeria now. Not that when you say let us review something, not that people are benefiting, they are suffering, but they are afraid that this thing you are bringing will it not make the situation worse? Do you understand? So because some people may be defending the way things are because of the bribe, the way they eat about it. They are one set of people. Then the other set is that they are suffering, and it is because of them you want to bring the change. But because of the fact that they did not understand how that change will impact positively on them, they will also be resisting it, thinking that no, this suffering we are suffering now, it's okay, don't come and worsen the suffering. But they did not know that it's because of that suffering you want to better. So in this case, all you need is when you doing it, if they start to see that the thing changed, to be honest with you, that's why I always say something. Nigerians are really not that difficult to lead. I don't think so.
They're not. I don't think so too.
All they need is you coming saying this because I've given you. Some people will say, these people, why are they talking? So as we they suffer, it never reach. I say, I say, it will worse. They are afraid. Why those? That is why those that are benefiting because they will get good contract, all those things, we say this is the best. But you that haven't seen it and you know why they are resisting, you just call their bluff if you have the power. Go ahead and implement it. Do you know that if let me take for instance, say P2B comes in now. He sat down to say that this is how much you need for power. Let me just use power as an example. You need like 500, let's say $100 billion for power. How are you gonna come about it? Then you sit down and say that you take the Siemens or any company or GE of Canada, said with Nigerian engineers or with, Nigerian manpower, can we beat it down? Can't we get it for 70 or 78? They said highest you can give is 81. He said, okay, this 81, let's take it that is a 10-year something. Now, if we implement it, look at our population and this thing. How much do you think we can charge a unit to make sure that people can afford it? And then this will continue for the next 5 years. Within 5 years, you must have collected your money. You sit down and then you say, okay, let's do it this way. Everything costed. You now said, okay, when you take the whole money, not even a dime will go out of it into that power. When we did 8 months, 6 months, deadline, the thing works. You now tell a Nigerian, say, look, power is 24 hours from maybe next month or this, but instead of you paying 15,000, you are now going to be paid 5,000. 15,000, or let's say 25,000, then later increasing it to this. And they find out that, oh boy, that man who managed to pay,
I will pay 50,000.
stop.
I will pay 50,000 a month if they give me 24/7.
Exactly, you see it, because that man will say, I'm paying 15, and that is with the one hand to increase it to 30, 25. Is steady. Then after 3 months, but it will be steady from when you are paying 25. After 3 months, it won't go beyond 35. The fact that they may say this and somebody might pay, you find out that it is true. The first thing is that they've seen it that 24 hours is true. They will say, oh boy, not true. It's better we pay. After all, the generator we've been buying, this. That's all. And when you hit them like that, you've won their confidence. So it takes a lot because people resist change first because they benefit from it, or secondly, because they do not even understand that the change will improve them. You see, and that is how it comes to.
I think one other way they can tackle some of all this reliance on too much generators is to start banning it in certain regions, especially in the estates. Let's say you can say, some parts of Lagos, Ikeja, all estates have to have one generator, no individual generators. Markets,
exactly.
Yes, markets. You start facing it like they did Okada. They succeeded in doing it. If you can do it in Okada, you can do it in anything else. And just face because
the thing is that the people behind all this, you see, power is like oil in Nigeria. The people behind will always whatever effort.
Yeah, it's like that's how they say with Okada. They did not with Okada too.
You have to.
They've
just moved. they're still importing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now they should move them. They should move them out of the cities.
You move them, but what he's saying is that, for instance, in the villages, you can be using your generator. But in terms of this big estate, that's what I'm saying. Because if it's my father's village, it's not an estate. I can say, let me use generator. It's in the rural area. But when you are
Yeah,
in a place like all
because
these
remote.
estates in
Yeah.
Lagos, you ban it. So when you are doing that, at least you've changed something in them, and that is giving them the result. So that when you get into an estate,
But these
less
big men,
noise. No, you see,
big men,
when
they
you
like
Don't
when
worry
you
about big men. When you keep worrying about
don't
big
worry.
men, nothing is going to
We are,
move.
we are driving. We are.
You
See,
tell the
I'm
big
putting
men,
it.
you tell the big men, go and start funding big generators, because if you make it so that the market will use one generator, because I've gone to a market before, like every shop has their own generator. The noise is too
And
much.
they're making noise. You
It's
can't hear anything.
madness.
You see,
funny thing
you
is that smaller countries in
bringing the
Africa
change.
have
You don't listen to them because
constant
you,
power.
the person bringing the change, have known the advantage of the change you want to bring. So when they are
Yes.
resisting it, you should know it's natural. I've told you here that
Yes.
somebody said the most difficult thing to do is to bring about a new order, changing the old order, whereby everybody will have generator in one small shop making
Oh
noise.
man,
And if you now
they know
advise them
now.
to do this,
I think people like you, CM should be in Nigeria, and same like myself. We should be in Nigeria on the ground, because I think because it's not only about having ideas, it's also about being brave enough to see it through. Because some people are not brave enough to see it through. When they see people's red eyes, they will change their mind. No, I don't care. Come after me all you want. It's gonna be done.
It's because do you know why? Because like we just said it now. Imagine telling somebody who is paying 15,000 for darkness to now pay 35. You say, but if he now finds out that because before you bring, yes,
$50 for darkness.
if the person, because it's, I mean,
Exactly, but they don't think about it like that too. When you tell them to pay
exactly,
more.
the person will shout, 15, we are even talking of this. Take your order. You just force, you put it. And the thing is that they now see 24 hours. They will say, hey, are you sure? He says, since there is. So they will now come because they need it. Because that person paying for 15,000 for darkness, he's still going to procure generator.
Yes.
You know, it doesn't mean that
And it breaks down.
he's living. It doesn't mean that that person is living in the dark. It's not living in the dark. It's just that the darkness is caused by the the power system,
Federal
NEPA
supplier.
system. But you will still have to go and buy rechargeable lantern, all those things, to still provide that power that the darkness is giving him. So if he now found out that with this increase, and the thing is steady, he will ask himself, oh boy, not true. Even because since we now come, he say you pay 15,000, you are not getting anything. Now we move you to 25 and it's 24 hours, which means no more rechargeable lantern, no more carrying your mobile phone and the charger every time you are going out.
And you have to go and buy fuel all the time. You have to know a mechanic that fixes the generator. All that nonsense goes away. Oh my God.
Exactly. And before you know it, the impact this thing will have, petrol station less queue. Gradually, you just see petrol station less queue. Generally, you won't be seeing this thing because people will not say,
yes, because they are not going to petrol station to buy fuel anymore for
and
generators.
Before you, if people work with statistics, you find out that all this type of petrol explosion in houses will stop because people are no longer storing petrol in their houses. No need.
Yeah, that's if even for only that one, that's a hazard. People buying petrol everywhere. It's just crazy.
Okay. Do you know that? Do you know that? Do you know that? There was a time in the UK here. I was going to buy fuel for my car. I saw somebody taking a hose. I said, "Where is this man going? Is that not the hose?" He was going to the booth because he put a generator and a jerry can. So when he was buying it, I said, "Why?" He said they are using it for his tractor in the farm. All these things. He can't drive it to the.
Yeah.
So I said, "Ha!" I said, "But this is what Nigerians do." Because
Every
there's a
day.
shock I have. I said in the UK.
It reminded you of home now.
Exactly.
What they do all the time.
That's what we do. So because I saw him going, I have to ask him, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" He said jerry can. So I wanted to say, did they announce that there will be scarcity so that let me know whether to store mine? Because I thought he's storing fuel. Until
Pure scarcity in the UK.
Exactly. He now told me, no, he said it's for my tractor in the farm. So I said, okay, not electricity. He said, no, it's fuel. So he paid for it and then drove. So that thing reminds me, I say, you see when if not for the rural farm, They don't have everybody fuels the car and goes. And then the thing is, see, this thing is possible. It only takes a political will.
It's not even just possible. It's easy. It's not. Just get it done. I don't know why all these our leaders are useless at making decisions like
exactly.
Just phase it out. It's so embarrassing when you see it, and they must have seen this. Just phase them out.
They come here for holidays now. They see this thing, so it's not like it's just unfortunate that we are the problem of ourselves. It's a black man's thing. We are the problem of ourselves. Suppression.
And the worst thing is that all these things are not high technology, like all these mobile power plants, refineries, all these things are not high technology. They are simple. If you go any physics textbook, they will show you how they make them. And somehow Nigeria has not been able to figure that one out. It's crazy. We are relying on all these here. Oh man.
That's why when I learned of this power something, I said, look at how, because everybody, do you know that in Nigeria, anybody who is having a generator in the city has NEPA connected and maybe paying NEPA bill without getting it. But you just have to say the way it doesn't mean that. And then you now change this to them. They will be surprised. Supposing they use it after 5 years, you say from this 35,000, because that is when you know that local businesses will spring up. Look, businesses, even if it's barbering salon, even if it's hairdressing salon. I mean, let's just say one-man business. Welder. I once rode on Akada by a welder somewhere around a Sol area in Lagos. The way the guy was driving, until when we got there, I said, thank God, I'm okay here. I said, oh, Oga, you're driving. I'm not so comfortable. Why are you driving like this? Don't you know 2 or 4 would have died? The guy laughed, said, look, I'm not an Okada rider. I'm a welder just because we haven't got light for some weeks now. So I have to take this to feed my family. Otherwise, I have.
Oh my God.
So
adapting.
Yes, he told me, he said, I'm not an Okada rider. This one will just because 2 weeks now there's no light. So the job people gave me, I weld gate. He said, look at that gate there. It was me that welded it for that man. Burglary proof. This is what I do. I'm a welder, but there's no light. So we have to
the surprising area where this generator phenomenon does the most damage. Me, I was really surprised because I was looking at the data for Lagos. It turns out that it's a fuel. The amount we use for these generators, if we're using it for the national grid, we are wasting trillions of naira on just fuel alone. It's so inefficient. That's how inefficient it is. And how this is where the conspiracy may come in. Because if you block that way, a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money for that fuel purchase that people are buying now to power their generators. Because all that money, trillions of naira, is not going to be going to those hands anymore. It's going to be going to the major, and it's going to be less. Because we are talking about the inefficiency is in trillions of naira.
The public good trumps up everything. Public sector, public interest cancels everything. The health hazard.
I'm telling you, if I was any leader, I would do like Abacha did. I would be worse than Abacha. I would advise him to be worse than Abacha. Just stay in Abuja, put 10,000 soldiers around Aso and just start passing the laws. And let all of them, they will cry for 6 months, but by the time it's done, they will settle. Everything will settle. And then things will start moving forward. Because this thing that there's a lot of madness in Nigeria.
6 months. By the time, so maybe as from 3-4 months, they will start seeing changes until that 6 months. Because I know, because for somebody to say managing is a course, a module, managing change. I say, what is change? Managing it. When you read it, you now found out that really it's natural, it's psychology. People will resist everything because one,
the way they do it in the UK, you know how they do it in the UK now. The UK is incremental. They do it incrementally in the UK. Yeah, you can do it like that, and you can give them, like you said it, you can give them alternative parts to lubricate the parts. So for the change. Or you could go brute force. In Nigeria, they tend to go brute force, so I can see why it's not always good. Yeah. So, but you can go through, giving people other alternatives. But in terms of the estate ones, the market, any large institution, if you have a size to it, if you are so and so size, no individual generators, forget it. You have to have one communal generator for everybody because it's more efficient before the national grid kicks in. Yeah, because this noise pollution and risk to lives and all the rest has to go away.
It has to go
It
away.
has to go
It's true,
away.
and because you know when you say it like this, people will give you all sorts of names, say anything, but because you know exactly what you want to achieve, and this is forget about that. Let them say the name within some person. When they start seeing the change, they will not know. And it may take you doing it in one sector. It may take you doing it in one sector.
Do you know what Nigerians say? Do you know what Nigerians say most whenever you tell them that they need to pay more for electricity? What do they tell you most?
Can I hazard a guess? Some may say, okay, well, some may normally, some may say,
you must
pay.
know them before now. What did they tell you?
Okay, so some will say, I don't even need the electricity. You come, I give myself electricity, or maybe something like, yeah. Some might say, look, some might say, come and take. I don't even need.
You know what they tell me? They will say, I want to see the 24/7 first before I'll pay for it. And I'm like, but if you don't pay for it, you're not going to see it. You need to pay for it. So maybe you can phase it in like they do here in the West. You can phase it in.
Yeah.
You can say, okay, yes, I'll keep increasing the price of electricity every month, but you're going to be getting 24/7. So I'll be increasing the price every month until it gets to the stable price that it's going to be. So you can phase it in so that they can see example of 24/7 power supply. When they start seeing it, they can keep increasing it. Yes, and maybe that's a good way without breaking the no riot on your back.
Exactly. Yeah. At least so that they can see, and maybe you start with an area that when you know that people here can pay, maybe all those, if you give the 24, say this is 24, what they are paying is coming to this. People will say, okay, there's even a place says since 2 months, not even a single minute, 24 every day. You say, is it possible? You say it's coming to your area next month. It's true because the thing is that people resist change, sometimes out of ignorance, sometimes mostly because of selfish interest for the people that are gaining from it. Otherwise, I don't see why electricity should be a problem.
It's really embarrassing. Even in our federal capital territory, there is power outage everywhere. Like, especially in the outskirts. Sorry, go ahead.
As we are even talking, it cannot be one formula fits all. There is solar in the north. If that is sunshine that is like a desert burning, you use the solar for them. You come to Lagos or Bayelsa, or this, you use hydro, you use water. You go to Enugu, you say what are going to implement this Enugu Benue area is cool. That's all. Before you know it,
we have it all. You see, our problem is not because we don't have it. We don't have the brain. Somehow, something is getting in the way. We can't even run 4 refineries. Refinery is not an advanced technology. The first time they created the refinery was 1901. That refinery is still functional today. So how is it Nigeria cannot run 4 of them? It's not even advanced. It tells you something is getting in the way.
Do you know the principle of refinery? Let me put it this way. There this thing they call, like palm nut. We process it in area like in the east. So palm nut, you cook it, mash it, remove the kernel side, then all those fibers mix with oil. You squeeze it, put it in your pot. As you are heating it, the residues are going down. The real palm oil is selling up. That is distillation. At a time, you now filter it like
basic
this.
distillation.
That is the basic thing of crude oil. That is the basics.
The thing is that I came to UK. I came to UK to do petroleum engineering, and because I was thinking that I would go to Bonny to work in LNG. But after everything, finishing, doing masters in the same thing, and I went back to look for a job. Could you believe that? There, they were telling me that I need to have something about is in the bush or something. Then that time, well, I have this thing in petroleum and masters in petrochemical and so why do I need Nebosh? Like no, but then I saw somebody that didn't even go to. I think went to after secondary school. He did Nebosh and he's working there in LNG. I'm like,
what is Nebosh? What is Nebosh? Is that a technology
safety certificate? It's something safety that once you get that certification, You can work on board.
Can you not do it on the job? Can you safety certificate? Can you not be trained in Bonn to do? Must you go to Harvard to do NEBOSH safety in,
Yeah,
in where you're working?
so
Is it not something
this
like
thing
health
that
and
got
safety
me,
they do everywhere?
what got me was this: that you spent this amount of time to get what you think that when you come back to Nigeria, you're going to use it to better your society and better the actually it's because my dad told me, because you have because of the resources we have back there, this is what you do to position yourself in this thing. And so if me, I can't, I'm from Bonny, and I can't get up the ladder, so like I'm not going to do the NEBOSH. So that's how I took my bag and came back to the UK.
But logically, does it not? Because if they say you needed NEBOSH to get the job,
Yeah.
why didn't you do the NEBOSH?
The job is it not safety? If it's critical to the job,
Because it might be responsible for saving your life and other people's life.
But if my own briefing was that I wasn't looking to. There are people without that you get trained in the job, you know, that you get trained in that. So if I was going to be a roastabout, like you know, like when you call deckhands, I don't know if you know this is like deckhands. They're the people that work on the this thing. So me, I didn't do that oil rig. I didn't do that this thing. So me, I'm like I work on the computer system and all that. Office. And so I wasn't thinking of doing that. And even the job I had in Aberdeen then in North Sea, I didn't have to get NEBOSH. So when it comes into Nigeria and seeing this, and
so maybe they must have used that NEBOSH to use it to
block you,
screen you away, to block you.
So I was like, NEBOSH is been the what they call it, accreditation is in the UK. So if I could work on the North Sea without that, just with my university degree and this thing, so why can't I? Well, now I look at it and I was like, you know what?
Probably they used it as something like the reason just not to take you. They just use it just like to say that, oh, you didn't do NEBOSH, when they know that in fact you don't really need it. But however, I get what you mean, and this can be local politics or what they did there also. But that does not, you know,
it's a system, is a rot in the Nigerian system. Even if you go to the
it's
airport,
everywhere now. Is that not what we've been discussing?
You still see the same thing in the airport.
We know. No, we know. We've been discussing it. It's everywhere. It's systemic. That's why
if you look at
Nigeria,
if you look at Nigeria, you get headache if you try to say, "Oh, the solution is this." You will talk from now till tomorrow because they know this. They know the solution, but
yeah, that's why we are saying a leader. Remember, the forefather said something like somebody like a Abacha, you know, because it's only when when you plead people. Normally in the West, when you explain things to them, this is what you're gonna. Of course, they first of all recognize that there's a problem. Now, this is how we are going to solve it. Everybody yields and then it goes without no resistance. Nobody will resist it, even when they know. Some may say, "But you explain." But in our own cases, that remember they have arrived though. They're only improving. The West, they've gotten a base. That's what I always say. They are improving, updating. Our own is that we want to establish a system that we will continue to improve from time to time. We have not established that system. Could you believe that power? It doesn't mean that when you start giving 24-hour electricity, people will clap hands. You now sit back and say, what if this thing fails? Then what system do you have in place? That is now you are thinking ahead, knowing that nothing is perfect. That you launched it, everybody clap hand. Now we are 24 hours. It does not mean that between now till the next, if you started this year, between now till the next 4 years, it might fail in some places. So you now said, okay, now we've established it. How do we monitor it? How do we make sure? How do we put checks in place, knowing that before this thing happens, we've been able to do this? That is why 24 hours, a system like in the UK here, their system works 24 hours from hospital to shop. Some shops here open 24 hours. If you like, you wake up 2 a.m., you go and buy banana, you are free. You go to petrol station, you can buy. Even if you buy, there's nobody to attend to you. You pay with your card, self-service, you come out.
See, I'm actually quite impressed. I must say, even by modern technology, how advanced things have gotten, I'm really quite impressed with how secure the electrical systems are. you rarely hear any spark or outage. You rarely hear that. It's like you rarely see that. I mean, it's like it's so efficiently done that everywhere it's like everything is ticking constantly. They've gotten they perfected it so well.
This I was told for this house I'm living now. Let me tell you, because the system they now have is that if there's a fire outbreak, it will there's not a close short circuit. It will switch off
it
the
will
whole
break
light.
the circuits.
If there's even if in your kitchen, the thing is
Yeah.
it takes smoke or whatever, it will shut off the whole electricity so that it does not. It's like everything is shut off.
Yeah.
So because of that thing alone, so it is so self-regulating, secure. So it's no longer
The thing is there.
so that it doesn't get in there. No, they've stopped what they've.
It's not that I know that those things exist. What astounds me is how long-lived they are. They remain there just working for decades. They don't shake.
It's the
You barely need to replace any switch.
The maintenance culture they have. If companies like
the circuit breaker has not been replaced where I know for decades now. It hasn't been replaced. The circuit breaker, it's just there working away.
Do you know the fire drill I was giving when I moved into the house?
Finish.
The fire drill I was giving when I moved into the house. The guy said every month, just choose any day of the month. It might be the last Saturday, last Sunday, or the last day of the month. You switch off from the main, switch off all the light for about 20 to 30 minutes. You switch them on again. That's all. That's what he told me. He said every month, if you want, just by your own case, you just switch off from the mains so that your flat or your house is in darkness for 20, 30 minutes. You come back and switch it on. He said it improves the lives of the thing. You see it. He said, I said, what of if he said, no, he said it won't spark. He said the moment there's a short spark, it does. So you see the way they're increasing safety in everything. Safety. That is improvement. So when we say 24-hour electricity, that is not the end in itself. Now we've gotten to that, we've started. We can now be.
This brings me to a point about our Aba brothers. Where do they get all those leather that they used to make those belts and shoes they make in Nigeria? Why not just use the real leather? Because it looks like a lot of trouble to go through to make those fake belts and fake shoes.
Some of them are from Sokoto. No, it's from Sokoto. I think some of them
because you will see the belts, they will look original. I was like, I'm not going to be tempted. This is fake.
I think
I'm not going to be tempted. The way I buy it,
some of them,
the best.
Some of them are from Sokoto. I think
well, don't blame Sokoto for this. Where did they get those leathers from?
No, you see, that's where the leather is there. But maybe in treating the leather, when you can say height and skin, you get it this thing. But maybe there's a way you have to process it and treat it so that it's as if it's like the way the Italians.
But why have they not perfected it till now? They've been doing it for
probably. You see, that is it.
Maximizing profit.
Probably this is manually done, and they are tired.
This is a problem.
I agree with.
Doing this.
I agree with you. Probably. Do you know?
Hold on now. Let me say this. No. I went to Ikeja. I was looking at this belt. Very, very pretty. I said, this is fake. There's no way. I'm like, this quality of the fake is so good. I have to test it out. Then when I bought it, I was like, these people still haven't stopped this stuff. This is what I mean, comparing the UK, how the UK have perfected everything. Why are they not perfecting it by now? They would have been the backbone of the country for manufacturing. Why are they not perfecting things?
To be honest with you, the solution to anything comes by asking questions. Supposing, say some of them or those that are involved in it, we ask them, say, look, we are surprised that 20, 30, 40, 50 years, you are still doing this thing. Don't you see the ones they do? Why do you people still churn this out?
Exactly. They say money.
Exactly.
They say money.
No, it's true.
Reduce the amount you get and give us quality. We might be able to sell it overseas.
So some may tell you, so some, you know, because when you now listen to them, because that's why I believe in that. When you now listen, you say, but you might say, but that is not if why not, instead of doing 1,000, why not do if it's 150, but let it be okay, or 90, let 90 be 90 instead of making it 1,000. Why? He may tell you.
You see that,
say,
and they forget that they could market it overseas too.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't look at making quality. They've had a long time to perfect these things. Instead, they are perfecting the fakeness of it.
But that's why until sort of you sort of, you know, dialogue with them or sort of discuss with them, there may be, because some of these things now in the end it doesn't pay any. But after, that's why we want the best of anything. I mean, if you are buying a car, you don't want a car that you start it after 10 kilometers, it breaks down. No, definitely nobody wants that. I mean, the cost of even buying a fake and discarding it, is it not better you pay the cheapness? How did they say?
You know, you have to hold some of the Igbo leaders accountable for this, because there was a manufacturing sector, and it still exists today in the Aba and a lot of eastern states. They have them, and it was their job to make sure they probably would have been competing with Lagos by now. They will need them. They will be able to market those things overseas. They will be selling them. People will be paying them for it. So why did they not pursue any strategy like that? Because they are still manufacturing it tomorrow.
They migrated to Lagos now. They migrated to Lagos. They've left Aba. They're in Lagos now. So
I see.
Because Lagos is the only closest.
It's closer,
the only open port in
the main market,
Nigeria.
yeah.
So everything that
where
comes
the
to
market
Lagos,
is.
they might as well.
But then, I also, because I remember that Aba issue, you know, what they felt they faced. So that's why sometimes, like we are talking of modular refineries or all these things we started with before. These are not, it's a simple thing. It's just that people need it, and this you have to do it. The thing is, I wish the incoming government will realize that what we are taught in ordinary level economics, the main source of government revenue is taxation. It's not minerals. It's not what you dig out of the ground, because some country doesn't have it.
They don't have minerals.
So the main source of government revenue is taxation. It's in economics. The main source, major source. So if you now go to your backyard and you see tin, you see lithium, that is advantage. They expect you provide
to make something, and then they tax you.
and then people will come. So what it means is that you target that yaba. Supposing you say 24, like we're talking about 24-hour electricity, you say, let me use this industrial hub. Like Pat Otomi said this thing one time. If there's an area in Kano where industries are concentrated, or maybe in Lagos, you say, let me make sure that this area, 24-hour electricity. Those industries, even if they are doing anything, you now increase their tax. I mean, even if you didn't increase it, you are collecting tax from them. They are 24 hours. So what it means is that their industry can run 24-hour non-stop. If you like, you do night shift, if you like anything. So power is no longer the problem for them. They will now say power is no longer the problem. You find out that a tailor can sew how many clothes within 24 hours, because this he can tell you, okay, your own is to cut it and then we put it in the machine. Everything, you see the way it is done. So they will be churning it out. So when you do it that way, then you now make sure that how many industries are there, you know, the tax, everything. So the revenue is coming. You go another place and do it. So it depends. When you now feel that your tax base is still small compared to your population, you said, no, we still need more. I need more people to tax. Not really to increase the tax per se for those people paying, but you need more people to tax. You go another place. So that is what government will do. That's why in the UK here, the moment you mention to the bank that you have a business and you want to establish an industry, they will at least call you in, say, how do you, because they know when you establish it, you are employing more people, the government tax revenue is rising, unemployment is falling. That is the thing.
Does Nigeria have property taxes?
Well, even if they have, maybe only one or two will be paying. So that is another thing.
No. That's the problem now. It's easy to make sure everybody pays because you know the numbers. The houses, you know the numbers you have. They are not running anywhere.
That's why I'm not absolute about it, because these are some, because
they should have that, because there's a lot of properties in Nigeria.
Government is to take tax from the people. And who are you taking tax from? Those that are working, because if somebody is not working, you pay the person benefit. So you are losing. So it's in your own interest to make sure everybody out of 100 people, 99 are working. Hey, you feel happy. Yeah, you take your tax from them. That is how it pays itself. Because the money you spent to provide those things, you will get it back. Immediately you get so government cannot lose. But in our own case is that I don't think they reason this way. Otherwise, all these things are there are a lot of it because you will be happy. Oh, thank God there's now 24-hour power. You will be happy. But the money you are making, your productivity will increase, the tax base, the more your profit rises, therefore the tax you're going to pay to the government.
And all this is common sense. They know these things. The other day, the Nigerians were being deported from India, or the other one was being deported. Some of them were being deported from Dubai. Everywhere they are being kicked out. When we know what to be done, these things are not rocket science. You can tax properties. You can India is deporting Nigerians. Yes, that's how sad it is. And some of the things we do as a people, it really calls us to. You wonder why some people just say these people something's wrong with them. What is wrong? They can't figure simple things out. And I think where this stuff is coming from is partly because of interference. And secondly, because of our leaders are scared. They are not ready to do the right thing by the people. Because most of all these things are easy. They are really easy. They are not hard.
Only maybe something must have be taking it. Because I remember my governor Soludo saying the other time. He said he was giving them an example. He said, look at Onisha, look at Yasaba. Only the river that divides you. He said 3-story building at Onisha, 4-story building. How much? They say asking price may be 40, 50 million. They said, but go to Asaba, 1-story building, 80 million, 102. Soludo said, do you know why? Because at Onisha, maybe you don't have the road, everything is bad. Then you don't just put up a building and expect people to come and pay. But at Asaba, the security could be there, the roads are good. I mean, the street road, they are tired, and then where the building is, before you know, it shuts up. Then there could be water also. Soludo said, but don't worry. He said, by the time we finish, the property price in Onisha, you, the landlord, if you put your property for sale, you'll be saving 150 million. He said, but before then, I will tar the road and give you pipe-borne water. Then you pay me the clapped hand. And that is how, if you do this, the property price will, then you increase the property tax. But all these things take, like we said, the leaders sometimes, even if they know, because I think it's just a case of, now let me take my own. I don't want to bother myself. 4 years I give them, I've taken. But if you would really want to do it, when you are doing, because it's the outcome. I know people, the moment people see the result of the outcome you are doing, they can't query you again. Because this is what you tell them, say, look, this is what it is. Do you know that, for instance, in Anambra State, Soludo under 9 months have awarded contract. Every local government, people are saying, is that tax I told you people, that monopark I've chased away, we are not getting money from you. NMPC is not remitting money, no more federal. I think you must have known that. People know that since February or March, they've not remitted money for normal to come and share. So Soludo said, those Agbero I removed and now put on if you're operating keke, if you're operating a bus, you pay so 1,000 every month, and then you operate anywhere 24 hours non-stop. It's you until you're tired. So just pay it for the month. And they are happy doing it. He said that is the money we are using to be everywhere. Road here, everywhere. And when you give them, you say, look, remember, between now till March next year, April, I don't want it to get to rainy season. So keep doing it. And they are doing it. So this type of thing, by the time people will now say, it's true, you tax this road before from the tax. And you are telling them, say it's from that tax. Now people are saying, somebody called me, he said they are killing us with tax. I said, no, not killing you with tax. Even if you live, I said, he said, what am I saying? I said, even if you live on Asia and come to UK, then the next day you get a job, you are going to pay tax on that job. I said, what you should be asking Soludo, is that we pay tax. What do you use our tax money for? That's a genuine question to ask. Nobody. I say if you start asking it, that is when government will know that the people are aware of what is going on. He said, I've paid tax for 4 months, 5 months now. Look at this. When you are complaining because you pay tax, that is your right to criticize government. You say, look, we pay tax, we do all this. But not that you don't pay. I said, no, if you leave Nigeria and go to America, tomorrow you start a job, you are paying tax.
Excellent.
Instead, you can't
Tax
run away from it.
is the foundation of all, is the basis of all civilizations. And I think people seriously need to understand the fundamental nature of tax. There is no system, even the so-called old systems we have, there are ways that the kingdom collects resources from people. It's a form of tax.
Exactly.
You have the decision to form groups of people, the fundamental is that everybody contributes to create a more efficient system, because when people contribute, things are more efficient. You get an outside return. This is the purpose of tax. And I think tax has gotten a bad name somehow. I think the elites are the one that gave it a bad name because they never want to pay it. So they always make it look like it's a bad thing. It's the fundamental, it's the basis of Western civilization. All the civilization you see.
It's true. It's exactly, it's tax. That's why, like for instance, in the UK, they don't make it a point. Oh, we will build this road. No, because they know that if they increase their tax by maybe two pence in the pound or one penny in the pound, they will tell you how many million it will come up. They do it for 6-7 months. That billion they want is out. They do what they want to do, and then you paying it, you won't feel it because they only increase it by, instead of £1, you pay maybe 10 pence, they now make it 11 pence. So they leave 89 pence for you. So something like that, that is the way it is done. Because the most important thing is increase your tax base. Let the number of people paying it be much. And how can they be much? When you provide opportunity. In our own case, our people are so talented that, Nigerians are so talented that they can give themselves something to do without even waiting for all those massive industry like maybe Patterson, Zokonis, Lever Brothers to come and give them job. A barbing salon, paid by the barbing head is already giving, because he won't leave it every morning. He goes to the salon, light is there, he's barbing from morning to night. A hairdressing salon, the same. The organizer by the roadside is interested. Say, let me go and eat. I'm pumping. Because they are giving themselves job. All they do, the way they have to pay the own thing is that the electricity bill they are paying, because they know that it is constant. So they can easily know that I can start my work even in the midnight. If I want to do anything, I can do it because I now have my time. So no business is regulated now, sort of shortchange, because there's no light. There's no. What can you say? Power is there. So even if you can operate it from your house, you can do anything. And anything you are doing that takes your time, say between 8 o'clock in the morning till about 2 or 3, it's like a full-time job to you now, because the day is gone. When you start it 8 o'clock in the morning, by 2, 3, 4, you are still doing it or you are closing. You finish for the day. So anybody calling you say, I've gotten a job. It's true. You've given yourself a job. So unemployment will go down and the government will be collecting revenue. But I don't know why our people, because of, you see, that's why when they say leadership, the leaders are corrupt, you still have to agree. Because of this, they are short-sightedness. When you have a bigger cake to bake and make money, make for people, what is more than taking tax? Cool. Then you don't do anything, you bring the budget, you squander it, nothing is working, the people are annoyed with you. Then how then do you want the
There is
society
no
to grow?
accountability now. We have a system of where people they do things with impunity, they just go up and get away with it. There's no accountability. Nobody asks them, oh, what did you just do? Look at the presidential campaign that just happened now. You rarely hear any of them talking about any element of transparency. Because the idea of transparency is to transfer power to the people. Because if the people understand what is going on, they can see it, it empowers them to say, you know what, this is what you are doing with your resources. The NDTC, they were sworn in recently. And that organization, if any organization deserves 100% transparency, is that organization. They are not doing anything so sensitive.
Yes.
They need to be able to make all the accounts public so that people will see what they are using their money for. Because that amount is very, very critical. This is why many southern states that are getting all this allocation from the north, from the center, are not seeing proper development because the money is being squandered. And that is where transparency is key. And I think those are the kind of areas they want to start it from. Every single transaction should be made. Maybe if you don't want to make it available to the general public, make it available to the EFCC, the police headquarters, defense headquarters, NS headquarters, all of them. Because all the major institutions are monitoring it. It's harder to track. It's harder to bribe people because there are too many people to bribe.
The EFCC you just mentioned, was it not the EFCC that they said the head?
Yes.
Corrupt the other day.
No, not that he was corrupt. They said he didn't release something that he seized.
That was this is not even this one. You know, Magu was before this one.
Okay, yeah, the one that came before this one, yeah, that one, yeah, I heard it was corrupt, yeah.
A big thing to answer. So he just.
But that's part of the problem now. That's why I say it's not only EFCC, all of them monitoring each other.
Exactly. You can't just shut down EFCC because the head is corrupt. You remove the head and still.
When we had Partygate in the UK, was it not the head the head Boris Johnson?
But that's a good question you just asked.
That was how the government came down. That was
but look at the solution to this is why I mentioned this is why I didn't say just keep it to EFCC. If EFCC head is corrupt, maybe the police head is not going to be corrupt. If the police head is corrupt, maybe the defense headquarters head is not going to be corrupt.
It does not
so
mean,
NSA head, so
it's true.
Everybody knows where the money is going. They're not going to be able to cheat. It's going to be harder.
But our system is not like that, isn't it? Our system,
but you make it now. That is part of the improvement.
Then you expand it. If you have to expand it to academics in terms of major institutions like ASU, or expand it so that you make sure it's hard to steal. So that if they try to steal, you can even make it so that like a civil servant headquarters, they have access to it too.
Let me tell you one thing.
Why should NDC be getting away with our money?
Exactly. One of my friends, I think in the UK here, he want to buy land. He was saying that I said the best way, because if you tell your brother I want to buy land or this, and they can eat your money or do all this. He said the way to do it is that when you tell that to your brother, you tell your maternal uncle, tell your paternal uncle, tell about 15 or 20 of them, let them unite. He said it will be difficult for them to unite to cheat you. He said you
exactly.
Somebody told me
because the more people in the chain, all you have to do is one of them turning, and the system will be blown.
True. He said, but you do not first mention it to your brother that you want to involve everybody. Just so he's agreeing that you want to buy. You get your maternal uncle who must have forgotten. He said, please, I want you to liaise with my brother. I have to buy, so I want you to be involved in it. So by the time you know it, as they are meeting, they will say, you've told everybody. He said, yes, now so that so it will be difficult for 15 or 16 of them to agree to cheat you. It will be difficult. So they will be forced, because some will be saying, hey, so that's what that is the way it should happen.
DSS, all of them have access to the information, because transparency, they say sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. If everybody is seeing it, it's harder to steal. And I know this will work because this is how technology works, isn't it? When you have a lot of CCTV in the UK, crime reduces. You put GPS in cars, people will find it hard to steal it anymore. So if you make it, in other words, you are booby trapping all the accounts. That's what it is. You are booby trapping the account, whereby anything you do, everybody is seeing it. Everything you do, everybody. If you pay somebody money, you pay somebody money that nobody knows what that payment is for, they will flag it immediately. It should be real time. They will flag it immediately. Don't run away with the money. I don't even know. I wanted to ask this question yesterday to somebody. Is there any organization that recommends top organization in different sectors for projects in Nigeria? Like if you wanted to construct road, you have top 10 or top 20 of companies that are good at constructing roads that you can select from. You see, those type of things, you want to be able to do that. Yeah.
There is this I think I had it from Pato Tommy. There's a company in Australia, say they tar the roads in US. Their job is to tar road any part of the world. If you contact them, all those.
But what I'm saying is that is there a company in Nigeria?
In Nigeria.
The reason why I'm saying that is like the NDDC now, when they want to award contracts, one of the ways you can do it is that they will select from that list of top people, because when you give them discretion, they can just choose political appointees. They can choose all kind. Wike was warning about it recently. He said they should not give it to the political appointees.
There may be, but we may not know. There may be, but I may not know.
I wish there is, because
the big construction companies in Nigeria are just Julius Berger and this Chinese company CC something. I've forgotten this. CC something.
Wow.
So outside that one,
what are Strabag? Strabag is a big company now. Strabag has been.
When they say big, because they are big in one state doesn't mean that they are big in but Julius Berger.
Strabag has been long in Nigeria. Even what is the Fujiro, Bojis, all those ones. Unless maybe they are
Mother Cat used to be big back then, but Mother Cat is no more. Mother Cat died back then. It used to be big. In fact, the entire Transamadi, Mother Cat made the entire that Transamadi zone from end to end when all those this thing. When Transamadi was
maybe one retired politician on the board has crippled. You know, Nigerian politicians. Maybe
but politicians are the people that will run it down.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying now. There should be an organization that maybe at the heart of government that collates this data about the top companies around the world that are good at building things and in Nigeria. So that when you give apportion resources to any sector in Nigeria, then they can select from that list the best people. And you can rate them according to their ability to deliver. And because all these things is going to be based on in short processes whereby if they fail, you still get your money and you still get to build that thing. So because here in the UK, when you are building stuff, most of the stuff they do is insured anyway. And if anything fails, so everybody will get their money back, and the government, most of the time, the government have to shoulder the cost anyway. But you have to have an element of accountability in these processes. And personally, God help me, if I was helping people write the rules, nobody will be able to steal money. Is going to be hard, and things are going to actually work because we have the technology to do all these things. Why should NDC be able to just give contract without people knowing where the money is going to? I can't believe Nigerians don't even know.
Even the project, even knowing because do you know that NDDC? NDDC should have been the poster boy for high performance because their remit has a specific area to cover. First.
Yeah, it's very focused. Just build.
You have a specific area. It's not the entire country. It's not the entire anywhere. You have a specific area to cover, and your mandate is just to infrastructure mainly of this area. So why can't you? So it's their mandate is even narrow. So why can't?
How do they even select what to develop? How do they who chooses? You see, there's no process that I know of that is going on. No, is it the people that choose? Who is choosing what to develop? They just say, "Oh yeah, we need to dig a big hole and cover the hole again."
The revelation that came out when what's his name, Akpabio. That when that scandal during that Akpabio time, they said this thing was made. When NDC list comes out, it's all made by senators in Abuja, innit? So those are
because if you want to probe it, senators are bringing their cronies to those contracts ends up with them. Either that is their company, they are fronting for them, they come and get in.
You see what I mean? This is what I mean by that, knowing the company that these things are being awarded to and tracking the funds. Because if you track that, you take the power away from the senators and whatever, and it belongs to the people now. The people can see where their money is going.
Exactly.
And that system is badly needed in Nigeria because the level of patronage that these leaders, because with that man that they make the leader of NDDC now, it's like a god now. Yeah, I control all the pulse. I control the money.
I think it's Loretta Onochie. Is a woman? I think it's Loretta Onochie. Is a
woman. Oh, it's a guy. It's a lady. Yeah, I think actually I read that.
One thing, because sometimes ours, like we said, we all know, if not that an average person knows that, even if you're getting all these people, they know what they're writing to do, but it's just because of their selfish interest. I remember P2B answering the question, telling one man, he said, look, you're an industrialist. You have an industry where they manufacture mattress or this foam mattress people use. He said, I used your own when I was in secondary school. He said, how come you are not a billionaire, but a politician sitting in an air-conditioned office is a billionaire? Say, why? You have an industry, you create job, they pay tax. Every month you'll be scratching your head, how am I going to pay my workers? You won't have time to go and be buying houses all over the world. But a politician sitting in an air-conditioned office in Abuja is be a billionaire more than you. P2B said, that's what I'm going to change. Do you know why? Because when he was saying this thing, it's like this man they call a Kweremadu. The guy bled his people to death. He's for 40. I have it here now. 15 in Abuja, 10 in Enugu, making 25. 1 in Lagos, making 26. 2 in the UK. making 28, 3 in the USA, making 31, then 9 in Dubai, a senator. So he's a billionaire. Why somebody who opened a pure water industry, even if you're employing 20 people, remember they're paying tax. So because that is the thing that worries government is unemployment. If everybody is doing something, even if you are paying them, hey, at least in the morning they go out. At the end of the month, they receive it. Small tax they pay. So you have an industry that manufactures a pure water or bottled water. You have like 1,000 people or 500 people on your employment, accountant, accounts clerk, all this. You are paying them. When do you have time to go and be buying houses? But a senator sitting is having all this, a billionaire. So that the system is wrong. That's why people say he said I will change it so that you, the person doing industry, rather I reduce your tax you are paying so that you can take in more people with that, a rebate, take in more graduates. Maybe we do it a bit. Say for every 100 people you employ, if you can employ 100 people within a year, this is your distance. Because that is how you reduce their unemployment. Then you paying a senator for newspaper 150 naira. A senator is claiming it in Abuja. When somebody riding Okada at Yaba Enugu, we ride from morning, say, let me rest and eat mama put. On the way resting, he buys a paper. Okada man buys a paper, while a senator is giving it free. That system can work now. That's why when you look at all these things, that's why they are becoming, our senators are billionaires. Our senators are, if they've been there for 2 terms, 4 years, 8 years, they are all billionaires. Because every month they harvest millions. Take it to do whatever they want to do. Yes, now it's true.
This is the problem now. If you want to clean up the system, Nigerians should demand high level of transparency. That's what empowers the people, and it disempowers them. Then they can focus on their work, and people that are actually interested in serving the country are the ones that are going to be applying, instead of people that are just looking for money.
Exactly.
Because if you make it so that the money, they cannot shuffle it from account to account by themselves without anybody knowing about it, you just made it impossible for them to steal it, and then they will have to find on some other job to go and make money. Maybe they go to the oil wells and remove the meters or something.
It's a shame.
Let them go and find something else to do.
I mean, do you know that I can tell you, I don't think any UK member of parliament, a politician, has houses in America and Dubai. I doubt it. I doubt. I seriously doubt.
Oh no! If you have that, that would be a scandal.
They don't have those ones. It's just offshore accounts. They have most of them.
Offshore, but not all of them. Even if you have offshore accounts, maybe those ones that are really rich before. There are ones that you know that maybe they've been working in party office, they win a by-election. That is different. David Cameron, people they know about him before he entered, or Boris Johnson, they were millionaires or doing something, or George Osborne. But our own is that you see somebody when Obi said it like this, and I started thinking. He said you had an industry manufacturing foam. Because you have to think of petrol, diesel, raw material. If before you know it, 4 weeks, you have to pay salary. You have to pay. But a senator sitting in Abuja is a millionaire, a billionaire. For what? How
and
can he be?
He has more than 100 staff that the Nigerian government is paying.
I pay him with a police to protect him, but that industrialist has no police to protect him. Do you see it in his own house? Unless he applies for one and gives them. But the senator will say
that is what national security and private security is for.
The most baffling one is our governors, our ex-governors. You be a governor, you earn a pension as a governor, and you go to Senate, and you still be earning pension as a governor, and you still be earning salary as a senator. Our system is
every year they change your car for you. I don't know, and then you are entitled to medical treatment. Anyway, where the thing is that
it's not how it is in the US too, where because governor is state level, then the senator is national level. So is that not the same in the US today? Because you can argue that the person was an ex-governor, it's not just a senator, so his level of risk may be higher. You can argue that.
Yeah.
So exposure, because when you rule, you are exposed.
But the aspect I'm considering is this pension. You finish, say, the governor of Massachusetts, 4 years. or before you finish, and then you find yourself in the Senate, you'll be taking pension
Pension
for
as a
your this
governor.
as a
And
governor, former governor,
you're
and then be
taking
collecting
salary.
salary as a
You
senator.
can't do that. You
No,
can't
don't they do that in the US? That's my question. Don't
I don't. It cannot be possible because you are still. Okay,
how can you
Yes, I don't.
taking salary as a
No,
governor?
the reason why is
I'm
because if you are working in
collecting.
the private sector, no, the reason why if you're working in the private sector
Yeah.
and you're a pensioner, just because you are getting your pension, then you become a senator, you lose your private pension. So
No, but
if
the
this
thing is, you're still working for the government.
You
You're
you
still
cannot
taxing the
get pension
government.
after
You're
4
taxing the
years
government
now. 4
twice.
years. 4 years.
pardon, after 4 years you don't get your pensions.
No, if you're
What?
still working for the government,
No,
it's just
under
like
4
it's just
years.
like
No, you are
you
working for a
start getting
different
pension.
government. The state government,
You serve the state for 4 years.
a governor is a state
Okay.
governor, but while the national senator is a national stage, so it's slightly different. And even if it's the same, if you're okay, let's say you were once a soldier and you're getting your pensions. Just because you become a CIA agent tomorrow doesn't mean you shouldn't get out the pensions again.
But Nigerian system is not like that. Nigerian system is one central government. It's not.
Remember as a
it's good
soldier.
for the West.
Remember as a soldier. Remember as a soldier, you are not a politician. You didn't campaign. You just served your country. That is just like serving your country. Even governor, they can serve your country. Under 4 years, they elected you to a political office. It's a political office with a time frame. Then you finish and you come out. You join, become a senator, another political office. You are taking pension from here, and then you are taking salary from their side. In the same under government. I don't
See,
think it
you
should
can
work
argue that. See, I think it's in a way it will be setting you are discouraging people from serving in any other position. I'm not sure that is where we should be going because if it works for private sector and you say for the public sector it shouldn't work, then you are discouraging the best people from working in the public sector because it's a bit strange that somebody did their job to the highest level in one field and you are penalizing them because of that to move to another field. You see what I mean?
No,
That's how
you see in the UK,
probably they stop your pension until you finish your senatorial assignment. So they stop the pension of stop your pension as governor, former governor, until you finish. Yes, now they because it's still.
But they don't do it in the West now. What are you? Do you think Boris Johnson is nothing back his money to people now? Even if I think he's still an MP or he's not an MP anymore. So he's not going to give back the money. He's going to be taking his prime minister's pension. Even the one that served for how many months? 2 months or so. That one is getting her money now. You can't take the money away from him.
One of these politicians, I don't know if it's Obi, they made this argument that it's not right for a serving an ex-governor when they made calculation of all the ex-governors in National Assembly that are collecting pension as ex-governors, that are getting new houses as ex-governors. So what is Nigeria producing that will be catering for all these people? You're giving them pension, you're still paying them as senator. What are we producing?
That is true. That is true. I think our leaders, they are being paid exorbitantly, quite a lot, compared to what the masses are earning. But if you convert the money they are paying them to what Western people are earning, the gap is not as big as we think. And for me, anyway, my focus is keep them safe, not necessarily make sure their children go to the right schools and all the rest of it. Anything else is all okay. Let's put it this way. I think the money that is being given to them, it may be for their offices that they run, which is the same for the West here. The offices they run, they run an office where they have to have staff and all the rest of it. So the question is, are they using it for that purpose or there's no office?
Father, what is the office of the first lady or the governor's wife? What is the office of that will have 100 staff?
I don't know now. I think I heard that they cleared some bushes with billions of naira the other day, and so see, we know there are a lot of mediocrity in the system there. Look at the one that we're talking about, Kilishi, and this is somebody that's been working for how many years on research in Nigerian, I think technology department or something like that. They told him what he invented. He said we found a way to make Kilishi. It's like
Mr. Scribe, let somebody in. Okay. Oh yeah. Imagine. No,
he just left. Okay, sorry.
Other people are talking about hypersonic missiles and submarines and rockets. our research technology department is coming out to tell us that after decades of work, is Kilishi came to show us. He wasn't even ashamed. He was saying it openly. I was like, who gave that guy that job?
The thing, who gave him the job? You're asking.
Say disgrace.
They're not the owners of Nigeria. They're the
Who
owners
gave
of
him the
Nigeria.
job? It's not who gave him the job. You should have said how many people has he employed, even with him, that's using his office to
Useless
bring
job. Useless job.
That is the thing. So you see, when you look at, that's why sometimes when you think all these things through, what you tend to ask yourself is really, are we really serious at all? What really are we? What really is happening? What really are we really serious at all? Do you know? Do you know something that surprises me? A local government chairman at the local level had a wardrobe allowance. Local government wardrobe allowance for what? Say you should have a wardrobe. Local government chairman.
If that one surprises you, when PA in Nigeria, PA to a local government chairman is having a PA.
Okay, a personal assistant to a personal assistant.
Yeah.
One of my friend has that. He's a special assistant to the governor of Imo State, and then he can't get. So then the complimentary card of his own personal assistant is so ridiculous. Personal assistant of the special advisor.
Imagine.
Like, what the hell?
I read one time, one journalist wrote it in an independent newspaper. This one they published in Nigeria. He said Nigeria, when titles they give to public officers, you're surprised. There's a senior presidential advisor to the president on presidential matters. Can you so advisor to the president?
They can give each other. That's what they call political appointee now. That's what they call political appointee. They give each other jobs for doing nothing.
Just
and
using the cost of governance.
I think it's up to people to demand transparency in everything. I think transparency is at the core of this. The reason why we are saying all this is because we worry that they are wasting our money, they are doing nonsense. If we know where the money is going to, people will start calling them out. Even secondary school students, if they have access to it, they walk into the office and see, what are they doing with all that money? They will complain. And people should have the right to subscribe to whichever account they like. If you are looking at NDDC, you think you don't trust them, go and subscribe to the account. You'll be able to monitor what you're doing. Personally, I think the West hasn't done that. The West, their own level of accountability is based on the House of Commons in the UK and the Senate in America. But in the case of Nigeria, I think Nigeria can take it one step forward. We can monitor, the people themselves can monitor it in real time. And that's why I like the Swiss method. The Swiss, those guys, they monitor their system so much, but it's not as advanced as what I'm suggesting for Nigeria. But most of their decisions is based on referendums, and their leaders are they are so localized to the point where they have about 7 presidents at a time. These people, they don't play around, man. They demand to be represented. Their voice has to be heard. To the point where their leaders told them that we are going to give you $1,000 every month for free for doing no job. Then they put it through a referendum. They rejected it. Offhand, who wants free $1,000 a month? It's like this spoiled brats. So, but can you imagine if they gave Nigerians that opportunity, $1,000 a month for free, for doing nothing, and Nigerians will reject it, God forbid. So
the thing I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut the point off, but you know when you guys are talking about pension and comparing it to abroad one, and that's what I've been searching in Canada here. If you serve, I'm still looking for it. They shared the article with me. If you serve a certain period, I think a full 5 years or whatever, if you serve that full period, even if you don't get elected again, you become some kind of backbencher, and they'll be paying you. Though you are not required to come to parliament every time, but they'll be paying you some kind of percentage of what your parliamentary salary was when you were in parliament. And I'm thinking maybe that the UK also has that type, but it's not anywhere close to what they give for Nigeria. Nigeria is just outrightly ridiculous. It does not make sense.
But the amount in Nigeria, we need to get the precise amount in pounds or dollars. If you can convert that, we'll be happy to see that.
No need to practice American presidential system. What would they carry on that?
No, the reason why that is because if you
just
have
do a flat system, just do that because they won't favor. You know, Ganduje, when he was saying the North Kano is the Arafat of this thing. You know, that's the design where they choke Nigeria, because you drive for hours in those areas, and when you ask somebody there in those days where security they don't even tell you where the local government headquarters they can't tell you where the local government headquarters is. So
I think that hold on. I think that we shouldn't worry too much about. I know it doesn't look good given that the whole country is suffering. We shouldn't worry too much about how much the government is they are paying themselves, because you want them to get well paid so that their eyes not going reaching for private people to give them money. But the way you want to focus is the money that they are spending for the country. They should not waste it. You should be able to track what they are doing with the money.
I politely disagree.
I think because the reason why I say that, if you take all the money that they earn and put inside the money spent for the people, it's not going to make any difference.
There's a political structure where you go apply. See, whether you like it or not, lobbyists will still, whether you pay them well or whether you don't pay them well, they will still collect bribe. Even in the US, lobbyists they get ways of supplying incentives. Let's not say they pay them, right? There are ways of giving people incentives, right? Yes. So there are other ways. They fit come now buy a house in the name of somebody's grandchild that is on the other side, so it's not traceable. But the person will hold the title. We know the person will hold the title.
Yeah, but the point you're making is that
wait. I'm making reference to an American case. The person also can obtain an implicit power of attorney on it. Another way where they feel mask now, there's something called a trust, a family trust. For example, in that family trust, you can list a politician as a beneficiary. That doesn't necessarily mean that, like it's the same concept of inheritance, right? These things are well structured. So what I'm trying to say is that if you really mean to be creative, to bribe somebody, that one, you cannot thwart it. But the thing, this is why now I'm now aligning with what you're saying, is that what they need in any political structure, it doesn't matter Nigeria or anywhere, corruption is everywhere. The only thing in the West, it is better, it is more creative. The main thing we need now, a designed political system that removes third party. And this is where technologies like blockchain and all those, when they become ubiquitous and mainstream, you will see things like that, where in governance, we now start applying things like smart contracts, where once the payment is only going to be released through a unanimous debate, a vote. So now when they don't make allocation for that listing, everything will be on the blockchain. Everybody go to see it. You understand? It will not be released until the eyes have it, or the nays, or whatever the context is. You understand what I'm saying? So what we need is a structure where we are removing third party like CBNs, third party like people who go to release the money, where we say everything will just be on a ledger, public ledger, everybody go to see it. And this is where the world maybe by the time
that's what we're saying. That is the transparency we're talking
He's
about.
basically saying what I'm saying. I'm saying that we need to be able to see things in real time.
Transparency. That's the transparency
I agree with you, but I was just trying to go into details a little bit.
But I'm glad we're all here. You see, that's a good thing, isn't it? We're all here, and I hope the people that are listening, anybody that is going to Nigeria, and we that are going to Nigeria, we should be suggesting these things on the ground, because this is how you inspire trust in politics. If people see where their money is going to, they know how much the country has, they will not be second guessing their politicians anymore. And that way, it builds trust and it builds engagement. People will be willing to, if they see that their country is skint, they will be willing to pay into the system, because now they know that, okay, we need to pay for our power station that we need to build, or that dam that caused flooding that we didn't build, we need to pay for it. So they will be willing to pay into it.
Yeah, I muted myself.
You muted yourself. Okay.
Yeah, but what I was saying is that I don't still see a way that you can thwart corruption, because remember, the ruling party, if the ruling party mean to go against the will of the people, or they become controlled one way or the other by someone who has interest, and they get incentivized and they vote, that system too can be manipulated. The money will be released. But the only advantage is that you at least know where that money is going. You at least know
and if the money is being released to the wrong parties, you will know.
You will know where the money.
The people will know immediately. Not 5 years, not 3 months. They will know immediately where the money is going, and that would disincentivize them from doing it.
A lot of issues. So, transparency will address a lot of issues if it's transparent. A lot.
They will be scared now. They know that the Nigerian youths are crazy. If they see that they just use the money to give to people, Nigerians will lose it. Can you imagine when Nigerians see that they need to build a dam to prevent the flooding? They go and pay money to the dam, and they see that one minister is paying the money to some shady people. Nigerians are going to lose it. First, you are wasting their money. Secondly, the country is going to flood again, and they're going to come on, man. People are going to lose it. Yeah, exactly. So that's going.
It's true. It's true.
Messing about with their money.
They will come after you. Yes, I agree. Majorly the people do not understand the way the government runs, because they are not involved. The transparency is not there. They can't really make a head or tail of what is going on, because particularly in terms of expenditure, nobody knows. So all these things is just woolly. You don't see it. They do whatever they like, mismanage the money, then you bear the effect of bad leadership. I feel, well, maybe, who knows where there's it, because I don't think Nigeria can go below this far.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. We've not finished. We've not at the rock bottom yet. We are still digging. We are still deliberately trying to find it.
Listen.
I'm not sure we are there yet.
I will disagree with you. Don't worry. No, don't worry. Then
Nigerians are hell bent, man. They have not seen it. They are searching for that thing they call rock bottom. Nigerians are still searching for it. They have not found it yet. They are still digging into the ground. Nigerians are trying to find it.
The professor.
I can see everybody now.
He said the professor told him that what Nigerians, the way they run their country, very corrupt. They are bringing their country down, but he trusts them. By the time they get to a level that they can't go below again, they will rise up, because Nigerians have intelligent people. That's what he told him.
Yes.
Probably this is because I don't think if this, do you know that it can never be worse than this. Not really.
I fear the security situation has to get worse before it gets better. Did you know? I think we should model ourselves towards I think the more I study Switzerland. Oh yeah, go ahead now.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I've been listening briefly. I've been busy, so I didn't join the talk.
Okay.
So concerning how our people and their attitude towards the situation we find ourselves, I get feelers back home. I'm in US here, but I get feelers back home from some of my people. I lived and worked in Abuja for a couple of years, 15 years before moving down this way. They are saying that our people still, particularly the largely unenlightened ones, they still dance towards this ethnic and religious leaning. The politicians that they would look for one small excuse, say, they are even using COVID as excuse now. Like if you watch some of the ruling party spokesmen, when they talk, they use COVID as excuse why things were bad, and people still believe them, and their life keeps going down. But they still go to their rallies, or they invite them for meetings, and they still tell them the same thing, and the people expect them to make a better change when if they happen to come back to power. So, and largely why they believe them is that he's from an ethnic group, or he's from a religion, or we attend the same church, or we worship in the same mosque. They will do so. They know that when they come with all this talk, people will still listen to them. But the few who have seen through all that is happening, who are telling them, no, this set of people, not just the presidential candidates, but even the lawmakers, that they cannot do better than they are doing now. The people will not listen to them. There are some lawmakers in some various states who have been there for several years. at the National Assembly, even at the State Assembly. Okay, CM just mentioned Ekweremadu now. When I was back home, I used to go back to my state in Imo State. Sometimes I travel through Enugu. I used to pass one place near Night Mile towards as you come into Enugu proper. More house there. The top and bottom is Ekwuremadu's, so to say, in quotes, state office. If you look at this, you will laugh. If you say somebody who is at that level at the Senate, that is where is his state office. I don't know much about him, what he has done for his people. So probably he has found a way to get them to win their love over. That is why he keeps winning. But you can see what we have the EFCC reeled at. If those things are true, and those money not part of the money that you have used in helping to at least the senatorial zone to help to make things better. The same thing applies to many of them. Bajabiamila will go to Surulere, his own constituency, and do one or two things, and they will hail him. These are normal things we have here. Here in this place where I live, in front of my house. See how I wish it is. This is now night. I'm just showing you my small street. If a small pothole comes up there, it's just for us to take our phone and call the county office. That is if at all they didn't pass that. In the next 1 hour or so, they'll start to do a big work there. Work will just begin. You know that your tax is working. But I don't know. Our people are just. It's a problem. Our people, they have so rewind our brain back home that we don't think properly again. Many of us.
What I'm going to tell you now applies to every politician. The fact that somebody has been a senator or House of Rep or in politics since 1919 does not mean that the person has been winning is loved. They are rigging themselves back into office. It doesn't just necessarily mean they are rigging themselves. You know what you said about Ekweremadu? Look, do you know what surprises me in all these things? What pains me, because I mentioned something before you come in, when Peter Obi said that, and it's true. If you can mention anybody that has let's say a small scale industry, just like manufacturing pure water or exercise book, just anywhere in Nigeria, such a person may not be a billionaire, despite the fact that he's creating job, giving at least, even if it's 100 or 50 people working, a dispatch rider, a driver here, a gate man there, buying petrol, buying diesel, starting it. But Ekweremadu is richer than all of them. That is a system. So when you now see them talk about this, all that, it doesn't, that thing you say Ekweremadu office, in the books, because if it's open, like we're saying transparency, you find out that the amount, what you'll be claiming for that office, if the office is worth less than 100,000, he may be claiming 25 million for that office.
It's possible, yes. It's possible.
So you see, that is why when they budget all this money, he ends up. Otherwise, how can Ekweremadu be having 9 houses? Look, I have it here now. 9 houses in Dubai.
In Dubai,
one person.
In Dubai, of all places.
He's 40. 15 in Abuja. 10 in Enugu, making 25. Imagine Enugu having 10 houses, 15 in Abuja, and Abuja cannot be kitchen line. No, it cannot be kitchen line.
No.
It cannot be.
The most modern houses you can find.
One in Lagos making 26. 2 in the UK here, and UK cannot be my area now. It must be the best place in London. Then 3 in the USA. It cannot be that place we are living. You should know.
Yes, it might be a bigger place.
Then 9 in Dubai, totaling 40. To be forfeited.
Those years have been able to find out. There may be more. There may be more.
They couldn't account for. That Enugu state, again, let me tell you, as at 1999, there is no part of Enugu called Ebano Estate. Nowhere. Chimamanda Adichie entered 1999 May and left May 2007 after 8 years. He created a place called it Ebano Estate. He's having more than 25 duplexes over there. His own. How do we get to know forfeited to EAC? Built a university. Renaissance. FM, Cosmos FM, doing all this type
of radio station.
So radio station, all these things, they weren't there before. And you came in, you created them. Now, as a public officer, when you become a public officer, you don't have any more business concern except that your office. When you finish serving the people, you can go back to your private office. So are you telling me that you're a governor and you are running another business, building houses, a Bano estate in your name? The thing has been forfeited. So when you now worry why Enugu hasn't gotten an amenity or this or that, this is the money now. If you check the cost of these 40 houses, I'm telling you, this can provide a very good infrastructure for his senatorial zone. Powerful one. This 9 in Dubai alone. So already the man is a billionaire. He's a billionaire.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how they have all this money and nobody what annoys me now, when is the Nigerian government going to see that money from the assets? It's going to take ages.
That is the thing.
Because they have to transfer it.
So the thing is annoying. So you now look, you say that's why P2B was saying, okay, that's why you say let me say somebody who has a furniture company. Let's forget about furniture manufacture, just a carpentry manufacturing bed and this thing, displaying it in his system. The guy can never be a billionaire. But if a man sitting in an office is a billionaire, having houses all over the world. How can such a system? That is the thing we are saying. Such a system makes
how do you think they get the money? Because nobody can track where the money is going. They can pay each other money. Oh, the whole thing stinks.
They budget
it needs to stop.
And then take it back. They will budget. So this is how much to spend in my constituency. This. At the end, it ends in their pocket. Tell me, there is nowhere.
Do you know that this point we are making is quite powerful because it affects everything. If you are able to monitor where the money is going every time, to heal so many sectors in Nigerian society, because from education, healthcare, everywhere is infested with all this money that they are all stealing from corner to corner.
No, you see,
what is that sound? I'm hearing a sound.
It shouldn't be this side. It should be from your side.
He's playing games. You see the air, man.
What are you playing? What are you playing? What are you playing?
He's playing the game.
Why this thing is surprising is because you find out that Ekweremadu is now a billionaire. Billionaire. No industry. No, he doesn't nothing. Just by sitting in an office, a condition, you become a billionaire. The house you live in Abuja is with police, whether you are there or not. In your own village, police is there guarding it, even when you are not there. In Enugu, police is guarding another house. Probably in Lagos, police is guarding it because of people breaking it. I mean, how can this type of thing be happening? You become a billionaire just like that. Why somebody who has an industry, who is
who do you blame?
labor?
Is it not Nigerians that are letting them get away with it? Our people are. That's why I always say that if this kind of stuff, you do it to them, they will bury that leader. If you screw around with them, you're going to pay for it. They will make you pay for it. And
anyway, it cannot work. It cannot work. You don't even dream it at all. You can't even think of doing
if you try it and look at the Prime Minister right now, is basically apologizing for being rich. They ask you whether he uses NHS. Like, my father was a GP, and this is just say you are rich. You don't have to use the NHS. Move on. I'm rich. I'm a billionaire. I don't have to use the NHS. After all, I don't want to clog the way. If I start using the NHS, as rich as I am, then I'm just one more person for NHS people to treat. That and NHS doesn't need to do that. But yet he fumbled it because he was worried that people are going to judge him for not being so a recipient of the NHS service. So it's like if you have to control the NHS and you don't use it, it means that somehow you are compromised.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. I can agree with that. You don't use.
I think you see, this is why people here they are very.
Do you know this one that I'm even saying? We don't even need to take it far. Remember Tony Blair's time. Tony Blair, the son want to take either A level. His own son, he decided to employ a private teacher with his own salary. Employ a private teacher to come into Downing Street and help to prepare his child. The moment the thing leaked to the press, they say, you see, he lost confidence in the public school. That's why he employed.
Yes.
And those BBC, they went to Council Estate. I don't know where they went to start. That's where you
They will drag you now. They will drag you all over the place. How dare you?
When Blair came to government, they are not accusing him of spending or stealing money on it. It's his salary, hard-earned money. They say, but as prime minister, so you doing it now? What of those people in the diseases? He came to then address the House of Commons, apologized, and then sacked the teacher. Case closed.
Imagine that. So it tells you accountability now. See, in the West here, the country I say maybe Nigeria should model themselves after. If we don't want to invite trouble, because our people don't like trouble. You know, our Yoruba brothers are very peace-loving people. So I think the Switzerland is a good model. When you mention Switzerland, what's wrong? In the busy, you're back, and have you finished playing your game? so like as I was saying, Switzerland, you know that Switzerland. When I hear Switzerland, you know you hear that they are very neutral, they are easygoing country, they have the Alps. You know that Switzerland is quite militaristic too. You know that?
Yeah. I think. Yeah, but in their own case, they believe in decentralized authority in everything. That they carry they are different.
Did you know that they had did you know the amount of bunkers they have in Switzerland? Military bunkers.
I don't know the amount, but I know because of before they weren't part of UN. I don't think they've joined. They joined the UN. Well,
they have. Let me give you the number. They have 370-something thousand military bunkers.
Because of
370-something thousand. Do you know how many that is? That's all their mountains are covered in bunkers. All those things. This is why they were able to maintain neutrality to an extent during the Second World War. Yeah, if you come and mess with them, you have trouble on your hands now. It's a NBC.
What happened? See what happened. The thing keeps going off in terms of volume. So sometimes I can't hear both of it, but it's from my phone. I'm using my phone. So I just came up. I just came up to the bedroom now to see if I can use the computer, the laptop.
Okay.
That's what I want to do now. But let's keep talking. I will listen to you guys. Let me be listening to you while you speak.
Yeah, it sounded like you're playing table tennis on your game pad.
No. I was trying to log out and log in again. Let me see if I can use the laptop to work. I'm in the bedroom.
No. Normally, a country like Switzerland, because I came to see it as a very stable model country, model of democracy, very stable, but very rich and very stable. So probably the way they adopt their system, I think these are called the cantons. One president, about 7 or how many vice presidents. So every year it rotates without even saying about it. So the power resides in the cantons. The power resides. Yes, the power resides in the cantons. And this bunker you are saying will be well spread out. It cannot just
be spread out all over the country. All over even in the buildings. They instructed the building to have a bunker. Buildings have to have bunkers in them.
Because for a country to say they don't want, I think they join. If I Google it, they just joined the UN. Either this 2010 around, it's not quite long. Maybe it's not up to 30, 20 years they joined the UN. Before they were, they don't use the euro now. They are not in the euro.
They have their own thing going.
They do their own thing because they are so confident and they know, and the people respect them about that. Okay, can you imagine? They host this. Is it not ending up? Yeah, we are in January. Ending almost last week of January. They have this their World Financial something in Davos. They have every year economic something summit, and it's very mountainous place, very cool. So you see, the thing I've learned is that sometimes you may be thinking that the people, when you insofar as you are doing something that will be of first of all benefit to you and your people, you can defend it anywhere. Insofar you want to do something that you do. That's why this man coming back now to the Israeli prime minister, Netanyahu said,
oh my God.
he said Israel interests will now come first. They are not interested.
That guy.
So when he said it,
I wish we are the one
man,
doing what he does, because our people, we just lay back and look at how paranoid the Israelis are.
What's this site name again? I don't want to use my phone, so I will not, it won't cost me any delay.
Which site? For what?
To join with my laptop. Is it Stream? I know it's StreamYard, but what other do I need to write?
Yeah,
the link again.
Okay. Well,
let me send the link.
Can you be able to? Okay, you can read. This is what I have here. Maybe when I copy it. Okay, since you can read it, let me copy and paste it here if you can. Probably it will help. Stream.
I know many guys have gone to bed already.
Oh yeah, forefathers have always said was StreamYard this, yes. So if you use that to think. So I found out that that's what they call national interest. Every country has it. Military interest, economic interest. So far it will first of all benefit your country and you rally your people around it. There is really more letting any other country can, because that regard. Our own is that our leaders, maybe their interest is outside the country. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't see why you should put your foot down. You want to do this to better your country. I don't think any country can challenge you on that. I doubt. I really doubt if a country can come and be challenged, because what you are trying to do is you want to better your country and you are seeing it, and your people are with you doing it. So for Netanyahu to say this, I said this man had something in mind. He said, henceforth, Israeli interest comes first in anything. I said, of course.
As if he hasn't always come first. It does always come first. They don't play around, man. Israel don't play around.
When they signed the Kyoto Accord, or George Bush was there, George Bush said, I can never sign any agreement that we put Americans out of job. He said,
way.
He doesn't care climate change or nothing. The man made me laugh him then. He said, I can never sign any agreement that we put Americans out of job. It's as simple as that.
It's only our leader that keeps signing us away and signing years agreements that they don't read properly.
Interest should be like your own skin. If somebody touches you, say, no. This cannot favor Nigeria. I can't do that. It can't favor us. It cannot favor Nigeria. So I can't do it. But because they're interested in looting money and putting in, that's why they compromise. Because like Ekweremadu now, with all these houses, he has compromised now because he's faced all these things.
Because if he invade there, he's gonna know that they're gonna seize it from him. So he has to behave.
Even expose you and do all these things. So you are more like you are not. But when you do it like this, they will not find. That's why when they look at you, they check. Said, okay, in the end, you are answerable only to your people first.
It should be that way. That's how it's supposed to be.
That is when you are answerable to. So any other thing, go to foreign meeting or do this or this, you remain in your country and be doing the thing. And let me tell you, if you are even doing it and your people are happy, you even earn respect.
Yes.
You even
they respect you more. They respect you more overseas when you can command support at home.
At home, yes. When you can,
because you are useful to them. Then you are useless when they can control you. They don't need you then.
Exactly. You are useless, and they feel that the way you are useless, you might not really be a party to do business with, because
they will just use you as a resource area. That's all. No way. Why should they respect you? If I won't respect anybody that cannot even protect their own people,
it's true.
What is the use? Because what it means to be able to protect your own people is that you are willing to live with your own people. How can somebody that is willing to do that respect anybody that cannot do that? It's hard to do that, because it's like you are a coward. Why should I respect you? You can't even stand up for your people. Why should I respect you? So we are the ones doing these things to ourselves, and I hope that this is our new set of leaders that are coming in. Do differently. This is why I really want someone like Peter Obi to win, because I think he's the most likely to start changing the direction of the country. It's not because the other leaders don't have ambition too. They have their own ambition. It's just that he seems to be the one that is more likely to do it and do it faster. You know,
exactly.
So,
and even if at least to stop the rot, because all this stealing, it makes it's even okay. No, if we, this thing we're saying about Ekweremadu, all the senators are like this. So forget about it's not because this one had a problem. If not that his problem, we wouldn't have known. They are like this because they're in cahoots. This is what they do. So when you now do it this way, you continue impoverishing your people. Every year we remain underdeveloped. 60 years we're still talking of electricity. 60 years. We are still talking of electricity after 60 years. How can we still be talking? Not even improving on it. We are still talking of refine crude oil. When countries that doesn't have crude oil have 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 refineries, even refining for people to come and take, we are still talking of refinery, basic chemistry and physics. That's what we are still talking about. I mean, that is a shame.
Our leaders, they really need to be paying attention because there are things that they are beginning to do recently where they banned the export of lithium. I think in Nigeria they banned it, Zimbabwe they banned it because they want things to be refined in Africa now. I think there's a pattern of African countries doing it, like that thing that they went to in America, that summit they went to in America. What African leaders should have done was they have a meeting in the African Union and have an agenda and just send the African Union representatives, they vote on the agenda, send the African Union representative to this thing to go and represent you. Because this thing where we go there and they will negotiate with this one, they take everybody apart. It's a shameful episode. It's a shameful episode. I saw the Ghanaian president complaining to the Secretary of State of America that Burkina Faso the regime has changed, that it appears that the Wagner group is there right now and we are concerned. I was like, seriously? You are a baby to go to the US to go on camera, like begging them to come and help you with Wagner group next door. Why would he not do that? This country has 15,000 soldiers for 30-something million people.
I thought the AU was something like an answer to EU, because EU is a very powerful bloc. Well, that's what I'm asking. I thought it's an answer to EU, because EU is a powerful bloc, economically, militarily. They're a powerful bloc. You want to do anything EU, you come, you see them do it. Say this is EU interest. This is the way they act. So I thought Africa, AU, that's African Union. It's like they will mirror what EU, because that is the closest they can sort of imitate.
They don't do that. They just pretend as if they have it, but when it matters, they all go individually.
That is not.
This is our agenda, and if they did that, do you know how powerful they will become? Because now you have the 1.4 billion people that you are representing. That's the voice you have. This is what I mean by they wouldn't respect you when you don't have the voice of a powerful bloc.
Bloc is true. It's true. You don't have a basis for negotiation.
Look at the simple agenda they could have gone there with. They will say manufacturing has to be happening on the continent. No, that's simple agenda. We are not exporting anything out of the continent. You have to come and manufacture on the continent.
And set it up there.
That is exactly. That's one simple agenda they could have agreed upon and went there with, and they probably would have gotten it.
They've gotten it. Then it will not be a case of how much will be local content, how much will be, you know what I mean by local content, like where you set up the industry, the manpower there, the people you employ,
exactly.
What percentage, then you start. So, but in the end, you've gotten what
everything has to be manufactured on the ground and by the people there. You have to train them up eventually. So if they had agreed that and went overseas, they would have had a big impact on the continent's development, big time. But instead, they went there individually.
Even then, it will end them in respect. They will not know that, look, these are really, because what they are negotiating is purely continental interest of their people. And this is what they want. They're not doing it for themselves. Say, look, this is what we want. Henceforth, all this exporting of raw materials, we want to scale it down. What we now want is those raw materials. Set up the industry here. We have the manpower.
Imagine cobalt cobalt being processed in Africa. Imagine lithium being processed in Africa, oil processed in Africa, everything.
Uranium.
Everything being processed in Africa. You will see this continent will be transformed within a decade if they had just one move alone. If they had just done it.
And I don't think is it a project in the world? I don't think the people, the Western world, will say no to it in terms of say because they
can't. They don't have a choice because the whole continent is on the same page. They don't have a choice.
It's a reasonable demand. So they don't have a choice. Say it's a reasonable demand that this is what we want. For years.
What are they going to do? Invade the whole African continent when the leaders have agreed?
If somebody like me, I will say for years we've been doing it this way and it's not. We've not.
It didn't do any good.
It didn't do any good. So we can't continue the same thing and then be lamenting. So let us use this formula. That's why we came here. Because when you present this case, say, look, we've been doing it like this. It didn't work. So now let us do it this way. This is the way we want it. But I don't know. It's true.
That African Union, you know that Dr. Arekana.
Yeah. Okay. The medical doctor. You see, she's a doctor.
She said something very interesting about when they appointed her to be the diaspora minister. She said they told her, they just gave her the job. They said, we don't expect anything from you. Like that statement got to me because it's like, you mean they just sometimes create positions and they don't even do anything. It's just for show. They don't intend to actually change anything. And that is something we have to be concerned about in Africa. When you hear African Union,